guys create a hold?
Mr. Homan and Secretary Noem, can we ask you a few questions here, please? Would you guys gaggle with reporters for a few moments?
Please create a hold. Thank you.
You are both the top immigration advisors to President Trump, in addition to Stephen Miller. He just announced that he's signing an executive order to put 30,000 detention beds at Guantanamo Bay. I know, Mr. Homan, you've talked about needing more beds, but how exactly would that work, and when do you expect it to open?
You know, that is something that the White House is working on, to use resources that we currently have there at Guantanamo Bay. So we'll go through the process. The worst of the worst is where that could be utilized. So that potential is there. We know we need the infrastructure. We're going after these guys.
But who would run that? DHS? DHS or the Pentagon?
What you probably don't know, there's already a migrant center there. It's been there for decades. So we're just going to expand upon the existing migrant center.
How would logistics work for that? How would you get migrants down to Guantanamo?
We plan with Guantanamo postcard. They encounter people in
the worst of the worst is where that could be utilized. So that potential is there. We know we need the infrastructure. We're going after these guys.
But who would run that? DHS? DHS or the Pentagon?
What you probably don't know, there's already a migrant center there. It's been there for decades. So we're just going to expand upon the existing migrant center.
How would logistics work for that? How would you get migrants down to Guantanamo?
We plan with Guantanamo postcard. They encounter people in maritime. They can take them straight to Guantanamo Bay. The worst of the worst, the significant public safety threats, we can fly them. We fly.
We're doing it. We're already doing it.
Would that be more expensive?
We're building it out and using more resources.
What is the worst of the worst?
Secretary Noem, what kind of civilian oversight would there be?
Civilian oversight?
Yeah.
The current civilian oversight that we have in our federal government today. We had an election in November that clearly said the American people don't want these criminals and dangerous individuals on our streets anymore. We're taking care of it at the direction
Madam
of President
Secretary,
Trump.
what's your message for Polish Americans who voted for President Trump and may have neighbors or family members who are undocumented, who are illegally here?
Listen, the law applies to everybody. It applies to American citizens. It applies to people who come into this country illegally. You will be held accountable for breaking our laws.
On this one point,
Are you worried
question
about
earlier.
foreign relations at all?
ICE has the highest detention standards in the industry. You can't find another state, federal, local, or city that has higher detention standards than ICE. So every facility, including Gitmo, will have the highest.
So ICE would be running it. That's actually really helpful. So ICE would be running and would be staffing that.
Run out of top of my head.
You said that was already currently running.
Isn't it
You all are spending your time today covering Laken Riley and her family and this bill and the tools that it's going to give to make sure that families don't have to go through that again.
Well, on his pledge,
We're covering that. One question that we'd like to ask is if you have a sense of how much money it will cost, how much money will be invested in this
The bill or
facility?
the facility?
In the facility at Guantanamo Bay that the
We're working
president
on that with
announced.
reconciliation and appropriators in the House.
Are you finishing the TPS program? Is the TPS? What are the future of the TPS program for Ukrainians? Are you going to continue?
Thank you. Thanks,
What
guys.
will happen to the Venezuelans whose TPS is finalized?
And any actions will be taken on those who are detained at Guantanamo Bay?
Great.
Cool, and Peter, I'm sure we have multiple great thoughts. Good question.
I would do the best I can. Your audio on that. It's fine. You got something to say?
Hey, so when you go back, just leave the B and C in mind.
Don't get it on the ground.
To just push up, right?
Otherwise, you're not going to get what you want.
Do we care about it? Going back in.
That's both of them, right?
Both of them.
I got them hugging and all that stuff.
I wonder how long they're going to want to
We don't care about trying to get it.
Coming by. Please step to the mic, sir.
Let me ask you about Trinidad Aragua. How many people were arrested in yesterday's operation? And was this a part of this Aurora operation promise that Trump made, or was it separate arrests? How many were arrested yesterday?
Well, President Trump's made a promise to the American people that we're going to concentrate on trying to deliver. They're one of our priorities. As far as yesterday, operational security, the operation was leaked. And again, we're going to hold those people accountable once we find out what the leaks occurred. This isn't a game. When the operations get leaked like that, it puts our officers at great risk. It's already a dangerous job. We know TDA is dangerous. Everybody can agree to that. But when they get a heads up we're coming, it's only a matter of time before our officers are ambushed. And their job's dangerous enough. So we're going to address this very seriously. And look, I said from day one, we want to be transparent with the American people. We've invited numerous media outlets along. But right now, it's all about OPSEC, operational security. So we may have to stop the media ride-alongs because I'm not pointing the finger at them, but the less people that know about these operations, the safer it is for our agents. So we're looking at that right now. I'm talking to Colonel Levitt about the next steps on that.
Sir, why was Chicago singled out in the lawsuit today against sanctuary cities?
Look, sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. I'm glad we got Pam Bondi running the DOJ now. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. Make that clear. No, they want these sanctuary officials say, well, we want victims and witnesses of immigration and crime to be free to come to the police and without fear of us working with ICE. That is such crap, because the victims and witnesses of crime don't want the public safety threat released in their communities. That's just ridiculous. The victims and witnesses of that crime want that bad guy locked up too, and when they're done, then give them to us. That keeps the community safer. If anybody wants an immigrant community, ask them a simple question: would you rather have ICE operating in the jail or the community? They're going to say they want us in that jail, because these immigrant communities, many are here illegally, but they're also family people too. They don't want a predator in their neighborhood released back in the community. So, we're going to hold sanctuary cities accountable. We're going to take them on and we'll take them to court. Again, it's everybody, every elected mayor, every elected governor, every elected city councilman. You would think they would want their community saved too, and they would want public safety threats removed from their community. That's your number one responsibility, is protection communities. Work with us. Let us into jail to arrest and talk to the guy that you locked in a jail cell. You obviously locked him in a jail cell because he's a public safety threat. Let us talk to him. When you're done, give him to us. You don't have to hold him a minute. I've seen some sheriffs say, well, we're not going to hold him for ICE. We think it's a legal issue. You don't have to hold them a minute past what you know. Just let us know when you release them. Let us be there. Let law enforcement work with law enforcement.
Catholic Relief Services says it's facing drastic internal cuts. It's asking President Trump to please keep the foreign aid going. Talking about Catholic Relief Services. What do you say, sir?
I got no comment on that. That's not. I'm a border guy.
Do you want local police? Do you want local police to make arrests at traffic stops?
Doing enough?
I want local police to do what they can to assist arresting and removing public safety threats from the communities.
Are you concerned about capacity? There's reports that some migrants are being released because ICE beds are over capacity. And
I'm not worried. There are many ways to increase the bed capacity. That's what we're working on today.
Are some detainees being released?
I was made aware of that this morning, and I'll address that today. But I've been told that some were released because of some health concerns that we could not handle within ICE detention. So I have a meeting with ICE leadership today to find out exactly who was released and why. But the president made it clear we're ending catch and release.
6% were released according to the press secretary yesterday. Does that go against the president's promise?
I'm going to find out again. I just got back in town today. I've heard about this morning, so I'll address that today. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Can you remind to increase capacity?
How many and what does that process look like?
So look, we've had a migrant processing center at Gitmo for decades, so we're increasing our footprint there. It makes sense. I just got a question on migrant beds. That's going to be another place where we have up to 30,000 beds. And President Trump made a commitment that the worst of the worst will go to Gitmo, and that's what we're concentrating on.
Mr. Homan, do you feel like ICE is doing enough? Are they meeting their marks for your expectations? Do you think that they're meeting the
Are we making enough arrests? Is that the question?
Do you think ICE is doing enough, that they're meeting their quotas?
No, they're doing a great job. Look, let me make clear, we're doing a great job, but we got to do more. And that's what we're looking at now. We're looking at ways to create more efficiencies to do more. That's why OPSEC is important. When we go on these operations, the operation got leaked somehow, it makes us less successful. Again, when you leak an operation, it means more bad guys are not being arrested, which means more bad guys are walking the streets. So as we address that, you're going to see the arrests increase. As the aperture opens up beyond criminals, you're going to see more arrests. I made it clear. If you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table.
ICE hasn't posted arrest number in several days. Is that because arrests are down?
I just want to.
No, I think the arrest numbers, I looked at it, I just talked about it this morning. I think the arrests are right around over 11,000 so far since day one. On the interior, 11,000. But the most important thing, if you look at the border numbers, I mean, yesterday at 24 hours, there was less than 500 border arrests. It wasn't too long ago, we had 11,000 arrests a day under the Biden administration. We got less than 500. I've done this since 1984. Those numbers are historic. So the president's already had this border secured at a high rate, and we're going to continue to secure the border 100%. This administration under President Trump will finally have operational control of our southern border.
Are you saying
How
the
long
leak
will
came from the
detainees
press,
be
or do you have any
staying
theories of where the leak originated from ahead of this operation?
That's being investigated now.
How long will migrants be staying at Guantanamo? How long will they stay there?
We're going to follow the same legal process we follow here, except we're staying, they'll be bedded down at Gitmo rather than bedded down in the United States. The same legal process, the same requirements to see a judge, the same requirements they can make a claim. So it's just a matter of where they're located. But it's a place that we can build upon, that we can send the worst of the worst to sit in that Gitmo. And it makes perfect sense to me what we're doing.
Sir, visas for foreign-born Catholic priests who work legally in U.S. parishes and Catholic social services. Where does that stand right now?
I do not know how to get back to you on that.
Texas Governor Abbott has offered thousands of prison cells in Texas to house detainees. Do you plan to take him up on that offer? And also the 1,400 acres that they had offered for a detention center.
Look, I met with hundreds of sheriffs. We were looking at, contracts with sheriffs for their beds, which come at a reduced cost. The most expensive beds we have, the one the U.S. government owns. So we're looking at the sheriffs across the country, and Governor Abbott made an offer yesterday. So we'll be looking at that. All cards on the table. We're looking for as many beds as we can get. We just got to hope Congress gives the funding to buy as many beds we need. And I know they're talking about that today. So hopefully we'll get a budget. We can increase the bed capacity.
When do you think the deportation flights in Guatemala and El Salvador start after Rubio's agreement?
10,000 Mexican National Guard at the border. Do you have any idea what their mission is going to look like?
It's the same as the first Trump administration. They're going to help us secure the border. I mean, President Trump has made it clear Mexico has to help. Guarding their northern borders keeps Mexico safe too. But the president been clear that the border is going to be secured. While partnership with Mexico is very important, and having their people on the northern border, along with what Pete Hegseth has sent to the southern border, along the border trace, it means a more secure border. We know the death threats and the violent threats being made by the cartels will help be diminished with the presence of our military, our Border Patrol, Mexican military. It only makes sense. It helps secure the border and helps protect our officers and agents. I got to run.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. Morning, Mr. Homan. How you doing?
How you doing?
We do a few with you real fast, or just real fast. Could you give us clarity about what is happening to the previous terror detainees at Gitmo? Are they being expedited, being returned to their home countries, or are they just being housed with these migrants?
No, they're not being housed. Their process is still the same. The terrorists are still in the same facility. The process remains the same for them.
Is President Trump still trying to get that terror detention facility closed down so it's fully migrant detention at Guantanamo?
Not my lane. Not my lane. I'm staying with the immigration enforcement.
Mr. Homan, is the president happy with the number of arrests?
I'm not. The rest, if you look at the rest in the interior enforcement, about 3 times higher than it was a year ago today. 3 times higher is good, but I'm not satisfied. There's more criminal aliens that need to be arrested, hundreds of thousands. Sanctuary cities are putting roadblocks up. We got leaks. So we need to increase the arrest of illegal aliens, especially those with criminal convictions. So we're going to continue. So 3 times higher is good. The numbers are good. For me, not good enough. We got to get more.
Mr. Homan, what's your message for the sanctuary cities you just said we're putting up roadblocks? Do you have a message for them for Chicago, for example?
Attorney General Pam Bonnie's going to investigate them. We're going to hold them accountable. Sanctuaries are sanctuary criminals. End of story. They're sanctuary for criminals. Let us in the county jail to arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of the county jail. It's safer for the alien, it's safer for the officer, it's certainly safer for the community. Any sanctuary city that purposely release public safety threats back into public is stupid. I mean, and let us arrest the bad guy in the jail, because what the sanctuary cities are seeing, I already see the stories. Non-criminals are being arrested at a higher rate, and they're going to keep being arrested at a higher rate, because we can't arrest that bad guy in the jail. We got to go to the community. When we go in the community, we're going to find the bad guy. When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that aren't a criminal priority, but they're going to get arrested too. We're not going to tell ICE agents, ignore the oath you took, ignore the laws of immigration enforcement, just arrest the criminal. No, we're taking everybody. So sanctuary city is going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhoods and more non-criminals being arrested, because they forced us in the community.
Mr. Homan, the Pope this morning had some very harsh words for the...
I got harsh words for the Pope. Pope ought to fix the Catholic Church. I'm saying this as a lifelong Catholic. I was baptized Catholic. I was first communion as a Catholic, confirmation as a Catholic. He ought to fix the Catholic Church and concentrate on his work and leave border enforcement to us. He wants to attack us for securing our border. He's got a wall around the Vatican, does he not? So he's got a wall around to protect his people and himself, but we can't have a wall around the United States. So I wish he'd stick to the Catholic Church and fix that and leave border enforcement to us.
After meeting with ICE about making sure that migrants don't get back into the country, how did that go? You said you'd be talking with ICE.
No, it wasn't back in the country. There's a learning curve. I mean, I found out that ICE, some of the people they arrested are released back in the community, because there's some of the personnel are still acting on the last 4 years of non-enforcement and releasing people for various reasons. That ends. So I talked to ICE, and the acting director of ICE has sent instructions out, and no one's to be released after we arrest them without the clearance of headquarters. There's going to be a significant medical issue we can't take care of, and of course there'll be some, but the number of releases were unacceptable, and that's been fixed.
Sir, is there any plan?
Neighborhoods and more non-criminals being arrested because they forced us in the community.
Mr. Homan, the Pope this morning had some very harsh words for the...
I got harsh words for the Pope. Pope ought to fix the Catholic Church. I'm saying this as a lifelong Catholic. I was baptized Catholic. I was first communion as a Catholic, confirmation as a Catholic. He ought to fix the Catholic Church and concentrate on his work and leave border enforcement to us. He wants to attack us for securing our border. He's got a wall around the Vatican, does he not? So he's got a wall around to protect his people and himself, but we can't have a wall around the United States. So I wish he'd stick to the Catholic Church and fix that and leave border enforcement to us.
After meeting with ICE about making sure that migrants don't get...
How you doing? Look, let me start out by saying this. If I offend anybody today, I don't give a shit. Don't care. The media in the back room, I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of hit pieces on me tomorrow. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I get asked all the time, does it bother you? There's a big part of this country that hates your guts. I don't care. I don't care. Because we got a job to do. You know, I wake up every day for the last 4 years pissed off because the Biden administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose. Right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden's the first president in history of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. So for 4 years, I wake up every day pissed off. That changed November 5th. Now I wake up every day excited because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released nearly 8 million into the country illegally. We had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. We had a record number of known suspected terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. Under Trump, we had 14 in 4 years. Under Joe Biden, just shy of 400. Think about that for a moment. What Joe Biden did to our border was create the most significant public safety and national security vulnerability in this nation's history. But guess what? We got one badass president now who's going to come in and is going to take care of this border. Look at the numbers last few days, I'm telling you, every morning I get up, I can't wait to go to work. Because I know that I have a president who's going to open up every avenue of law enforcement to this great nation. In under 4 weeks, we have illegal crossings on the border down 95%. I remember when the president called me and said, I remember he called me when he brought me, this is the second time I came out of retirement for this man. So he called me, I remember I was the first guy he called, and he says, okay, this is how the phone call went. I picked up one, I see POTUS on my cell phone, so I know it was Trump. He says, all right, Tom, you've been bitching about it 4 years, you want to come fix it? And I didn't hesitate. I said, I'll come back and I'll do it for free. I'm so pissed off. You don't have to pay me. And look, in less than a month, illegal crossings down 95%. ICE has arrested over 21,000 people in the nation. Gotaways. Under President Biden, the gotaways, 2.2 million people crossed the border, weren't arrested because the Border Patrol was too busy making sandwiches, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, dealing with humanitarian crisis. 2.2 million people crossed the border and weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted. We had about 1,800 a day in 2023. You know how many had yesterday? 48. You're talking about 2,000 miles of border and only 48 people escaped, but that's 48 too many. I'm not going to be happy if that number is 0. Now we're getting a question, well, you said you're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats, but you arrested non-criminals. Yeah, damn right we did. Because you're in the country illegally, which happens to be a violation of our law. Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it. Into sanctuary cities, game on, because Pam Bondi's back into place. And Kash Patel is back running the FBI. President Trump brought together one hell of a team, and every time I see one of these people get nominated and take their oath for office, I just get that much more excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days because it just keeps getting better. Sanctuary cities are a sanctuary for criminals. I've read all these stories this week. Tom Homan insulted AOC. Well, look, it's not an insult if it's true. She says Homan has no game, he has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. Try to tell people how to evade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime, committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen, were ordered removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying it's okay to educate them how to evade law enforcement. We're not making this shit up. We're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. And we're not going to apologize for it, not under this administration. We got great governors out there. Governor Pritzker, you ain't one of them. I met with Governor DeSantis yesterday. You know what he's done? He's passed one of the strongest state immigration laws in this nation. Do you know it's a crime in the state of Florida? It is a crime to enter the country illegally. He made his own state law. He has passed a law that he will fire any mayor or sheriff that doesn't help ICE enforce immigration law. The men and women of the Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you wearing that green uniform. You're the finest 1% this country has. So look, we're attacking the interior enforcement. For those who don't think those numbers are enough, I don't either. If you haven't seen, I'm happy with the numbers, but I'm not going to be satisfied until every criminal alien gang member, every criminal alien, every Trenda Agua is eradicated from this country and send their ass to Gitmo where they belong. Damn, I love my job. We got, and look, I already said we got the border locked down, crossing down 95%. We've already arrested 21, just above 21,000, and we're going to double the workforce. We're going to add more. We're going to add more targeting. We're going to add more teams. God bless the men and women of ICE. God bless all the DOJ components are with us. We've got U.S. Marshals, DEA, FBI, ATF, all these fine agencies helping us. And what's great about it, when we went to Chicago, Mayor of Chicago said I wasn't welcome in Chicago. Guess where the first place I went was? Chicago. But having DEA and FBI there and ATF was great. We found an illegal alien with a gun. ATF does a criminal charge. We found an illegal alien with drugs. We prosecuted that crime. So we're prosecuting these people before we deport them, and that's exactly what we should be doing. We're going to make this country safe again. The third rail, when President Trump told me, he said, Homan, secure the border, run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen, and find over 300,000 missing children that were sex trafficked or forced labor trafficked in this country. And we're looking for them. And we're going to save children. All these bad stories about Trump, Homan, you're racist, you're a white nationalist, you're a mean person. Okay, I'll take that. Because you know what Homan's doing? I'm working for the greatest president of my lifetime, and we're going to save lives. Because when 95% less people coming across the border, how many women ain't being raped? How many Americans aren't dying from fentanyl overdoses? How many no-suspected terrorists aren't getting in the country? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked in this country when you have a border lockdown? We're saving lives. That's right. Stand up. President Trump's getting ready to come on stage. I got another message to the criminal cartels of Mexico. At the RNC, I said a speech. I said two things at the speech. If you're in the country illegally, you better start packing now. We're keeping that promise. The other thing I said on stage at the RNC, that President Trump is going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as a terrorist organization. He's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. After I said that, of course, I got numerous death threats. They've doubled the size of my security detail because all the cartels want to take Homan out. Well, I'll tell you what, come get some. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. You are now a terrorist organization. So word out to anybody that assists them, anybody that sells their drugs on the street, anybody that assists these cartels in any way, you are helping a terrorist organization, and the weight of the world's coming down on you. I read a story last night, the police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me. I looked at the numbers this morning. I stopped counting at 9. 9 child rapists that were in jail in Massachusetts, but rather than honoring an ICE detainer, released them back into the street. You're not a police commissioner. Take that badge off your chest, put it in the desk drawer. Because you became a politician, you forgot what it's like to be a cop. And guess what? The men and women of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they found those predators, and they're locked back up, and we're going to deport them from the United States. To the men and women of ICE, the agency I used to run, I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. For the 20,000 men and women that work for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself. What I've done recently, I brought a bunch of badass old school boys back. I got a guy named Mark Hall. Mark Hall went through the Border Patrol Academy in 1984. I said, Mark, you ready to come back and make a difference? He dropped everything he did to come back. I'm bringing a bunch of old school people back to show the young folk how we did it and how we're going to do it. And like I said, I want to leave you with this. I said I got 45 minutes left. Look, if Congressman J. Paul couldn't, gavel me to shut up, no one on this building is going to get me off the stage until I'm ready to get off the stage. Now they turned the time red. I guess that's a warning. Look, here's what I'm going to say. And I hope you agree with me. If you agree with me, will you please stand up and let him know, because he's listening right now. The greatest president in my lifetime is back in the Oval Office. He's going to make America great again. He's going to make America healthy again. He's going to make America safe again. You got it. President Trump, God bless you. I'm proud to be back, and I'm not leaving until we fix this shit. How you doing? Look, let me start out by saying this. If I offend anybody today, I don't give a shit. Don't care. The media in the back room, I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of hit pieces on me tomorrow. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I get asked all the time, does it bother you? There's a big part of this country that hates your guts. I don't care. I don't care. Because we got a job to do. You know, I wake up every day for the last 4 years pissed off because the Biden administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose. Right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden's the first president in history of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. So for 4 years, I wake up every day pissed off. That changed November 5th. Now I wake up every day excited because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released nearly 8 million into the country illegally. We had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. We had a record number of known suspected terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. Under Trump, we had 14 in 4 years. Under Joe Biden, just shy of 400. Think about that for a moment. What Joe Biden did to our border was create the most significant public safety and national security vulnerability in this nation's history. But guess what? We got one badass president now who's going to come in and is going to take care of this border. Look at the numbers last few days. I'm telling you, every morning I get up, I can't wait to go to work. Because I know that I have a president who's going to open up every avenue of law enforcement to this great nation. In under 4 weeks, We have illegal crossings on the border down 95%. I remember when the president called me and said, I remember he called me when he brought me, this is the second time I came out of retirement for this man. So he called me, I remember I was the first guy he called, and he says, okay, this is how the phone call went. I picked up one, I see POTUS on my cell phone, so I know it was Trump. He says, all right, Tom, you've been bitching about 4 years, you want to come fix it? And I didn't hesitate. I said, I'll come back and I'll do it for free. I'm so pissed off. You don't have to pay me. And look, in less than a month, illegal crossings down 95%. ICE has arrested over 21,000 people in the nation. Gotaways. Under President Biden, the gotaways, 2.2 million people crossed the border, weren't arrested because the Border Patrol was too busy making sandwiches, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, dealing with humanitarian crisis. 2.2 million people crossed the border and weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted. We had about 1,800 a day in 2023. You know how many we had yesterday? 48. You're talking about 2,000 miles of border and only 48 people escaped, but that's 48 too many. I'm not going to be happy if that number is 0. Now we're getting a question, well, you said you're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats, but you arrested non-criminals. Yeah, damn right we did. Because you're in the country illegally, which happens to be a violation of our law. Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it. Into sanctuary cities, game on, because Pam Bondi's back into place. And Kash Patel is back running the FBI. President Trump brought together one hell of a team, and every time I see one of these people get nominated and take their oath for office, I just get that much more excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days because it just keeps getting better. Sanctuary cities are a sanctuary for criminals. I've read all these stories this week. Tom Homan insulted AOC. Well, look, it's not an insult if it's true. She says Homan has no game, he has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. Try to tell people how to invade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime, committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen, were ordered removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying this is okay to educate them how to invade law enforcement. Look, we're not making this shit up. We're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. And we're not going to apologize for it, not under this administration. We got great governors out there. Governor Pritzker, you ain't one of them. I met with Governor DeSantis yesterday. You know what he's done? He's passed one of the strongest state immigration laws in this nation. Do you know it's a crime in the state of Florida? It is a crime to enter the country illegally. He made his own state law. He has passed a law that he will fire any mayor or sheriff that doesn't help ICE enforce immigration law. I read a story last night. The police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me. I looked at the numbers this morning. I stopped counting at 9. 9 child rapists that were in jail in Massachusetts. But rather than honoring an ICE detainer, released them back into the street. You're not a police commissioner. Take that badge off your chest, put it in the desk drawer, because you became a politician. You forgot what it's like to be a cop.
Mr. Homan, I was on the enforcement operations early this morning in Virginia. Just a question for you. When ICE encounters undocumented families, do you separate children from their parents?
There's no plans to separate families. Matter of fact, I've noticed recently there's news articles saying Tom Homan is suggesting family detention again, family residential centers, and I am. Family residential centers are the opposite of family separation. Why are we even talking about family residential centers? Because this administration, President Trump, wants to make sure these children aren't victims of trafficking. He wants to make sure this family is really a family. This is about saving children, protecting children. Let's talk about DNA testing, getting back to enforce the law and at the same time protecting children, which the last administration didn't.
Come up to the microphone, please, sir.
To the microphone, please.
How much money will the president ask Congress today for immigration?
I'm not aware of that number. All I know, we need the money to continue doing what we're doing. We need money for more beds. We need money for more flights. We need money to keep concentrating on the worst of the worst. ICE is already in the hole, and we need Congress to step up and give us the funding we need so President Trump can keep his promise to the American people. President Trump, look, border numbers are down 97%. That's the most secure border we ever had because of this president's bold actions, right? He was a game changer. ICE arrests, I looked this morning, they're just below 30,000. More than twice as many as Biden did in his administration. We're hitting on all cylinders, but we need more money to do more. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep President Trump's promise to address the worst of the worst criminals in this country. I'll say it once again, if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table. So sanctuary cities want to keep locking us out of jails. They force us into the neighborhood to find a bad guy. When we find a bad guy, many times they're with others. Others who aren't a criminal priority but in the country legally, they're coming too. Because ICE is going to enforce the law. We're not going to turn our back on someone illegally in the United States. ICE is going to enforce the laws enacted by the members of Congress and signed by the President.
Sir, the tariffs, last question, the tariffs imposed by the U.S. on Mexico and Canada, the tariffs that the U.S. is imposing today. How confident are you that those tariffs will reduce the flow of illegal narcotics and the flow of illegal immigration into the U.S.?
I'm very confident in the President's plan. I think the President's doing exactly what he should be doing. Again, look at the success he's had. We had border numbers down 9% in 3 weeks. Think what this President's going to do in the next 4 to 6 months. I mean, I agree with the President's policies on this. I think he's a game changer. I think for the once in the history of this nation, we'll finally have operational control of the southern border because we got a president sitting in the Oval Office that's going to make sure we do that.
Mr. Homan, I'm for Blitz. I'm for Blitz, Mr. Homan.
Could you walk us through just some of the behind the scenes on how carried out some of the deportation, the flights from being invoked under the Alien Enemies Act? How did that play out behind the scenes? Even a little to the timing of the judge's order.
Look, let me say this. You know, the president, through proclamation, took his authority under Alien Enemies Act and imposed it, which he has the right to do. TDA has been designated terrorist organizations. TDA is an enemy of this country. We know TDA, based on a lot of evidence, are part of the Maduro regime through the military and law enforcement. They've infiltrated them, and look, they've invaded this country to unsettle this country through whether it's through fentanyl killing thousands of Americans or through the violence they're perpetrating in our cities. The president did the right thing. I stand by it. I thought we removed in one day over 200 dangerous people, including MS-13. It was the right thing to do. And I see the video that President Bukele put out. It was a beautiful thing. These people are going to be held accountable.
Is every one of those guys a member of the gang? How do you know it? And why can't they sort that out with a lawyer and at a hearing, which is how it should be?
Look, we abided by the court's decision. His written order was on 5 illegal aliens. They didn't want to deport them, and we abided by that. By the time the other order came, the plane was already over international waters with a plane full of terrorists and significant public safety threats. And, you know, to turn a plane around over international waters, we're going to refuel over international waters, come back and bring terrorists back to the United States. That's not what this president promised American people. What the president did was exactly the right thing.
So they're all trained in Nicaragua, every guy who's on that plane?
I'm not familiar with every single case in that plane, but that's my understanding. MS-13 members and TDA members. And let's remember, many of those on the plane were removed through Title 8, not through the Alien Enemies Act. So, again, it was the right thing to do. That's what the people of this country mandated President Trump deal with the border crisis, deal with illegal immigration, and deal with illegal alien crime, and that's exactly what we did. We removed terrorists. That should be a celebration. We removed terrorists from this country, and I stand by what the president did. I support 100%.
How do you determine whether somebody is a gang member? What criteria do you use?
To various investigations. You know, a lot of the ways we do it, it's law enforcement sensitive. I'm not going to share all that with you, but you know, whether through social media, through the activities, through their criminal records here and abroad. So you know, this was done a very the review of this issue was at the highest level I've seen, and I think, again, I stand by everything we did this weekend, and I think the president keeping his promise to the American people. We removed terrorists from the country this weekend. I can't believe any media would question the president's ability to remove terrorists from this country.
But what do you say to those who say what do you say to those who claim you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process?
An old law? Not as old as the Constitution. We still pay attention to that, don't we?
But some would say this is
How many more terrorists do you plan on deporting to El Salvador?
Last Saturday, the president invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to declare that a Venezuelan foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Agua, is invading the United States and unauthorized and authorized the expedited removal of its members from the United States. Walk us through the Alien Enemies Act, why he invoked it, issues around it, and is it going to be obviously used beyond Tren de Aragua?
Well, Tren de Agua, you got me here?
Yeah.
Okay, well, look, the president, through proclamation, invoked his authorities under Alien Enemies Act, and what the media is not telling you is that that's a law passed by Congress, signed by the president. So he's taking his executive privilege and invoking that Alien Enemies Act, which is the right thing. There's been numerous investigations, deep investigations. We know that Tren de Agua come to this country to unsettle this country. They're connected to the Maduro regime, to the military and law enforcement. We know that. They came to this country to commit violent crimes, to spread fentanyl, to kill 1,000 Americans, and create havoc and unsettle this nation. So the president took his authority through executive action, and we invoked the Alien Enemies Act. It's the right thing to do. TDA is an enemy of the United States, just by the mere fact of what they did when they got here. So they are a priority of this administration. The president's been clear that criminal safety threats, public safety threats, national security threats are going to be priority one, and they are priority one of priority one. So we're going to do everything we can to get every single TDA member out of this country as quick as we can to save American lives. And that's what the president did.
And as a quick follow-up, talk a little bit about the ruling where we have a federal judge who says what you're doing is seeking an injunction against turning the planes around.
Well, I found it remarkable that any district judge has the authority to overrule the president's executive orders. And what basically he wanted us to do is turn planes around in midair full of terrorists and bring them back into the United States, which is just ridiculous. And we didn't do it. Now it's under litigation. But as I've been clear, I'll let DOJ fight that out. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a cop, so we'll let the lawyers fight it out. But bottom line is we're not going to stop doing what we're doing. We're going to arrest aliens today. We're going to arrest TDA today. We're going to deport TDA today. We're going to deport criminals every single day. ICE is out there right now. I just looked at the numbers. There are about 40,000 arrested by ICE in the interior since the president took office. The vast majority of them being public safety threats and national security threats. They're not going to stop us. The district court judge isn't going to stop us from making this country safe again. We're going to keep moving forward.
Yeah. Side of history, it means you really are on the right side of history. Having said that, though, the incentives are a real issue, and I think the biggest incentive, and I'll go to you, Czar. What about birthright citizenship? I mean, you just get across the border, you get here, and then you're born here, you're a citizen. Is that something that needs to change?
Well, I'll say this is an enticement. It's a magnet for more illegal immigration. For example, under President Obama, a lot of families came across, a lot of single females came across, and Jay Johnson was the secretary at the time, and I respect Jay Johnson. Didn't agree with him all the time, but his door was always open. He heard me out, right? So despite all the hate on Trump, President Obama approved a family operation where these family groups who've been ordered removed because they lost their case. And 90% of people who claim asylum at the border will end up with order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. They're coming here for a better life, I get that. But they're not escaping fear and persecution from their home government because of the race, religion, and political affiliation. So make a fraudulent asylum claim. So we had hundreds of family units that were ordered removed by the judge. The Obama administration approved us to go look for these people and deport them. We went looking for them. 44% of these family units, the mothers already had a U.S. citizen child or was pregnant with a U.S. citizen child. Despite all the hate that's out there and people attacking this, that is a driver for illegal immigration because they say illegal aliens don't take social benefits. Well, I argue with that. I've been doing this a long time. They do. But having U.S. citizen increases the use of social services, and it's a driver of illegal immigration. Birthright citizenship. Russia and China, the two biggest countries, where they come here on a visa, visitor visa, tourist visa, and they're pregnant. And they have a U.S. citizen child while they're here. They're not here for be a tourist or a visitor. They're here to have a child and become a U.S. citizen. So I think the Supreme Court finally needs to answer that question. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but I can read. I don't think it's clear that illegal alien that has a child in this country is automatically a U.S. citizen. When they keep going back to the Wong case. The Wong was actually here under immigration control. They were here legally. They weren't citizens, but they're here legally. They were here under the control of the government. So we'll see what the Supreme Court says. I hope the Supreme Court will decide the right way. But I have the same fear as you have. But it's a driver of illegal immigration. And here's what I need people to understand. I know I've got some haters out there, and I love that. Because I'm not running a popularity contest. But when people are saying this is just innocent illegal immigration, there is no such thing. Because if you wore my shoes for 34 years, there's a whole ugly underbelly of illegal immigration. 31% of women that make their journey get sexually assaulted. Fact. While I'm talking to you right now, women are being sexually assaulted as part of their fee to cross the border. Luckily, because of President Trump and border down 96%, less of that's happening. But illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. I've done it for a long time. And it's a right way and wrong way to enter the greatest country on earth. We got millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying the fees. They're sitting in the back seat while millions of people in the Biden administration cheated the system. They can claim they're asylum seekers all they want. Okay, they're seeking asylum. But here's what you need to understand. Nearly 90% of everybody who claims asylum at our southern border end up with an order removal, which is why we need to do a massive deportation operation. Everybody says, well, what a racist thing to say. No. When you have a massive illegal alien crisis on our southern border by the millions, and we know 90% don't qualify for asylum, people on the left can say they have a right to claim asylum. They have a right to see a judge. They have a right to due process. And we made that happen. But due process doesn't mean squat if the final decision of the courts isn't carried out and executed. That's what due process is. So since 90% of millions of people came across the border to be order removed, those orders have to be executed. If they're not executed, then what the hell are we doing? Just shut down immigration court doesn't mean anything anymore. Take the Border Patrol off the border. We need to send a message to the whole world. There's a right way and wrong way to come to this country. There's a legal way to do it. If you want to be part of the greatest nation on earth, breaking our laws shouldn't be the first thing you do.
I mean, I think the biggest enticement to come is employment, and then in places like California, benefits, like taxpayer benefits. But I think birthright citizenship is also an enticement, and that was not what the 14th Amendment was ever intended to do with respect to illegally crossing the border and then giving birth here in the United States. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to overturn the Dred Scott case, which said that basically blacks could not be U.S. citizens. Dred Scott was a freed slave. He sued. The Supreme Court said he can't be considered a citizen. Lincoln rightfully attacked that ruling. Lincoln was not even going to, he said that you shouldn't comply with the ruling. You know, you hear some of these people talk, oh, they're not following court orders. Read what Lincoln said about Dred Scott. Lincoln did not submit to Dred Scott. And so when you had time for the 14th Amendment, that was written in there to nullify the Dred Scott decision. And that was specifically meant to deal with the issue of African Americans, particularly after the abolition of slavery. Now, and Tom makes a good point, because in law school we're even taught, oh, the Supreme Court's already decided anyone born here is a citizen, and I used to think that was the law until I started really looking at it. But this Wong Kim case from the 1880s or 90s, you had two Chinese nationals who legally immigrated to the United States, and then they had and then they said under those circumstances that was birthright. But that's a lot different than people coming in contrary to what the law is, where the American people have never, through their elected representatives, provided that pathway to come just across the border. So it's definitely a live issue. I think the Supreme Court will tackle it. Look, I don't know that I would be heavily optimistic that they'll rule the right way. I think it's possible, but I think it's very much a jump ball. We know how three of them will rule the opposite. They will say, you know, as long as you get across that border legally, a minute later give birth, or say that's what the Constitution somehow is supposed to be. We know that's not what is there, and it's not honestly what the text says. But it is going to be litigated. I think the president was right to do the executive order. He knew that this was going to end up in the courts, and that's fine. I mean, this is the type of an issue where a Supreme Court would end up having the ability to pass judgment on. But let's just be clear, how this has developed over the last many decades. No one at the time the 14th Amendment was ratified would have said that was appropriate. And if you had told them that's what was going to happen, the 14th Amendment as written would not have even been ratified.
Yeah, I agree. I think this idea that, and I think President Trump and his team was very smart. You know, the executive order is very specific about birthright citizenship, and they knew it was going to get into the courts, so I certainly agree with that. But they started focusing on those folks that come to the United States illegally, and whether they have or their children have a right to citizenship here, and I think that is something that certainly needs to be decided. But Tom brought it up, and the governors brought it up, this idea that you have a right to asylum, or you have a right to a student visa, right, the Columbia student who is being deported, or that you have a right to a green card. I think the left has misconstrued that for so long. You don't have a right to any of that. That is a benefit, that is a discretionary benefit that the United States government provides you. And embedded in that are restrictions and things that you need to do to adhere to that. And so this idea that you can't deport students, or this idea that you can't deny green cards or even remove people with green cards, of course you can. That's a discretionary benefit in immigration law that the United States government provides. And when you don't adhere to certain principles and certain requirements, well, guess what? You don't have a right to that. That can be withdrawn and you can be removed. So a lot of this that we've talked about here is just getting the American people to think about what they've been sort of told for so long. People have a right to certain things. Actually, if you look at the law, which Tom and others do quite often, that's actually not the case. And I think what President Trump and the team is doing this time around, we did it what I call Trump 1.0. We did it there as well, is actually looking at the law and actually adhering to the law and administrating an immigration system how it was supposed to be designed, not how it's been conceived over many decades.
Czar, give us an update on where we are on the wall.
First of all, the governor give me flashbacks. I woke up pissed off for 4 years under the Biden administration. I'm getting flashbacks. I love my job now. I worked with the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. Where are we at? In 4 weeks, we arrested more criminal aliens in the interior United States than Joe Biden did in a year, first of all. Second of all, the border numbers right now are down 96%. 96% decline in 6 weeks. We did in 6 weeks what Joe Biden refused to do in 4 years. And what we needed as a president articulated during the speech, all we needed was a new president who took border security seriously, and that's what we have in President Trump. 96% decline on border crossing. But here's the most important part, what I think is the most important part, gotaways. Under Joe Biden, we got 2.2 million people cross the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. 2.2 million people came into this country, and we got them on video, drone traffic, sensor traffic. They weren't apprehended because Border Patrol was too busy changing diapers, making baby formula, taking care of the humanitarian crisis of people coming across that border by the millions. 2.2 million people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, why they're here. Gotaways by average were 1,800 a day under Joe Biden. 1,800 people a day crossed this border and weren't apprehended because they were Border Patrol so overwhelmed. The gotaway number yesterday, 41. 41, 1,800 to 41. That means less people are entering this country than that we don't know who they are. When you have the border, and here's where I keep preaching, but the left keeps pushing back. When you have a 96% decline in illegal border crossing, when 96% less people are coming, how many women and children aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels? How many children aren't dying crossing that border? How many pounds of fentanyl is not getting into this country to kill Americans? How many people on the terrorist watch list aren't escaping this country? How many billions of dollars are the cartels not making? A secure border saves lives, and that's what President Trump has done. We were saving lives by the thousands simply because we have a secure border. We got more to do. Look, we were arrested about 3 times more than Biden did in 1 month. I already talked about that. In 1 month, we compare his month to our month, we're arresting 3 times more than Joe Biden did. That's not enough. We need to do 10 times more because he wasn't doing squat. So the media's been all over me, well, you know, are you happy with the numbers? I'm happy. I'm not satisfied. We're not going to rest. I'm not going to sleep well at night until every public safety threat, illegal aliens, is eradicated from this country. That's when we'll relax, and that's when we'll take some action. That's why I fight as hard as I fight.
Real quick, closing thoughts by all 3 of you. What do the next 3.5 years look like in solving the immigration crisis in America? 1, 2, 3 things that need to happen, should happen, or hopefully will happen.
Well, there's a term that I've been using over these last 50 days, and that word is velocity. The amount of action that the Trump administration has done in these 50 or 60 days has been unprecedented. I hope that continues for the next 3.5 years. I hope we don't slow down. I think there's so much change that can be done, not only at the border, not only about removing individuals, but also on that legal side, and really need to fix that because it is being abused, as the governor said, and so there's a lot that needs to continue to be done on border security and on immigration. So if the pace continues, we'll see if folks can keep up with it. I think there's a lot of folks that are tired, not Tom, but others, 60 days or so in, but that pace needs to continue. I think that's what the American people voted for last November. They didn't vote for 60 days of it, they voted for 4 years of it. And so I'm hopeful that that velocity that we see continues across all the fronts that we've been talking about here.
First of all, I got a hard job. You probably don't know this, but I'm 30. Look, I'm honored to be on stage with Secretary Wolf and Governor DeSantis, who's one badass governor. I love him. They both need a haircut.
We have hair.
Again, it all goes back to the job, Chad. Look, here's what I want. I said it earlier. I've seen a lot of tragedies in my lifetime who changed me. It made the man I am today. Again, I started in 1984 as a Border Patrol agent. I was a special agent. I've done numerous investigations. I've seen so much tragedy, so much deaths, so much terrible things in my life, that I fight hard today because I know every day that we secure that border, we're saving lives. Women aren't being raped. Children aren't drowning in the river. And as we remove these public safety threats like TDA, who raped and murdered young women, set a woman on fire in a subway, that's why I fight so hard. So what does the next just 2 months shy of 4 years mean for me? I will start smiling on TV when we remove every illegal alien public safety threat, every gang member, every national security threat from this country. They have no right to be here, and they need to go. If they don't want to go on their own, then we're going to hunt them down, and we're going to deport them. And I do that with no apology. That's what we're going to do. And if I accomplish that, I can retire for the third time. I got the greatest wife in the world. Best thing ever happened to me. I'm sure you're in the same spot as I am. Who's been through hell. I got death threats. You see a lot of security detail around me because I got more death threats than you can imagine. You know what? But I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going away. Bring it. Because I'm going to do my job, and President Trump's going to do his job. What I ask you to do when I leave today, here's what I want you to do. You see an ICE agent, you see a Border Patrol agent, you see a Florida State Trooper, you see a cop, walk up to them and just thank them. Because these men and women are putting it on the line every day. While you're sleeping in your bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's a Border Patrol agent standing post on a dirt trail someplace who's going to take something on. A sensor goes off. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to take it on. I know because I did that job. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless the men and women of ICE. And God bless the men and women who carry a badge and strap a gun to their hip every day to keep us all safe. That's what you need to do.
Well, I think over the next 3.5, 4 years, we've already established Florida will be leading the states in this fight. We are on board, and we understand this is a team effort. When you have a federal system where there's states and the federal government, you got to collaborate, you got to work together. In fact, we've got a proposal to augment the things Tom's talking about. I know he's reviewed it. I think they're this close to proven and letting us go out and do even more than we've already done over the first 2 months of the Trump administration. So we're looking forward to that. I'd love to be able to announce something soon. So that's just where we're going to be on all this stuff. We're going to ensure the law's enforced in Florida across the board. We're going to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect the people of the state from, yes, public safety threats, but also just making sure that our state is orderly, that we have a legal workforce, and that we're following the rule of law. So we had 4 years of frustration under the Biden administration where you could have a criminal alien and they were very lackadaisical in even taking those people off the street when you presented to them. It was just the inmates running the asylum. They were flying people in who were here, who were coming illegally. I mean, it was a total catastrophe. And so there's been remarkable progress made at the border. I knew there would be good progress, but 96% in less than 2 months is pretty spectacular. But now we need to see the best effort in American history on the interior enforcement. And I know that's what Tom is pushing for. I know there's other folks in the agency. I know that's what President Trump wants to see. And if states like Florida step up, I think we'll be able to achieve it. If states don't do more than what they're doing outside of Florida, that's going to be much more difficult. So we're going to lead the way, but some of this is leading by example. And the number of things that have happened in this country over the last 6 years in other states that started with Florida leading, showing results, and then citizens in those other states asking their representatives, hey, why aren't you doing what Florida's done? You can write a book about all those things. And so that's what we're going to keep doing.
I'll give this to you first, Czar, is we live in Florida, and we have Governor DeSantis. And when we have local officials, I don't care if it's in the judiciary or county commissioners, city mayors, it doesn't matter, not following the law, he exercises his constitutional authority and removes them. But you have other states, you know, and to your point, Governor, California, not only are they not following the law and saying they're not going to follow the law, but they're even giving more and more incentives to break the law. And I will say, on my way in, I did notice that Gavin Newsom's across the street protesting. So, but what do you do with these states and these governors like Gavin Newsom and these leaders? And you've said you'd talk about criminal prosecutions, Czar. What do we do to rein in these individuals who think that the rule of law does not apply to them?
Well, luckily, we got Pam Bondi as the Attorney General who's going to sue these jurisdictions. And I've been clear when it comes to sanctuary. They say, well, we're a welcoming community. We're a sanctuary city. And their justification is we want victims and witnesses of crime, if they're illegal aliens, victims and witnesses of crime to feel comfortable coming to law enforcement and not think they'll be turned over to ICE because we're not working with ICE. Okay, that's bullshit, first of all. Because victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy in the neighborhood either, right? So what ISIS strictly want, we want access to the jail where they chose to lock somebody up because he's a public safety threat. That's the person we want to talk to. We don't want to talk to the victim witness at all. Matter of fact, if we did talk to the victim, it might end up with a visa if they're a victim of a crime. But we want to talk to the bad guy. And I can't believe there's any elected official, whether it's a governor, a mayor, or a city council person, like what's happening down in Fort Myers area, that doesn't want public safety threats removed from their community. Their number one responsibility is protection of the community. So why would any elected official not want public safety threats removed from their community? But that's what ICE is doing. As far as sanctuary states, sanctuary cities, you're not going to stop us. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing. We'll double the manforce there. But here's the issue. Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community and more collateral arrests. Now, the media's all over right now. Well, a big part of these criminal arrests are actually non-criminals. Yes, they are. Where do these collateral arrests happen? Sanctuary cities. Why? Because you forced us in the community to find a bad guy. So when we find the bad guy, he's probably with others. Others that are in the country illegally, but maybe not a criminal alien. They're coming too. We're going to force immigration law. Unlike the last administration under Mayorkas and Biden, they told ICE agents, immigration officers, you cannot arrest an illegal alien for simply being here illegally. Here's the executive branch rewriting statute. They told ICE officers you can't enforce the law. Unless they convicted of a serious crime, you can't arrest them. Well, that garbage is over with. If you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. Now, we're going to prioritize public safety threats first, and that's what we're doing. But it's not okay to be in this country illegally. It's against the law. It's not okay to cross the border illegally. It's a crime. And we'll deal with it in prioritized fashion, which is exactly what we're doing. But here, the sanctuary's here. Here's the problem. We just want access to get bad guy in jail. One agent can apprehend a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail, where everybody's safe. The officer's safe, the community's safe, and the alien's safe. But when you force us in the community, it puts officers at great risk. Now they have to arrest a criminal alien on his turf who has access to who knows what weapons. It puts the community at risk of further crime. Releasing a public safety threat back in the public is just dumb. Give us the guy in the jail. And I would say any elected politician, you go to the immigrant community, because look, the immigrant community, even those who are here illegally, despite them being here illegally, the vast majority are family people. They want to raise a family, and they're God-fearing people, and they don't want pedophiles in their neighborhood either. They don't want someone arrested for DUI 10 times in their neighborhood either. Go to an immigrant community and ask them one question. Would you rather have ICE in the jail or your community? What do you think they're going to say? The jail. Because they don't want public safety threats running around their community either. And where do most TDA and MS-13, who do they victimize? The immigrant community. So I'm sick of the sanctuary city politicians saying we're protecting the immigrant community. No, you're not. When you release that public safety threat, you're putting the immigrant community at greater risk of crime. You're putting the victim and witness that you're saying you're protecting at greater risk of retribution. Let ICE agents in a taxpayer-funded jail to take the bad guy, not only out of the community, but out of the country, and make this country safer. Every criminal alien that we remove from this country makes this country safer. Every single one of them. We're going to do it one at a time, and we're going to make this country safer at the end of this 4 years. Guaranteed you.
I think I want to just underscore something Tom said. Yes, obviously, if you have Venezuelan gang members, that's going to be a priority for law enforcement, and it should be. But that doesn't mean that people who are here illegally or are not part of this gang or have not been convicted of a crime, that somehow that means you're fine. Like, oh yeah, nothing wrong. But you do hear this rhetoric where you have law enforcement say, oh, well, if you come illegally and you commit crimes, then we're going to go after you, but not somehow short of that. If that's the case, you have 20 million people here illegally. I don't know what the number is, but I would guarantee you the overwhelming percentage of those people have not been convicted of separate crimes since they've come. So if you say the only trigger for being deported is being convicted of a separate felony in the United States, then you are basically saying we have a de facto open border. If you don't have interior enforcement, you do not have control of your country. And so one of the reasons why we wanted to do, we do highway patrol, all these other guys, is because they have interactions with people who are here illegally who have not been convicted of a separate crime. And oh, by the way, in the special session, we made it a crime to enter Florida illegally, and we created an enhanced felony if you're in Florida after previously being deported. That's a state level, that we can hold you accountable. So it's not true to say you haven't committed a crime if you cross the border illegally. But there needs to be routine interior enforcement, and you cannot say that people who are here illegally are scot-free up and until the time they actually commit a separate criminal offense. I want to get them out before they commit an offense against someone. Why would we want more victims to be able to do? So there's a priority, there's limited resources, and you have to apply that intelligently. But we cannot have like this rhetoric, and you hear it a lot on Republicans will say that, okay, yeah, we're only interested in people who have committed these serious crimes once they've come here, and we're somehow not interested just because you came in illegally. That's not the state of Florida's policy. We're holding you accountable if you've entered the state of Florida illegally, as you should be held accountable for.
And if I can let me foot stomp for you a sec, because the governor is exactly right. If the message you want to send to the whole world is, enter this country illegally, which is a crime, just don't commit another crime, you're good to go. You're never going to solve the border crisis. You're never going to fix it. That's why we have to do what President Trump is doing. Congress can fix the system if they want. I don't have a lot of faith they're going to. But we need to send a message to the whole world. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. And let me tell you why. Under Joe Biden, on an average day under Joe Biden, 70%, 70% of Border Patrol agents are pulled off the line to take care of this humanitarian crisis, right? 11,000 a day. And they were actually changing diapers, making sandwiches, making baby formula, taking people to hospitals, dealing with this humanitarian crisis. When you take 70% of agents off the line, in some sectors in the last couple of years, they pulled every single uniform off patrol because they have overcrowding. And the only thing the Biden administration was concerned about, we can't have overcrowding because the cameras catch that. We can't claim the border secure. We got overcrowding in these facilities. So their number one priority was process quickly, release quickly, because there's no overcrowding, there's nothing to see. But when you overwhelm the border towards 70 to 100% of agents pulled off the line, what happened? Enough fentanyl came across the border to kill 250,000 people. Sex trafficking was up 600%. The death of aliens crossing the border were at a record high. 4,000 people died crossing the border. Basically because the Border Patrol wasn't there to pull them out of the river or save them in the desert. Record number of Americans died, a record number of illegal aliens died, sex trafficking up 600%. No one suspected terrorists, over 400 people on the terrorist watch list in 4 years on the southern border. President Trump had 14 in 4 years. So for those that want to say it's just simple illegal immigration, innocent, no, it's not. Because when you overwhelm the system, all these other bad things happen. So securing the border, which we're doing right now at record levels, you're going to see fentanyl deaths decrease, sex trafficking would decrease, deaths of illegal aliens would decrease, the cartels are going to go bankrupt. This is the right thing to do. Secure borders saves lives, and no one can prove anything different. The data speaks for itself. A secure border saves American lives, it saves aliens' lives. That's a fact.
Before we take to the audience questions, what you're talking about, though, you, Governor, said that the Congress is feckless. You said you don't have confidence because this is my thought is I remember when the Biden administration took over and I said to my wife, I can't believe it was like 9 months they'd been in charge and how in 9 months you could take this great country and it was just changing rapidly in a negative way. Open borders, lawlessness, no following of the rule of law. It was just like, how could it happen in 9 months? The same is true, regardless of how successful you guys are, you're gone and there's another change in administration. Can it change again in 9 months without there being permanent legislation passed by Congress, and yet they're feckless? I mean,
well, let's not forget, under Trump 1, Trump 45, he had the House and Senate. They didn't help him. And I'm not just talking about Democrats. There's not Republicans on Hill. They need to lead too.
Yeah.
So bottom line is now we have both again. And as Governor DeSantis said, we're not getting what we need. So they didn't learn a lesson from the first administration. I was hoping and praying to learn the lesson. Let's hope they come through. But you're exactly right. He had the House and Senate, Trump 45. He's got the House and Senate 47. What have they done? Nothing. So hopefully they wake up, or some Republican senators in Congress need to leave too. We need to vote them out because they're not doing the right thing.
Well, so much of the modern Congress is just performative. It's just political theater. It's not substantive. They're not engaged in the business of accomplishment. It's all about putting on a show to be able to get returned to office and stay there for as long as possible. It's one of the reasons why I think we need term limits for members of Congress, which I think would be really good. But it just needs to be, because it's just like, you turn on cable news and you got these guys jabbing. It's like, what have you done, okay? I know you like to jab. I know you like to talk. What have you actually done? You've been in now so President Trump's only been in for 60 days, a little bit more than that. Congress was in almost, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before that. So since January 3rd, what have they done? How many weeks have they had off for fundraising and junkets and all this other stuff? And why aren't they really attuned to what needs to be done to deliver support for the president's agenda, but just as importantly, solidifying these changes so that it is actually in law. And don't say it can't be done. Biden, they only had 50 senators when he came in. They had a very narrow majority in the House. Did that stop them from doing all this stuff? They did a lot of bad legislation, but they did it. They got it done. You look in the 90s, Republicans or Congress, I mean, when Clinton was president, they passed very tough immigration laws back then. It's popular. And so I don't even see an effort really to push this forward. And the thing is when you have a new president come in, you have a certain period of time where you have a lot of momentum, right? Just political physics, naturally, the momentum for the first 100 days is going to be greater than the momentum 2 years later. That's just the way politics works. And what I just see is I don't see them really in Congress working to seize the moment. And to understand that this is different, that we actually have a chance to really make serious changes. I see the president doing things that are really, really transformative, but I don't see the same energy from Congress. And so the answer is almost anything the president is currently doing could be undone. Now, these guys build the border wall. That's hard to undo because you have to tear. That's one of the reasons why I support it. It's easy to stop building it. When Biden came in, he stopped all the construction. They left the fence there. He tried to sell the fence, right before he left office, and that was stopped, thankfully. But stuff that's done by executive can be done. And, just the flip side is like Biden passed things through the Senate with the so-called reconciliation with 50 votes, Inflation Reduction Act, all these things, trillions of dollars of waste. The Congress now, we have 53 Republicans. We could repeal all of Biden's spending policies in the upcoming reconciliation, and yet they're not even proposing to do all that. So, look, it's just, it is what it is. And so, we just got to hope that these guys on the administrative side are able to get as much done as possible. And maybe that creates enough momentum where no one in the future would want to reel it in. And I do think the Democrats privately admit that Biden's open border was one of the key factors in them losing the White House because it was just so outrageous and indefensible that a lot of voters who may have voted Democrat in the past, were really disenchanted by that. But you got to get this stuff into law. And it's not always easy. Washington's tough. but I don't even see an attempt to do it, and I think that should frustrate all of us.
I agree. I say to my wife that if the only two things that happen in the Trump administration, notwithstanding all the great work you guys are doing, are term limits and a balanced budget amendment, the country's saved for another 200 years. And it's really what we have.
Well, Florida has done this.
Yeah.
So we at the legislature under Article 5 has done term limits, and we need enough states to do it. We've also done a balanced budget amendment. We now have, I think, 28 or 29 states nationwide. If you get 34, that triggers to where this amendment would be debated and potentially sent to the states for ratification. I'm actually going to be traveling around to some other states where they're going to think about voting on it and urge the legislatures to do it. Because, you know, the reality is if we'd had a balanced budget amendment in place 25 years ago, the country wouldn't be $36 trillion in debt. That's just a fact. If you look at Florida, we have a balanced budget requirement. And what have we done? Since I've been governor, we've paid off the state over 180 years, the debt that Florida racked up. We've paid off 41% of it just in the last 6 years. So we have the lowest debt per capita of any state in the country, you know, that has state debt. And so it can be done. And I understand it's more difficult in Washington because of everything, but left to their own devices, this is another kind of thing. Even if they get a balanced budget this year, which they're not going to do, but even if they did, future Congresses can unravel that. They say they'll do these spending deals where they'll promise to cut spending 10 years from now. So even if that was something that made fiscal sense, there's no way to enforce that. New Congresses get in. So I agree with what Richard's saying. You got to have structural reform to change the behavior of that institution, because it's a failed institution at this point, and they're not just going to voluntarily turn it around.
How you doing? A couple, I'm on my way to a meeting.
Since you came back into the White House, do you use Signal or any other encrypted apps to communicate with administration officials?
I got no comment on that.
Sir, are you concerned that the English language social media posts pushing immigrants to use the CBP Home app aren't reaching a predominantly Spanish language speaking population?
Working on that right now.
What do you mean you're working on it?
You're going to see more Spanish language notices going out.
At the rate you're going, what do you think your deportation target number is going to be for the year?
I have no idea. It depends what kind of money we have. We need Congress to fund this mandate for the American people, because with more money, we can do more. We need to buy more beds. We need more airplane flights. We need more officers on the ground. We need more contracts with companies that are going to do a lot of work that doesn't require a badge and gun. So the more money we have from Congress, the more successful we'll be on the ground.
What's your estimate on how many people have been self-deported so far?
Actually, we hopefully we'll have that number by Friday. We asked for that number yesterday. I'm waiting on it. I entirely looked at the numbers this morning. As far as interior arrests, we're at about 44,000, just shy of 44,000 arrests in the interior, which are by far more than the Biden administration did in the interior. And let me address one thing. I keep reading this. We're deporting less people than Joe Biden. Let's remember, Joe Biden was counting Border Patrol removals on the border, where millions of people are coming across. You can't compare our removal numbers to them. First of all, he was fudging numbers, adding border removals to ICE removals. And second of all, you got millions of people crossing the border, and Border Patrol were bouncing some of them back. We secure the border. We're down border crossing 96%, so we don't have millions of people coming across the border. To compare our removal numbers to his is just ridiculous. We could remove 100% of our people, and he could remove 10% of his people. The number's still going to be higher because we're talking about millions of people coming across. The question that people should be asking, how many did the Trump administration release compared to the Biden administration? We're at about 0, and they're at millions. So that's the difference. And so I'm reading the story about deportation numbers are lower than Biden's. It's fake news. It's not comparing apples to apples. Compare the interior enforcement arrests, interior enforcement removals to the last administration. There we see the real difference.
Do you expect IRS to begin sharing data on potential, undocumented migrants in this country?
Well, I'll tell you this: illegal aliens use American Social Security numbers. Together with identity theft, we're looking to protect Social Security. We're looking out to protect United States citizens' identity and their benefits with Social Security. I've done this for a long time. Illegal aliens many times use Social Security numbers, U.S. citizens. It causes a lot of problems. Just identity theft. Even my own family. one of my closest relatives had his ID stolen, his Social Security number stolen. So we're going to look out for the American people. We're going to protect Social Security.
But do you expect them to share? Do you expect
I hope
IRS
so.
to share?
I hope so. I think again, to protect American citizens, their Social Security benefits, protect their identity from being stolen. That's one way we can do it.
What would you say to families of some of the individuals deported who say that they do not have affiliations to gangs, to TDA? Are you going to provide more details about?
Look, I'm not aware. I didn't drill into every one on that plane. We left it up to ICE. The highest officials at ICE have said that they are confident that every one of the events and women on those planes remember TDA. And everybody's, how do you know? Look, a lot of this stuff is law enforcement sensitive. I'm not going to share a lot of this stuff with you because we certainly don't want to show how we do our inside work, because that's going to just help the criminals out there once they read it. But I can tell you hundreds and hundreds of hours were spent on investigations, whether it's looking at their criminal history, whether it's looking at immigration history, whether looking at undercover videos, whether it's talking to informants, whether it's talking to other members of the gang who gave sworn statements. There's a lot of ways that this was done. A lot of time was spent doing this. Again, and I got assurances from the highest levels of ICE that this was done right, and everybody in that plane, Venezuelans, were TDAs. And I got to remember, first of all, let's remember one thing. First of all, everyone on that plane was illegal alien, in the country illegally. Number two, many in that plane were removed through Title VIII. They already had to remove from an immigration judge. And again, we're talking about terrorists. TDA and MS-13 was on the plane. They've been designated terrorist organizations. These are not good people. So I trust the men and women at ICE that they did the right thing, and I stand by it.
How much focus right now is the administration putting on those who have committed crimes versus those who have not committed crimes, or immigrants in the United States?
I didn't hear that question.
How much focus is the administration putting on those who have committed crimes versus those who have not committed crimes?
Well, the prioritization is those who are public safety threats and national security threats. And let me share it with you, because we just did an operation in Boston, 370 apprehensions. Most of them were criminals, but many were collaterals. Majority were criminals. How come the collaterals? I've said this 1,000 times. Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want: more agents in the community and more collateral arrests. Why? Because if we can't get access to the bad guy in the county jail, if they're going to choose to release him in the public, which is just releasing a public safety threat in the public, it's just dumb to begin with, because it puts the public safety at risk, right? But when you release that public safety threat back in the public, that means we got to go find him. When we find him, most likely he's with others. And if they're in the country illegally, they're coming too. Because we're not going to tell ICE to ignore the oath that you took to enforce immigration law and walk away from illegal alien like the last administration does. So if you want to force us into communities, fine, we'll go. But collateral arrests will increase because we're going to run into illegal aliens while we're in course of looking for those targets. So again, you want to decrease the collateral arrests, you want to decrease the non-criminals, and let us in the damn jail.
You said many are collateral. Can you put a number to that, a percentage?
I don't have the number. I can tell you the majority were criminals, had criminal histories. And we got to remember, we arrested, I think there were 4 people, convictions for murder, homicide. We arrested child sex predators. We arrested drug traffickers and gun traffickers. We seized guns. We seized drugs. That's the great thing about President Trump, this all the government approach. It's a game changer. Because when we do these operations, we find an illegal alien with narcotics. DEA's right there to prosecute the case. We find the guns, ATF's right there to prosecute the gun cases. And of course, ICE will continue to prosecute re-entries after removal. So we get a lot of prosecutions out of these operations. Again, the reason why we focus on sanctuary cities is because they're the most dangerous places, because they release public safety threats back into the public. We're a cooperating jurisdiction. We don't have that much of a concern or that big a target of criminal aliens walking the streets. President Trump has made a commitment to American people. We're going to decrease illegal alien crime in the city. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. The data proves what we're doing. We're going to keep President Trump's promise to American people. He was given the mandate to do this. Number one issue, secure the border and deal with illegal alien crime in this country, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Tom, what's your reaction?
How you doing? A couple, I'm on my way to a meeting.
Tom, since you came back into the White House, do you use Signal or any other encrypted apps to communicate with administration officials?
I got no comment on that.
Sir, are you concerned that the English language social media posts pushing immigrants to use the CBP Home app aren't reaching a predominantly Spanish language speaking population?
Working on that right now.
What do you mean you're working on it?
You're going to see more Spanish language notices going out.
At the rate you're going, what do you think you're...
We can do it.
What would you say to families of some of the individuals deported who say that they do not have affiliations to gangs, to TDA? Are you going to provide more details about?
Look, I'm not aware. I didn't drill into every one on that plane. We left it up to ICE. The highest officials at ICE have said that they are confident that every one of the events and women on those planes remember TDA. And everybody's, how do you know? Look, a lot of this stuff is law enforcement sensitive. I'm not going to share a lot of this stuff with you because we certainly don't want to show how we do our inside work, because that's going to just help the criminals out there once they read it. But I can tell you hundreds and hundreds of hours were spent on investigations, whether it's looking at their criminal history, whether it's looking at immigration history, whether looking at undercover videos, whether it's talking to informants, whether it's talking to other members of the gang who gave sworn statements. There's a lot of ways that this was done. A lot of time was spent doing this. Again, and I got assurances from the highest levels of ICE that this was done right, and everybody in that plane, Venezuelans were TDAs. And I got to remember, first of all, let's remember one thing. First of all, everyone on that plane was an illegal alien, in the country illegally. Number two, many in that plane were removed with Title VIII. They already had to remove from an immigration judge. And again, we're talking about terrorists. TDA and MS-13 was on the plane. They've been designated terrorist organizations. These are not good people. So I trust the men and women at ICE that they did the right thing, and I stand by it.
How much focus right now is the administration putting on those who have committed crimes versus those who have not committed crimes, or immigrants in the country?
I didn't hear that question.
How much focus is the administration putting on those who have committed crimes versus those who have not committed crimes?
Well, the prioritization is those who are public safety threats and national security threats. And let me share it with you, because we just did an operation in Boston, 370 apprehensions. Most of them were criminals, but many were collaterals. Majority were criminals. How come the collaterals? I've said this 1,000 times. Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want: more agents in the community and more collateral arrests. Why? Because if we can't get access to the bad guy in the county jail, if they're going to choose to release him in the public, which is just releasing a public safety threat in the public, it's just dumb to begin with, because it puts the public safety at risk, right? But when you release that public safety threat back in the public, that means we got to go find him. When we find him, most likely he's with others. And if they're in the country illegally, they're coming too. Because we're not going to tell ICE to ignore the oath that you took to enforce immigration law and walk away from illegal alien, like the last administration does. So if you want to force us into communities, fine, we'll go. But collateral arrests will increase, because we're going to run into illegal aliens while we're in course of looking for those targets. So again, you want to decrease the collateral arrests, you want to decrease the non-criminals, and let us in the damn jail.
You said many are collateral. Can you put a number to that, a percentage?
I don't have the number. I can tell you the majority were criminals, had criminal histories. And we got to remember, we arrested, I think there were 4 people, convictions for murder, homicide. We arrested child sex predators. We arrested drug traffickers and gun traffickers. We seized guns. We seized drugs. That's the great thing about President Trump, this all the government approach. It's a game changer, because when we do these operations, we find an illegal alien with narcotics. DEA's right there to prosecute the case. We find the guns, ATF's right there to prosecute the gun cases. And of course, ICE will continue to prosecute re-entries after removal. So we get a lot of prosecutions out of these operations. Again, the reason why we focus on sanctuary cities is because they're the most dangerous places, because they release public safety threats back into the public. We're a cooperating jurisdiction. We don't have that much of a concern or that big a target of criminal aliens walking the streets. President Trump has made a commitment to American people. We're going to decrease illegal alien crime in the city. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. The data proves what we're doing. We're going to keep President Trump's promise to American people. He was given the mandate to do this. Number one issue: secure the border and deal with illegal alien crime in this country, and that's exactly what we're doing.
What do you think your deportation target number is going to be for the year?
I have no idea. It depends what kind of money we have. We need Congress to fund this mandate for the American people, because with more money we can do more. We need to buy more beds, we need more airplane flights, we need more officers on the ground, we need more contracts with companies that can do a lot of work that doesn't require a badge and gun. So the more money we have from Congress, the more successful we'll be on the ground.
What's your estimate on how many people have been self-deported so far?
Actually, hopefully we'll have that number by Friday. We asked for that number yesterday. I'm waiting on it. I entirely looked at the numbers this morning. As far as interior arrests, we're at about 44,000, just shy of 44,000 arrests in the interior, which are by far more than the Biden administration did in the interior. And let me address one thing. I keep reading this. We're deporting less people than Joe Biden. Let's remember, Joe Biden was counting Border Patrol removals on the border, where millions of people are coming across. You can't compare our removal numbers to them. First of all, he was fudging numbers, adding border removals to ICE removals. And second of all, you got millions of people crossing the border, and Border Patrol were bouncing some of them back. We secured the border. We're down border crossing 96%, so we don't have millions of people coming across the border. To compare our removal numbers to his is just ridiculous. We could remove 100% of our people, and he can remove 10% of his people. The number's still going to be higher because we're talking about millions of people coming across. The question that people should be asking, how many did the Trump administration release compared to Biden administration? We're at about 0, and they're at millions. So that's the difference. And so I'm reading the story about deportation numbers are lower than Biden's. It's fake news. It's not comparing apples to apples. Compare the interior enforcement arrests, interior enforcement removals to the last administration. There we see the real difference.
Do you expect IRS to begin sharing data on potential undocumented migrants in this country?
Well, I'll tell you this, illegal aliens use American Social Security numbers. Together with identity theft, we're looking to protect Social Security. We're looking out to protect United States citizens' identity and their benefits from Social Security. I've done this for a long time. Illegal aliens many times use Social Security numbers, U.S. citizens, and it causes a lot of problems. Just identity theft. Even my own family. One of my closest relatives had his ID stolen, his Social Security number stolen. So we're going to look out for the American people. We're going to protect Social Security.
But do you expect them to share? Do you expect IRS to share?
I hope so. I think again, to protect American citizens, their Social Security benefits, protect their identity from being stolen. That's one way we can do it. When we're going to do something?
Yeah, come to the microphone, please, sir. Step right up there. We go. Thank you.
Mr. Homan.
Roosevelt Hotel is not. It's on the table. Leave it there. I'm certainly not going to forecast when we're going to do an operation on McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Homan. You're the immigration expert here. The president is now floating this idea of sending American prisoners to a prison in El Salvador. Do you believe that would be legal?
You know, someone mentioned that to me this morning. I haven't yet talked to the president. I just got back in town yesterday, so I haven't had that conversation, what that conversation was about, where it come from. So I'm not going to comment on that until I speak to the president directly.
But do you know off the top of your head if that's legal? Or what would you have obviously worked in immigration under President Obama, now under President Trump. Do you believe that it would be legal to send American prisoners?
I don't know. Again, I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I said, well, I mentioned this morning. I don't know the context of the question was. I don't know the context of what response or what he meant by response. I'd be opining on something I really don't have the information on. I'll get briefed on it and I'll respond to you later about it, but I'm just unfamiliar with it.
Mr. Homan, does the administration expect that those migrants that have been sent to that prison in El Salvador will remain there?
You mean the terrorists that were removed?
Will they remain in that prison in El Salvador for the rest of their lives?
This administration will obey court orders, unlike the last administration. But if you ask me if I'm in favor of returning terrorists to the United States that are gang members that have murdered and raped young women in this country, no, I'm not in favor of that at all.
Mr. Homan,
increased border apprehensions by 95% since last March. Can you describe maybe some of the success behind these numbers?
Because I worked for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. Trump 45 is successful, unprecedented. And we're even doing better this time. President Trump, I give him all the credit because he put executive actions in place day one. He re-implemented the policies that we proved were effective. Right now, as we speak today, because of President Trump, the men and women of ICE and the men and women of the Border Patrol who stand on that line every day, today we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. No one can argue. The data's clear on that. I started in 1984. I've never seen the numbers this low. So again, the most secure border in the history of this nation, President Trump was able to do that in a matter of weeks, something that Biden administration didn't do in 4 years. Either wouldn't or couldn't, but we proved it didn't need legislation, didn't need all this other stuff that the last administration talked about. We needed a strong president who took America first and cared about American safety and securing that border. Securing the border at this level means we have a lot stronger national security because of the border.
Mr. Homan, there are laws on the books that make it a criminal offense to shield or harbor illegal immigrants, like the sanctuary state city leaders have been doing. Do you think they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and possibly put in prison?
Absolutely. And hold tight on that one. Because it's coming. It's coming. I've been clear on that since day one. The sanctuary city can sit by and watch their communities get ravaged by illegal aliens. They can watch young women get raped and murdered. Trump administration is not going to stand for that. So look, They can stand by and watch. And the Trump administration will secure their communities. The Trump administration will drive down illegal and crime in this country. If they don't do it, we'll do it for them. But they can't. They can sit aside and watch, but they can't cross that line. When they cross the line of harboring concealment, that's a felony. And we got Pam Bondi now who won't hesitate to take action. They can't impede in our enforcement efforts to make this country safe again. That's a felony. So President Trump's got his cabinet in place now. We got a strong AG. We got a strong Secretary of Homeland Security. We got a great group here. We got Steve Miller, one of the most brilliant men I ever worked with when it comes to border security and interior enforcement. You're going to see a lot of things happen next few months that people should expect. Many don't, but watch what comes in their future.
Mr. Homan, you got Democrats that are headed down to El Salvador. What's your message to them?
We're not going to change anything. We remove terrorists from this country. They're where they should be, and they want to knock it up. What y'all be doing, y'all be in sanctuary cities in this country, taking action against the Maryland father, the Maryland illegal alien, not a father. Maryland illegal alien was arrested in the country illegally, arrested for murder, and released to the public, and it took ICE to go find them. If the Democrats will spend some time in Boston, and in Los Angeles, and Portland, and Maryland, and go to these sanctuary cities, I don't care what party you're affiliated with, Republican, Democrat, Independent, we all should want secure communities. We all should want public safety to be number one on their agenda. I can't believe there's any Democrat politician who does not want public safety threats out of the community. Their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. But they'd rather go to El Salvador than fix the problem we just talked about in Maryland, fix the problem of Boston, fix the problem that just happened in Washington State. 2 illegal aliens tortured a woman, left her for dead by drilling on her to give her her money, access to ATM stuff. But they're going to go to El Salvador. Makes zero sense, and that just shows how out of touch of reality the Democratic Party is.
Mr. Homan, the deadline for Real ID is coming up next month.
You got Democrats that are headed down to El Salvador. What's your message to them?
We're not going to change anything. We remove terrorists from this country. They're where they should be, and they want to knock it up. What y'all be doing, y'all be in sanctuary cities in this country, taking action against the Maryland father, the Maryland illegal alien, not a father. Maryland illegal alien was arrested in the country illegally, arrested for murder, and released to the public, and it took ICE to go find them. If the Democrats will spend some time in Boston, and in Los Angeles, and Portland, and Maryland, and go to these sanctuary cities, I don't care what party you're affiliated with, Republican, Democrat, Independent, we all should want secure communities. We all should want public safety to be number one on their agenda. I can't believe there's any Democrat politician who does not want public safety threats out of the community. Their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. But they'd rather go to El Salvador than fix the problem we just talked about in Maryland, fix the problem of Boston, fix the problem that just happened in Washington State. 2 illegal aliens tortured a woman, left her for dead by drilling on her to give her her money, access to ATM stuff. But they're going to go to El Salvador. Makes zero sense, and that just shows how out of touch of reality the Democratic Party is.
Mr. Homan, the deadline.
With News Nation, can you give us an update on the crackdown in New York City of Trend Day-Aragua members?
That's a classic example how collaboration between ICE and state and local law enforcement, the success of the collaboration. 27 Trend Day-Aragua people were indicted. I believe 6 are still outstanding. We're looking for them. But we send a strong message to Trend Day-Aragua. We're going to keep doing this to every TDA member, MS-13 members removed from the country. That was the first time we used RICO. The underlying offenses were sex trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, murder for hire. We seized a lot of weapons, and we rescued some victims of sex trafficking. It was specifically important to me about New York is Mayor Adams, who's getting beat up by the left for cooperating with us. Look what transpired. Look at the lives we saved in New York City, right? At the same time, you got the city council filing a lawsuit to shut down our memorandum of understanding, the executive order he signed to get us in Rikers Island. We proved yesterday what collaboration can do for the safety and security of New York. But now the city council wants to lock us out of Rikers Island where TDA and MS-13 are housed, so we can get custody of them before they hit the streets of New York. It's just ridiculous. And of course, no city council members at the press conference yesterday. They don't want to hear the truth. This is about open borders. This is about sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are for criminals. And I salute Mayor Adams for, writing that executive order to get us into Rikers Island. I think we'll win that case. I hope the judge who's going to hear that case saw the press conference yesterday and see the results of collaboration. Cops should be working with the cop. I never asked New York City NYPD to be an immigration officer. Ask them to help us be cops working with cops to remove public safety threats and national security threats and terrorists from the streets of New York and from Rikers Island when they're done with their sentences. That's exactly what we proved yesterday.
Mr. Homan, are you tracking any case? What is your response to the judge accusing the administration of bad faith and willful noncompliance?
Bad faith. We removed an MS-13 gang member, public safety threat, wife beater, designated terrorist from the United States. He's home. He's a citizen of El Salvador, a native El Salvador, who had due process, despite what you're hearing, been ordered removed by 2 separate immigration judges. The best that could happen for him, if he actually gave back to the United States, he would be detained and removed again, because he has an order of deportation. And what people don't talk about, the withholding order they keep saying was the mistake or oversight, was issued years ago under different circumstances. The gang he was afraid would attack him no longer exists. The country of El Salvador is a much safer country because of the actions of President Bukele. I don't think any court can order another nation, a sovereign nation, to take a citizen and national from their country in their custody and give them back to the U.S. Again, I'm not an attorney. I'll let DOJ argue this in court. But I think we removed the public safety threat, gang member, designated terrorists from the United States who have been ordered deported twice by a federal judge. I think I got plenty of due process. He got more due process than Laken Riley got.
The administration, or the Supreme Court rather, says the administration must facilitate his return.
Okay.
Will the administration facilitate his return?
I'm not. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the State Department. I think I stand by. We did the right thing for the safety and security of this country. We removed the terrorists. Just like the 2 plane loads that all of a sudden everybody's saying we violated a court order. These are 2 plane loads of terrorists that were international waters. Again, I'm not litigating the case. I'm not an attorney. I'll let DOJ handle it. But again, I think we're keeping President Trump's promise to American people who voted him into office on #1 issue, secure the border, and remove public safety threats and national security threats. That's what we keep doing. I find it incredible that there's all this push for more and more due process, more process for these designated terrorists, when in fact no one asked for due process when they crossed the border. No one asked for vetting when they crossed the border. Where was all the media? Where were a lot of you all folks when 10.5 million people came to the border and you're silent? Where were a lot of these folks when they had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children? Where was everybody when we had 250,000 Americans dying from fentanyl that come to that open border? Where was all the anger then? Where was all the press then? But now, they enter the country legally against legal process, and now they demand legal process. It's just ridiculous how this has come full circle. And I think President Trump's doing the right thing. This country's much safer today. I looked at the numbers today. We're about 68,000 illegal aliens arrested in the interior United States, a hell of a lot more than Biden administration ever thought of doing. And a vast majority of them being criminal alien threats. This country's a lot safer. New York City's a lot safer today because of the operations we did up there. Arresting public safety threats and national security threats. Every time we arrest one of these people, remove them, the country gets that much safer. President Trump secured the border in a matter of 7 weeks. Today, as I'm talking to you, we had the most secure border in the history of this nation. Data proves it. He did in 7 weeks what the Biden administration couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. This president is keeping his promise to American people. I'm happy. I walk in here every day working for the greatest president of my lifetime because I spent over 40 years doing immigration enforcement and border security. We've never been where we're at right now. The most secure border in the history of this nation right now. Lives are being saved every day. Migrant lives under Joe Biden. Over 4,000 illegal aliens died making this journey to the United States. How is that humane? That's an historic record. And again, 250,000 Americans died from fentanyl. How is that humane? They want to say our administration is inhumane. We're not giving due process. We're saving lives by the thousands every day. The wall. Everybody's screaming and yelling about the wall going up. Every place we built a border barrier, illegal immigration went down. Illegal drug flow went down. But you know what no one talks about? The wall saves lives. Women and children can't get over that wall. So that means they're going to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women, the border patrol, who's going to deal with those health issues in a humanitarian crisis. Walls save lives. Just secure borders saves lives. President Trump's saving thousands of lives every day by securing that border. And we're going to continue, despite what the district court says. Maybe we got to hold off on some of the deportation operations we're doing, but that's not going to stop us from seeking these people out, arresting them, and taking them off the streets of the United States while we wait for the courts to decide, about the Alien Enemies Act, these other things. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to arrest these public safety threats every single day, 24/7 across this country. That will not stop.
Sir, can you tell us how many people have used CBP home to self-deport?
I don't have that number right now, but I'll be back.
This is a question for Mr. Homan. Late last week, there were 3 U.S. citizen children who were removed with their mothers who were in the United States illegally. There have been a federal judge in Louisiana who was appointed by President Trump said that he was concerned that there was, quote, no meaningful process. Are you concerned that due process, at least for the U.S. citizen children, is being flouted and that the speed at which the enforcement is being done could lead to errors, as was the case in the Kilmar-Abreu-Garcia case? And then also, if you could give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration and whether you're pleased with them.
First of all, I don't accept the term error in Abreu-Garcia. There was an oversight. There was a withholding order. But things have changed. The facts around the withholding order has changed. He is now a terrorist, which means the withholding order set aside. And the gang he was fearing from being removed out of El Salvador no longer exists. So the facts around that case are totally different. I'll let the lawyers litigate that. But as far as the 3 USC kids, I'd said from day one that if you enter this country legally, it's a crime. If you remain in this country legally and you ignore a judge's order about deporting, if you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision. Parenting 101. The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if we didn't do it, the story today would be Trump administration separating families again. No, we're keeping families together. So when a parent says, I want my 2-year-old baby to go with me, we made that happen. They weren't deported. We don't deport U.S. citizens. The parents made that decision, not the United States government. But I don't hear any questions about Laken Riley had a mother. She's never going to see her child again. Rachel Morin, she had 5 children. Those children are never going to see their mom again. This administration is doing the right thing. Every public safety threat we arrest from this country and remove them, this country is much safer. So parents will make a decision what happens to their child. Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune from our laws. If that's the message we send the entire world, enter the country legally. It's a crime. Don't worry about it. Get order removed by an immigration judge. Don't worry about it. No one's looking for you. And have a U.S. citizen child, and you're immune from our laws, you're never going to fix the border. People will keep putting themselves in harm's way. More women would die. More children would die crossing this border. We got to secure a border by enforcing laws. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws under statute enacted by Congress, and it's the right thing to do.
Can you give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration?
Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. My question is for Tom Reagan-Reese with the Daily Caller. Over the weekend, ICE arrested 2 illegal immigrants for allegedly stealing Secretary Noem's purse over the weekend. What can you tell us about these individuals' immigration history as well as their criminal history?
I don't have the criminal history, but I know the one that stole the purse is supposedly in the country legally. But, pick the wrong person to steal first from. I mean, Secretary Noem's a strong secretary. I know I've been talking about the success of men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, but under her strong leadership, she's a game changer. So I'm happy to work with her, despite the media I've read that me and Kristi Noem have differences. Me and Kristi Noem are attached at the hip. There's no daylight between us. We're both going to push the president's agenda. She's a strong secretary, and I'm glad she's in here. And I'm glad, but again, that illegal alien, pick the wrong person, steal first from. I'm telling you.
Thanks for being here today, Rogan.
If I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, look, we just arrested a judge, Pam Bondi, for impeding ICE enforcement removals. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their communities safe, because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. But ICE from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. And as far as releasing so many people, you know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and rather than put them into an ice bed? Why not put them in an empty ice bed at $127 a night rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose, because when you put them in an ice detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get an order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings could be 5, 7, 9 years if you pull out all appeals. And what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. They can award an amnesty to millions. This is about selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says, and that's what we've done.
Border crossings are at a record low. Why should it still be considered an emergency?
It's because of what has happened on the last administration. We got to ensure that not 1 ounce of fentanyl comes across the border to kill Americans. The president has declared the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization, along with MS-13 TDA. They've killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. It's an emergency till we shut it down. It's an emergency so the cartels are wiped off the face of this earth. President Trump's committed to saving every life. Now, I just mentioned gotaways, 38 yesterday. Who are the gotaways? Where do they come from? We had over 2 million gotaways under Joe Biden's administration. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Under the Biden administration, you pay a cartel this amount of money to cross the border. Cartel's job ends at the border. Just turn yourself in a green uniform. Get released in 24 hours. Get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice. Get a free hotel room. Get 3 meals a day. Get free medical care. Get work authorization in 90 to 120 days, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. We've arrested over 400 people on the terrorist watch list coming across the southern border in 4 years. How many of the 2 million came? How many of the 2 million came from countries sponsoring terror? You think it's zero? Then you're ignorant. This is the biggest national security failure this country's ever seen. This is a border emergency until we end it, end all of it. We're making good strides, but right now it's still an emergency until we shut it down.
Go ahead.
I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took border security seriously, because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came in office and unsecured a border on purpose. That's just a fact. We handed the Biden administration, after President Trump's first administration, we handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he unsecured it on purpose. Now President Trump and this administration here, the success is unprecedented. We beat Trump's first administration on border success. Border numbers are historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we are the most secure border in the history of this nation. And the numbers prove it. President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. There's been studies done that says 31% of women that make that journey through use of cartels get sexually assaulted. When President Trump has illegal immigration down 96%, when 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this nation? How many known suspected terrorists aren't making it into this country? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting into this country to kill young Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked? Under Joe Biden, sex trafficking is up 600%. We had 4,000 aliens dying making that journey. We had 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl that came across an open border. President Trump's policy saves lives every day. Even the border wall saves lives. The people want to hate on the border wall. Every place a border barrier has been built, illegal migration's declined, illegal drug flows decline. But you know what no one talks about? The border wall saves lives. Because the most vulnerable, the women and children, can't get over that wall, which means they're going to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the United States Border Patrol who will take care of those humanitarian needs, the health needs right off the bat. We just rolled the numbers, and let me talk about a few numbers that are important to me. Under the Biden administration, we averaged over 11,000 many days, over 12,000, even some days 15,000 illegal entrants in the United States. 15,000. You know what the number was the last 24 hours? 178. 15,000 to 178. Unprecedented success. On an average day in the Biden administration, known gotaways. People we knew crossed the border because they're on video, drone traffic, or sensor traffic. Crossed the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. Average day under Joe Biden, more than 1,800 gotaways. Yesterday, 38. 38 too many? We'll get that to 0. But we went from 1,800 to 38. And finally, as was said earlier, under the first 100 days, or it was actually January 20th to April 1st, last year, 184,000 illegal aliens were released into the United States. Under this administration, 9. 4 of them were material witnesses in a criminal investigation. We need them here to testify in a serious criminal trial. 4 was extreme medical condition. We couldn't return them because they were in such bad shape. And 1 was a humanitarian issue. This is unprecedented success. The border secure. President Trump saving lives. President Trump has proven no one does this better than President Trump. There is no equal, it's not even close. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless the men and women of ICE who strap a gun to their hip every day, put on a Kevlar vest to not only secure our border and protect our national security, but the ICE agents in the interior, they're removing public safety threats and national security threats every day. While you're all sleeping at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, there are men and women out there enforcing the law and making this country safe again. And we're going to keep doing it. It's full speed ahead. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome.
Than Joe Biden.
That's right.
Caroline.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Homan, talking about the border wall, can you give us an update as far as how many miles are being built today? And is Mexico paying for it, as the president said they were going to?
Well, first of all, I'll answer that question because I already answered it in my opening remarks. To date, since January 1st, there's been more than 85 miles of new border wall construction in various stages of that construction and planning. The president has made it clear to Congress that we want to see more funding for not just border wall construction, but also to support our ICE agents and our Border Patrol agents who are on the ground facilitating with this mass deportation effort.
So he's clear that Mexico is not going to pay for it? Is that what you're saying?
Let's address that. Trump said Mexico won't pay for the wall. They have in a roundabout way, have they not? Putting 10,000 military on the northern and southern border, taking the action they did to remain in Mexico. They didn't have to do that. They're doing it. Putting military on the southern border. Have moved illegal immigration to a record low. We're saving millions of dollars every day on detention, transportation, removal proceedings. We've more than made up for the cost of that wall because of the actions of Mexico. So is Mexico helping build that wall? Yeah, because we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can afford to build that wall. So actually, yes, they're helping to build the wall.
John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Mr. Homan, a question for you. You're the border czar. Can you give an estimate
as to how many individuals are in the United States illegally. That's number one, and I'm sure you're very familiar with that number and estimate. And the second question is, I have a list that the White House put out of individuals, 100 ICE arrests since the beginning of the president's term, and the people are arrested for various very serious crimes: first-degree murder, convicted of rape, convicted of murder and aggravated burglary, sexual assault of a child. How many of the individuals that are in the United States illegally are people like this, really bad people?
Well, first of all, how many illegal aliens I think in the United States? At least 20 million. He said, where'd you count that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know of came to the border. How many don't we know of? I talked about known gotaways at 2 million. How many unknown gotaways we have? Like between the Big Bend sector in Texas where there's no technology, how many 1,000 people dig across through there? We wouldn't know. We would know now. But, you know, so I would venture over 20 million. But your question is, last count, last I looked, there was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking the streets of this country. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're prioritizing. Them and national security threats.
Sure. Many are wondering how these 10 or 20 million people are working. Is there some efforts to clamp down on employment? Because they're working somewhere to keep staying here.
The number of worksite enforcement actions have tripled this year, and it's going to triple again. Because in sanctuary jurisdictions especially, if we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, and they're going to release them into community, that means we go into the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we'll arrest them at their work site. We got to do what we got to do to arrest public safety threats. There's no sanctuary for public safety threats in this country, so worksite enforcement is going to increase even more than it already has. And another reason for worksite, the last administration stopped worksites. Where's the number one place we find victims of trafficking, victims of forced labor trafficking, and work sites? So not only are we going to enforce law on work sites, we're going to save victims of trafficking. That's another reason we've increased worksite enforcement.
Awesome. Well, we'll go to the back row.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
For Mr. Holman, I'm Taylor with Spectrum News. We have a station up in Rochester, New York. It was reported you're visiting there tomorrow. Can you talk a bit about the purpose of your trip? I know the Trump administration is suing the city over its sanctuary city policies, how the executive order Caroline alluded to ties into it, and what your message is for communities and community leaders who say, we're able to establish our own rules here, we're worried about this input from the federal level. Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, same thing I talked about earlier. I don't think any elected mayor, any elected governor should want public safety threats, those illegally in the United States, public safety threats, walking through the community. And what happened in Rochester, HSI agent called for emergency assistance. Officers of Rochester PD responded to a call from emergency assistance from a federal law enforcement officer. They responded. Then they got disciplined. I don't think anybody can come up with one instance where an ICE agent or Border Patrol agent didn't respond to an emergency call from assistance from any law enforcement agency. Cops need to help cops, especially in an emergency situation. But they got disciplined. And I met those officers down in Nashville soon after that. I think it was a couple of days after it. And I told them I stand with them. They did the right thing. Law enforcement responding to emergency assistance from law enforcement. So I'm going up there to support the men and women of law enforcement, the men and women who carry that badge and gun every day. They're working the streets at 2 a.m. while we're all sleeping. I'm going to give my support, and they just announced a lawsuit, and that's one of many. Sanctuary City is going to be sued on this administration for flouting immigration law. I mean, the law is clear, and they're violating it, and this administration is going to take actions. I'm going up there to show my support of men and women of law enforcement. I started as a cop, and the community. I'm showing support for them. Because the community wants their police officers to be officers too. The communities don't want public safety threats walking around their communities either. And that's what it's all about, and that's why I'm going.
Mr. Homan,
Mr. Homan, will you take some questions? Gateway Pundit.
I got two questions. I got another media interview. What do you got?
All right.
The microphone, please, sir.
Mr. Homan, hey, Jordan Conradson with Gateway Pundit. So, the president signed an executive order just this week threatening to defund sanctuary cities for their policies. Why not just arrest the leaders who are harboring and shielding illegal aliens, actually terrorists, from deportation?
Wait to see what's coming.
Okay. And, well, real quick, your comments on the Wisconsin governor sending directives to state agencies to not comply with ICE and actually stop your deportation efforts.
Wait to see what's coming.
Any updates on the military?
I meant what I said. You cannot support what we're doing. And you can support sanctuary cities. That's what you want to do. But if you cross that line of impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing illegal alien, that is a felony. And we're treated as such.
Any updates on the military-aged men from China that we've seen coming over in recent years?
Any thoughts on Mike Waltz's tenure as National Security Advisor?
I've been in the skip all morning doing classified briefings. I'm not aware of that. It's not on my range.
Was he in there?
No. Our administration did.
The president says he doesn't know what his responsibilities are under Article 5 of the Constitution. Who would it be who would educate him about that? Would it be you?
I think the president is one of the, if not the most knowledgeable president that we've ever had. Look, people can beat on President Trump all you want. President Trump's a game changer. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I'm a border guy. Even President Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security if you don't have border security. No one did more than President Trump during his first administration. We handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he purposely unsecured it. First president in history of the nation to do that. Look at what President Trump achieved in 8 weeks. He did in 8 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't and wouldn't do in 4 years. We have the most secure border in the history of this nation right now because of President Trump. Greatest president in my lifetime. You can quote me on that.
Is the administration looking at countries beyond El Salvador for mass deportation? CBS News has some reporting that there's talks underway with countries in Africa and elsewhere.
There's talks underway with other countries that are willing to take illegal aliens that their own countries won't take them, so we'll find a third safe country to take them. So yeah, there's talks underway.
Do you have any cost estimates on reopening of Alcatraz?
I just answered that. I mean, it's on the table. It should be on the table because we need detention beds, and I think that's an appropriate place for the significant public safety threats, national security threats. Why not? I mean, what's the difference between that?
Do you have an idea how expensive it would be?
I have no idea.
How many countries are you in talks with potentially?
No comment.
What sort of impact do you see it having, the self-deportation, offering $1,000 now for illegal immigrants to self-deport through the app?
Well, I think you'll have some movement, right? Because I think people are finally getting the message. If you leave on your own, you can take advantage of legal programs, come back. But we have to go through the process of formally deporting you. There are mandatory bars against you for up to 20 years, sometimes forever. So, if you want to take advantage, come back as a worker, a tourist visa, a visitor's visa, a student visa, or have a U.S. citizen child if you have one, petition for you in the future. Leave yourself open to the opportunity of legal entry. Do things the right way. There's millions of people standing in line right now doing things the right way. Taking the test, doing the background investigations, paying their fees. They're sitting in the back seat. While millions of people are allowed into this country under the Biden administration that simply don't qualify for asylum. Most of them will lose that asylum claim. So while they're clogging up the whole system, in addition to those who want to come in legally, while the millions of fraudulent asylum claims under the Biden administration, there are people in this world who really are escaping fear and persecution from the homeland. But they're sitting in the back seat too because millions of people cheated the system, coming across the border and released in the United States that caused a significant backlog in immigration court. And that wasn't by accident, it's by design. Let's just overwhelm the system so it takes 5, 7, 9 years to go through the whole process if they take advantage of the appeals process. They know exactly what they're doing. That's why they weren't in ICE detention. Because in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 35 days. But if we release millions of the country, overwhelm the system so they don't get a hearing in 5, 7, 9 years, then maybe there's a Democrat administration in power. Now we can have an amnesty. They know exactly what they're doing. They're playing the long game. But we're going to beat them at it. We're going to ramp up interior enforcement operations and removals. We're going to enforce the law. We're not going to ignore the law like the prior administration did.
President Trump was talking about U.S. troops potentially needing to fight back against drug cartels in Mexico. How serious of an idea is that?
Well, there's a reason the president designated them terrorist organizations, right? The drug cartels have killed more Americans than recognized terrorist organization before then, right? I mean, they killed more Americans than ISIS or any other terrorist groups. I mean, they've killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. So they're a terrorist organization. We need to treat them like terrorist organizations.
Take a few questions.
How important is it for you to have public support for the deportations?
Extremely important. I mean, I hope most Americans agree that public safety threats and national security threats shouldn't be walking the streets of this country, especially here illegally. So yeah, we like all the support we can get. I think we got the support of the majority of American people, according to the polls, right?
So Stephen Miller told ICE officials that they need to be arresting 3,000 people a day. How soon do you expect that can actually happen? I mean, is that enough?
Look, I've said from day one, you guys ask me this question a lot of times, am I happy with the removal numbers? Am I happy with the arrest numbers? And I've been fair with you. I said numbers are better than Biden, but they're not good enough. I said I'm not satisfied with the numbers, so we need to increase. I mean, you look at the recent numbers, we've got like 600,000 illegal aliens walking the streets of this country with criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. So yeah, we need to do more. President Trump made a promise to American people. American people put him in office on this top issue was immigration enforcement. So yeah, I have not been satisfied with the numbers. Kristi Noem, Steve Miller, myself, we all want more numbers. So we've increased the teams a lot. We're increased targeting a lot. So we expect a fast increase in number of arrests every day.
DHS says that assaults on ICE officers are up over 400%. Does that track with what you've seen? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, the assaults on ICE officers are high. The doxing of ICE officers are at an all-time high. And people always complain, some of you here say, why they wearing masks? Because they're trying to protect themselves and their families. They got a dangerous job to do, and they're being doxed every day across this country. I've experienced myself 100 times, but I'm willing to take that because of the position I hold. And we're not running a popularity contest. We're trying to enforce the laws enacted by Congress, doing it in a smart, effective way. So yeah, the results are up, but it won't be tolerated. We've already shown you put a hands on an ICE officer, you can be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. So we're not playing with that with any threats against ICE officers. Doxing, we're going to look at doxing. We're going to take action on that also. Anything else?
What kind of numbers do you have for self-deportations?
The last number I saw was right around 8,500. As far as the CBP Home app, there's thousands of deportations where they're not going through the app, they're just leaving. Intelligence reports showing traffic going south, not only through Mexico, but even the Darien Gap. So there's a lot of self-deportation. I hope they take advantage of it because, they can leave on their own terms, get their affairs together, or we can go find them and formally deport them, which is going to set a bar against them coming back to the country under a legal program. So they should self-deport, give themselves an opportunity, maybe in the future, to come back as a visitor or a tourist, or maybe they have a U.S. citizen child that can petition for them. Well, if we have to formally go through the process of seeking them out and formally deporting them, there's a statutory bar placed against them from ever coming back to the country.
Do you expect, though, that those numbers will be higher, given the policy change?
I think that as they see the ICE arrests in the interior increase, which is you're going to see a vast increase in arrests, I think they're going to realize we can do this under ICE control. We can arrest you at a place and remove you, or you can take it upon yourself to work with ICE, get your arrangements in order, whether it's your home, your belongings, your family, and leave on your own. We'll give you a plane flight. We'll give you some money, or we just go through the ICE process. I think the more they see ICE out there in the streets arresting people and holding them accountable, the more they'll take advantage of doing the right thing.
And one more question. Which countries of the crossings that are still happening, where are these migrants mostly coming from? Is it still Central America, or are we seeing...
Right now, it's a lot of Mexican nationals.
Part of Elon Musk's scheme was finding thousands of people using the same Social Security number. Is there no way to stop the flow to them so they'll self-report?
I can't hear the question.
Part of Elon Musk's team found that thousands of
over the misuse of Social Security numbers, and we're tracking that. And that actually comes up, provides a lot of leads for us to go find these people.
Mr. Homan, what's the reason why ICE is apparently targeting Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket? Can you give assurances that that is not from political?
Say that again?
Apparently there's been a lot of ICE activity yesterday in Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. Can you confirm that? And is that being done for any political reason?
No. Martha's Vineyard isn't off the table. It's part of the country. We're doing immigration actions throughout the country. We're not saying we're going to favor one area over another. We're all over the country, in every neighborhood, in every city, and you're going to see an expansion of that. Like I just said, we're going to increase the teams greatly. So you're going to see more teams on the streets you've never seen before. You're going to see more worksite enforcement than you've ever seen in the history of this nation. You got sanctuary cities, or I said, we're going to flood the zone. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the jail, one agent arrests a bad guy in the jail in the safety and security of the jail, which is safer for the officer, safer for the alien, and safer for the community, okay, you're going to force him in the community to find him. If we can't find him in the community, we're going to find him at the work site. So we're going to flood the zone, and sanctuary cities will get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhoods, more worksite enforcement, because we're going to get the bad guy. If you want to make it difficult for us, we'll do it. It'll take more time, it's less efficient, but we're not going to stop until we find that guy.
And so is that just sort of a general sweep of the doers businesses and whatever businesses there are in Nantucket? Or
There is no sanctuary for illegal aliens in this country. You can call it a sanctuary jurisdiction all you want. It's a bunch of crap, and we all know it. Sanctuary jurisdiction says, well, we want to protect the immigrant community. We want them, the victims and witnesses of a crime, to be able to come to police, report a crime without fear that we're working with ICE. That is a bunch of garbage. Because victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy in their neighborhood either. They want us in the jail arresting that bad guy. It'll be made much easier, much more efficient. But because they're forcing it in the neighborhoods, more non-criminal targets are being arrested because ICE agents are not going to walk away from illegal alien. You force us to go find a bad guy, many times you're with others. At a work site, go look for the bad guy, there's 10 more illegal aliens there, they're coming too. So I don't want to hear sanctuary cities complaining, well, look at all these collateral arrests and non-criminal targets are arrested. You forced me in that position? So we're going to force law. Unlike the last administration, Secretary Mayorkas told ICE, you can't enforce immigration law. If they're not convicted of a serious crime, you can't arrest them for just being here illegally. That sent a message to the entire world. You can enter this country illegally, which is a crime, but as long as you never get convicted of a serious crime, you're free. No one's looking for you. Game's changed. We got the greatest president in history of this nation sitting in the Oval Office who's going to enforce immigration law and keep his promise to American people to make this country safe again.
Can you just talk quickly about the social media accounts that the Department of Homeland Security knows for reporting sanctions? The scrutiny of social media accounts that foreign exchange students are now being subjected to. Can you talk a little bit about that? Why you're doing that now?
Look, we look at a lot of different ways to find people we need to find, whether it's a criminal history, immigration history, social media, undercover operations, surveillance. There's a whole myriad of law enforcement systems we use to find people and see if people are a danger to the community. Social media is one of them, and we'll continue to use it.
Free speech aspect, though?
We don't arrest anybody for free speech. I mean, free speech is legal, but there's a limit to that too. I can't look at you and make a comment about my desire to assassinate a president. Is that not free speech, or is that a crime? I can't sit in a movie theater and yell fire and watch people get trampled to death. Is that free speech, or is it a crime? There's a limit to free speech, but we're not arresting people based on free speech. It's what they said plus what they did.
Thank you.
Take advantage of doing the right thing.
And one more question. Which countries of the crossings that are still happening, where are these migrants mostly coming from? Is it still Central America, or are we seeing
Right now, it's a lot of Mexican nationals.
Part of Elon Musk's scheme was finding thousands of people using the same social security number. Is there no way to stop the flow to them so they'll self-report?
I can't hear the question.
Part of Elon Musk's team found that thousands of people were using the same social security number. So one of the main reasons they're able to work is they're using false social security numbers. Is there no way to stop the money flow to cause them, if they don't have a job, they'll be run out?
We're all over that. We're all over the misuse of Social Security numbers, and we're tracking that. That actually comes up, provides a lot of leads for us to go find these people.
Mr. Homan, what's the reason why?
Scrutiny of social media accounts that foreign exchange students are now being subjected to. Can you talk a little bit about that? Why you're doing that now?
Look, we look at a lot of different ways to find people we need to find, whether it's a criminal history, immigration history, social media, undercover operations, surveillance. There's a whole myriad of law enforcement systems we use to find people and see if people are a danger to the community. Social media is one of them, and we'll continue to use it. We don't arrest anybody for free speech. I mean, free speech is legal, but there's a limit to that too. I can't look at you and make a comment about my desire to assassinate a president. Is that not free speech, or is that a crime? I can't sit in a movie theater and yell fire and watch people get trampled to death. Is that free speech, or is it a crime? There's a limit to free speech, but we're not arresting people based on free speech. It's what they said plus what they did.
Thank you.
For you to have public support for the deportations.
Extremely important. I mean, I hope most Americans agree that public safety threats and national security threats shouldn't be walking the streets of this country, especially here illegally. So yeah, we like all the support we can get. I think we got the support of the majority of American people, according to the polls, right?
So Stephen Miller told ICE officials that they need to be arresting 3,000 people a day. How soon do you expect that can actually happen? Is that enough?
Look, I've said from day one, you guys ask me this question a lot of times, am I happy with the removal numbers, or happy with the arrest numbers? And I've been fair with you. I said numbers are better than Biden, but they're not good enough. I said I'm not satisfied with the numbers, so we need to increase. I mean, you look at the recent numbers, we've got like 600,000 illegal aliens walking the streets of this country with criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. So yeah, we need to do more. President Trump made a promise to American people. American people put him in office on this top issue was immigration enforcement. So yeah, I have not been satisfied with the numbers. Kristi Noem, Steve Miller, myself, we all want more numbers. So we've increased the teams a lot. We're increased targeting a lot, so we expect a fast increase in number of arrests every day.
DHS says.
Anything else?
What kind of numbers do you have for self-deportations?
The last number I saw was right around 8,500 as far as the CBP home app. There's thousands of deportations where they're not going through the app, they're just leaving. Intelligence reports showing traffic going south, not only through Mexico, but even the Darien Gap. So there's a lot of self-deportation. I hope they take advantage of it because, you know, they can leave on their own terms, get their affairs together, or we can go find them and formally deport them, which is going to set a bar against them coming back to the country under a legal program. So they should self-deport, give themselves an opportunity, maybe in the future, to come back as a visitor or a tourist, or maybe they have a U.S. citizen child that can petition for them. Well, if we have to formally go through the process of seeking them out and formally deporting them, there's a statutory bar placed against them from ever coming back to the country.
Do you expect, though, that those numbers will be higher given the policy change?
I think that as they see the ICE arrests in the interior increase, which is going to see a vast increase in arrests, I think they're going to realize we can do this under ICE control. We can arrest you at a place and remove you, or you can take it upon yourself to work with ICE, get your arrangements in order, whether it's your home, your belongings, your family, and leave on your own. We'll give you a plane flight. We'll give you some money, or we just go through the ICE process. I think the more they see ICE out there in the streets arresting people and holding them accountable, the more they'll take advantage of doing the right thing.
And what's the reason why ICE is apparently targeting Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket? Can you give assurances that is not from political?
Say that again.
Apparently, there's been a lot of ICE activity yesterday in Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. Can you confirm that? And is that being done for any political reason?
No. Martha's Vineyard isn't off the table. It's part of the country. We're doing immigration actions all throughout the country. We're not saying we're going to favor one area over another. We're all over the country, in every neighborhood, in every city, and you're going to see an expansion of that. Like I just said, we're going to increase the teams greatly. So you're going to see more teams on the streets you've never seen before. You're going to see more worksite enforcement than you've ever seen in the history of this nation. You got sanctuary cities, or I said, we're going to flood the zone. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the jail, one agent arrests a bad guy in the jail in the safety and security of the jail, which is safer for the officer, safer for the alien, and safer for the community, okay, you're going to force him in the community to find him. If we can't find them in the community, we're going to find them at the work site. So we're going to flood the zone, and sanctuary cities will get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhoods, more worksite enforcement, because we're going to get the bad guy. If you want to make it difficult for us, we'll do it. It'll take more time, it's less efficient, but we're not going to stop until we find that guy.
And so is that just sort of a general sweep of the doors businesses, whatever businesses there are in Nantucket? Or
There is no sanctuary for illegal aliens in this country. You can call it a sanctuary jurisdiction all you want. It's a bunch of crap, and we all know it. Sanctuary jurisdiction says, well, we want to protect the immigrant community. We want them, the victims and witnesses of a crime, to be able to come to police, report a crime without fear that we're working with ICE. That is a bunch of garbage, because victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy in their neighborhood either. They want us in the jail arresting that bad guy. It'll be made much easier, much more efficient. But because they're forcing it in the neighborhoods, more non-criminal targets are being arrested, because ICE agents are not going to walk away from illegal aliens. You force us to go find a bad guy, many times you're with others. At a work site, go look for the bad guy, there's 10 more illegal aliens there, they're coming too. So I don't want to hear sanctuary cities complaining, well, look at all these collateral arrests and non-criminal targets are arrested. You forced me in that position? So we're going to force law. Unlike the last administration, Secretary Mayorkas told ICE, you can't enforce immigration law. If they're not convicted of a serious crime, you can't arrest them for just being here illegally. That sent a message to the entire world. You can enter this country illegally, which is a crime, but as long as you never get convicted of a serious crime, you're free. No one's looking for you. Game's changed. We got the greatest president in history of this nation sitting in the Oval Office who's going to enforce immigration law and keep his promise to American people to make this country safe again.
Can you just talk quickly about
It's every day.
DHS says that assaults on ICE officers are up over 400%. Does that track with what you've seen? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, the assaults on ICE officers are high. The doxing of ICE officers are at an all-time high. And people always complain, some of you here say, why are they wearing masks? Because they're trying to protect themselves and their families. They got a dangerous job to do, and they're being doxed every day across this country. I've experienced myself 100 times, but I'm willing to take that because of the position I hold. And we're not running a popularity contest. We're trying to enforce the laws enacted by Congress, doing it in a smart, effective way. So yeah, the results are up, but it won't be tolerated. We've already shown you put a hands on an ICE officer, you can be prosecuted to the highest extents of the law. So we're not playing with that with any threats against ICE officers. Doxing, we're going to look at doxing. We're going to take action on that also. Anything else? Off the street.
Sherman, what do you say to farmers who are growing increasingly concerned that immigration enforcement is going to hurt their ability to do their jobs and thus hurt the U.S. economy more broadly?
Well, first of all, there's a right way and wrong way to hire workers. There are legal programs that bring farm workers in. Second of all, I've been saying for years, Congress needs to address this. But because Congress failed to address it doesn't mean we ignore it. I mean, it's illegal to knowingly hire an illegal alien. But like I just talked about a few minutes ago, worksite enforcement operations, just like at-large operations, we're going to base them on priority, right? For those we have a criminal nexus of trafficking, of forced labor, of tax fraud or tax evasion. I mean, we will concentrate on work sites on a prioritized basis, just like we do at large operations. So anything let's just go farm and look for illegal aliens. We'll prioritize those who have a criminal nexus first.
I know you want to talk about that. Mr. Homan, some of the president's supporters are very concerned right now that if he were to strike Iran, it would take away from immigration priorities in the U.S. southern border. Do you share those concerns? What would you tell them?
It's out of my lane. We talk about Iran. I can say we're enforcing immigration law every day. We got over 1,000 teams on the streets every day across this country. And right now we're concentrating on sanctuary cities because that's where the problem is. They knowingly release public safety threats, illegal aliens to the community every day. So that's why we're sending more resources to sanctuary cities. We don't have that problem like in the state of Florida where most of the county sheriffs accept our detainers and they give us the illegal alien when they're done with them. So we got to concentrate where we know they're being released to the street. So that's why we're sending more resources to sanctuary cities to take the public safety threats off the street.
Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people are great. I tell you what, I got to know a lot of them. And we have tremendous representation. They've been for me from day one. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but they endorsed me when I first ran, almost at the beginning. and they weren't sure if they were allowed to endorse me, and they said, we don't care, we're endorsing you. But they were great, and they've been my friends ever since. But think of that. So we're going to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers, 10,000 new ICE agents. And, you know, these ICE guys, they go into war zones, and they're tough, and they love our country. And if you're not going to be tough, you're not going to do well. But they are tough, and they'll break into a pack, and they call them a pack. Some of these packs come out of the jails of Venezuela. They come from places that you don't want to know about. They're gang members that have been all sent in here through Biden's open door stupid policy. The dumbest policy, I think, well, we have a lot of dumb policies, but the worst, I think, is open borders, where anybody comes into our country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And they're drug dealers, and they're people that we don't want them. And they're murderers, you know, they're murderers. I told you, over 11,000 murderers. They're in here. 50% of those, by the way, murdered more than one person. And they came in, no check-in, no anything. It's so sad. What that man has done to this country, we should never forget it, okay? We should never, ever forget it. With that whole group of people, I don't even think it was him. He didn't believe in open borders. He didn't believe in men playing in women's sports or transgender for everybody. But what that group of people has done to this country will never, ever, I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of border wall, impose a new remittance tax on money sent back to foreign countries, and dramatically increase deportations to a bare minimum of 1 million illegal aliens per year. And what we're doing is we're really going after the criminal aliens, of which we have plenty to work with. People say, well, that's a lot, isn't it? Well, remember, these countries are very smart. They're headed up by people I know. In almost all cases, they're very smart people, and they're people of great common sense. They're not sending their good people out. They're sending the bad people out, and they put them into caravans. I think I came up with that name, but somebody did. It's a great name, a caravan. Thousands and sometimes as many as 30,000 people walking right into our country. Again, last month we had none. Think of that. It's almost, people say it's almost impossible. But they come in, and at a minimum, they're not people that work very hard. They're people that are on welfare. They don't want them. They don't want them. They give them to us. It's incredible what's happened, and it's so sad to see. It's so sad. It could make you just sick to your stomach when you think about it. I was going to say it could make you cry, but I like to pretend I never cry. I don't want to be a crier, but it makes you sick to think of what they did. What they did to us is just sick. And guys, if we didn't have a Tom Homan, and if we didn't have some of the guys that we have working so hard and dangerously, the country wouldn't stand a chance. But we're getting them out, not as fast as they came in, because they came in and you'd see hundreds of thousands pour into our country in a day. But we're getting them out. And here today is Angel Dad Joe Abraham, the Angel Moms and Angel Dads. These are incredible people. They lost their precious 20-year-old daughter, Katie, in a hit and run after she was struck by an illegal alien from Guatemala. Katie was stopped at a traffic light, rear-ended, full force, going 60, 70 miles an hour right into the back of her car while she stopped. And she died immediately. And her killer, I think you could really say the killer, fled the scene. And Joe, we will end this invasion once and for all, and we're always going to remember the memory of Katie, that beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours. Where's Joe? Is she around here? Joe? Come here, Joe. Come here. Ah, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Thank you, Joe, very much. Also with us is Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas, who lost her brother to the fentanyl epidemic that has inundated her small town. Our bill provides billions and billions of dollars to stop fentanyl and other illicit narcotics. We're also charging other countries like Mexico, Canada, and China billions of dollars in taxes that we put on because they've allowed people that are selling fentanyl to go through their countries, or in the case of China, they send it here, and paying a lot of money at least, but would rather stop it. I think we're doing a big job of that, but would rather stop it. And other illicit narcotics pouring across the border and stealing more American lives. And thank you. Sarah will not rest until that fight is done. We're going to get that fight done. Sarah Stewart is where? Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Beautiful. Thank you. Good guy, huh? Yeah. I can see that. I also want to thank the president of the National Border Patrol. His name is Paul Perez. He's been with me from the beginning. And Brandon before him. These are great people. I've gotten very friendly with some of these people from Border Patrol and ICE because I'd call them once every 2 or 3 days. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? If you remember, Kamala was the border czar. And in 4 years, she never made one call to Paul or Brandon or anybody else. And I'd like to have Paul come up, say a couple of words if you're here. Paul? Where are you, Paul? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Paul.
President Trump made promises that he's kept. Now it's time for Congress to back him up. We need to end the chaotic and recklessness that Biden allowed into this country. The millions of people that are out there, we're going to get with this big, beautiful bill. We've got the funding, we've got the technology, we need everything in that bill to get it done so that no more families are victimized. And those that have victimized families, we can go get them out with ICE. Our officers and agents are not afraid. We're ready to take this fight to them, and we've been so because of President Trump's leadership. Thank you, sir.
He's been a great friend of the country. He really has, and he's worked with Tom Homan and Christie and all the people that work so hard. They have been incredible. And, you know, I wasn't going to do this, but I see Tom Homan is sitting there, and, you know, I have to call him up. Look at that. I don't call up the Speaker of the House. I don't call up Marco or Peter or anyone. But I want to call this guy because this guy is keeping us very, very safe. Come on up, Tom.
Well, look, I think this issue of the big, beautiful bill should be nonpartisan. I don't know what the hell's the matter with everybody up in Congress? People are dying every day. ICE is arresting 3 times as many criminals that the Biden administration did. We're taking public safety threats and national security threats off the street every single day. We got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories walking the streets of this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. This should be a no-brainer. The more resources we get, if we get this bill passed, we got more agents on the road. We buy more beds, we get more transportation flights. More agents means more bad guys arrested, taken off the streets of this country every single day. Every day we arrest a public safety threat or national security threat. This makes this country much safer. Who the hell would be against that? And I get irritated, I get pissed off because I'm sick of meeting angel moms and dads. You want to talk about family separation? They buried their children. So I've done this since 1984. I've worked for 6 different presidents. No one has had the success of the Trump administration. We got the most secure border in the history of this nation today. But we need more border wall. Border walls save lives. Women and children can't get over that wall, which means they go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who take care of the humanitarian needs and save their lives. We already got fentanyl seizures down half. Fentanyl seizures should be 100%. We should have 0 fentanyl coming to this country. We need money to help secure that border at a higher level. Stop the fentanyl from coming in. Stop the sex trafficking of women and children. Stop the known inspected terrorists coming across that border. Right now, I was looking at the stats today. ICE is arresting a record number of known suspected terrorists in this country, along with the FBI. With more money, we can arrest more of these people, make this country safer. This is a nonpartisan issue. Let's make this country safe again. So the Democrats and the Republicans and the Independents, I don't care who you're from, pass the bill so we can make this country safe, so we can stop the violence against ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again, and without that bill, it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money to do that. We need more agents to do that. For God's sake, let's pass this bill and get this done.
He got so angry he didn't even shake my hand or look at me. Just But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't pass this bill. We have virtually nothing. And so we're going to get it done for you, Tom, and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing.
There are reports of a 75-year-old Cuban national who died in ICE custody. He had lived in the United States for 60 years. He was being held in ICE detention in Florida. Is there anything you can tell us about that? There's still not a lot of information, how he died.
I'm unaware of that. I'm not aware of that. I mean, people die in ICE custody. People die in county jails. People die in state prisons. I mean, if you look at, when I was ICE director and we drilled down that, the question should be how many lives does ICE save? Because when they go in detention, we find many with diseases and stuff that we deal with right away to prevent death. So I'm not aware of that specific case, but I'll say this. People can argue with me all they want, but the facts are the facts. I think that politicians in New Jersey found this out, that we have the highest detention standards in the industry. I'll compare an ICE detention facility against any state prison, against any federal facility. I'll go head to head with any of them. You go to ice.gov and look at our detention standards. It's the highest detention standards in the industry at a very expensive cost to the taxpayers. So, people say, oh, the detention standards are horrendous. Go look for yourself, then come back and talk to me. I mean, when we talked about the facility that the congressman tried to get into up in New Jersey, Delaney Hall, once they got in there, what did they find out? Detention standards are outstanding. Probably the cleanest facility in that entire state. Again, I'll put our detention standards against anybody.
Sure, we'll follow up on that. When the Big Beautiful Bill does pass, how do you expect that to impact the number of deportations per day? Will it be twofold, threefold?
Vastly increased. Depends how quick we get more resources on, how quick we get the contractors on, how quick we bring the beds on. I mean, Governor DeSantis, I give him credit. We got the facility he's putting up in Florida. We'll be filling those beds as quick as we can because we need more beds. I mean, I looked at this morning, I think we got like 1,700 empty beds. We'll fill them in 2 days. So we need more beds. That bill is going to let us sign contracts that are pending for more beds. We don't have the funding to do it. Once that bill passes and the money comes to the Department of Homeland Security, we can sign some of those contracts and get more beds right away.
And on the Big Beautiful Bill, Mr. Homan, if you don't mind, thank you so much for doing this and just speak with us. We know that President Trump is visiting Alligator Alcatraz tomorrow in Florida. Can you tell us more about what message it sends and how it relates to the administration's push right now with the Big Beautiful Bill?
We're going to force immigration law. Despite all the rhetoric out there against ICE and the men and women who are doing this job, we're going to be out doing their job. We're going to be doing our job. We're going to arrest every public safety threat, national security threat we can find. And when we do that, we need a bed. Governor DeSantis is coming forth with a couple thousand beds. I applaud him for doing it. And it's a pretty good cost, too, if you look at the total cost of that bill. Money that used to go to NGOs, put somebody in a hotel room at $500 a night, will help fund these facilities. And here's what you need to know that no one talks about. Facilities that we contract through, like the Governor DeSantis facility, when you're in an ICE contract facility, you get a hearing and a judge within 40 days. But under the Biden administration, they put them in custody of an NGO, put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, because they know doing that would push your hearing out 3, 5, 7 years, because immigration judges prioritize those in detention. So they play the long game. Let's leave thousands of empty ICE beds already paid for. Let's leave them empty. Let's give these people NGOs. That pushes a hearing out 3, 5, 7 years. What happens then? What they're hoping happens then? There's a Democratic administration that awards amnesty to millions of people. That's not going to happen. We're going to force laws in this country. People are going to get hearings quicker. And if anybody go and look at EOIR website, Immigration Court website, here's what the message no one gets across. You can claim asylum in this country. If you go the last 10 years of Immigration Court data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum get an order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from the homeland because of race, religion, political affiliation. They're coming here for a better life, and I get that, but that's not asylum. We're enforcing laws, and the great success we're having proves you enforce the law, you can secure the border. You enforce the law, you can make this country safe again. That's what we're doing.
Are there any more military deployments, sir? Any more on the border?
Mr. Homan, last week ICE arrested 11 Iranians passed through border during Biden administration. One of them was a sniper for Iranian army. The other one was, while he was arrested, he had firearms on him. Given the fact that the Iranian American community are feeling threatened by the regime from Iran, can you confirm that there will be further crackdown on illegal Iranians who've passed the border during Biden administration?
Well, so far there's over 200 arrests of Iranian nationals. And again, President Trump committed from day one, the priority is going to be public safety threats and national security threats. So we've been on this since January 20th. We didn't wait for the Iran conflict to happen. We've been working this, but we put our foot on the gas after what happened in Iran a couple weeks ago. We're going to identify the national security threats. It's just not ICE, it's FBI, it's the Department of Justice and the intelligence community. We're focusing on national security threats, not just Iranians and others, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're keeping President Trump's promise. That's what we were prioritizing.
There's widespread fear among...
If you're in the country legally, you should be concerned. It's not okay to be in the country illegally. If you're a national security threat, you should be working. We're looking for you.
But there's widespread fear among Iranian Americans that some sleeper cells have moved into the United States during the Biden administration. What do you know about these so-called sleeper cells?
All Americans should be concerned about sleeper cells. Look, under the Biden administration, he opened the border. We got over 2 million known gotaways. That's not a guess. Over 2 million people we know based on video, drone traffic, sensor traffic across the border. They paid more to get away. We know who they are, where they came from, where they are now, why they're here, right? So why do 2 million people pay more to get away? You pay the cartel amount of money to get to the border, turn yourself in a green uniform, right? Or you pay more to get to New York, Chicago, and not be arrested. Why? Why didn't they pay less to get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, a free hotel room, 3 meals a day, free medical care, and work authorization in a few months? Why did 2 million people not take advantage of the free giveaway program, pay more to get away?
So are you saying that
Because they didn't want to be vetted, they didn't want to be fingerprinted. They could be the ones that are trafficking in fentanyl, they could be ones trafficking women and children, and they could be national security threats. I said from day one, the Biden administration, I said for 4 years while he was president, when they opened the border up, they created the biggest national security vulnerability we've ever seen. And that's just a fact, and we're seeing it play out.
Lastly, there's a fatwa issued by 2 of the Iranian ayatollahs against President Trump, citing that if he attacks the supreme leader of Iran, it would be halal for Shiite followers to kill him, to assassinate him. Are you aware of that fatwa, and what's your response to it?
Look, it's a little out of my lane, but we got the strongest president in history of this country in office right now. So I don't think that worked out very well for him.
So there are Marines stationed right now in the San Diego area helping with border protection. If encounters have dropped as dramatically as we know that we've seen the numbers drop, why is it necessary for a Marine presence to be there near the San Diego border?
Because it's a national security issue right now. I think we all recognize the national security temperature right now is at a high level. We're going to take every opportunity we can to secure that border and make sure we don't do what Biden administration did and let the gotaways. Let me give you, for example, having those resources on the border now, on an average day under Biden administration, we had 1,800 gotaways that we knew of, that we counted in 1,800. You know what they were today? 18. So we got that border locked down.
So then why is it necessary for the Marine presence to be there in addition to the regular border?
So there's less gotaways. The more resources you have, the more people we stop from coming in the country. Especially right now during national security, the vulnerability we have right now with Iran and other countries, I'd rather have too many resources than not enough. Because once you make that mistake, there's no going back. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you talk about that a little bit further in light of the July 4th holiday and what security threats are being watched right now, concerns about sleeper cells or other things that have been in the
Like the DHS put out a threat assessment 2 weeks ago, I agree with that. We are in heightened alert status right now, so every American needs to keep their eye open. Again, there's several places to report suspicious activity. You go to DHS hotline and report it there. But look, today we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. You can have some comfort of that. But the reason we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because of President Trump's policy and having DOD assets assist border control on the border. That's why we have that most secure border, which is why we need the big, beautiful bill passed. Because that puts more Border Patrol agents on the border, maybe relieve DOD assets. That puts more ICE agents on the streets of this country to arrest more public safety threats and national security threats. I looked at numbers this morning, over 200 Iranian nationals have been arrested by ICE and brought in. With more resources, we do more than national security work across the country. But right now, we got well over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. We need the bill to get more agents on the street. We need more detention beds. Everybody arrested needs to be a bed before they get removed. And more contract work, so badges and guns who have immigration authority aren't sitting at a desk doing keystrokes on some administrative duty that can be done by a contract to put that badge and gun on the street to look for these national security threats. Big, beautiful bill is important. We need that passed right away.
You have a quick 30 seconds, Mr. Homan?
Just a couple of questions.
Never 30 seconds. There's never been 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir.
One of the big national stories is the flash flooding conditions in Texas. I know your focus is on border security, but can you just walk us through sort of the federal response and sort of look at my head with that?
Look, I think Secretary Noem and President Trump responded quickly. I know even the Border Patrol Border Star unit was deployed, and they're helping the recover effort. I know Border Patrol air assets are involved. I think Secretary Noem reacted quickly. I mean, thank God President Biden's not president. We'd still be waiting for a response.
Tom, can you talk about the big beautiful bill and what sort of money you're going to see for the border, what you think you would use it for?
Well, it's going to reduce a lot of things. As far as the border, it's going to continue the border barriers, border walls. Border walls work. Every place to build a wall, illegal immigration decrease, illegal drug flows decrease. Not just border walls, it's going to buy more river buoys. River buoys are very effective. And it's also going to give the technology we need on the southern border. In the existing wall and the new wall. When President Biden came in office, not only did he stop building the wall, he stopped putting the technology in the existing wall that does a lot of good things. It gave Border Patrol agents the ability to talk to one another. There's a lot of dead zones on the border. That's an officer safety issue. I don't want to get into specifics, it's law enforcement sensitive, but the technology of that wall helps us to realize when someone's approaching the wall, someone climbs the wall. So we need that technology there. It's a border wall system. So we're going to continue the wall building. We're going to continue the technology within that wall, and the technology also for port of entries. You know, we want legal traffic, legal trade to come through the ports as quickly as possible, but we want to, of course, see as much contraband as we can. So more technology will make that happen. As far as ICE, it's a huge plus up. 10,000 more officers. ICE, look, I've been doing this since 1984. Border Patrol's been plussed up many times, and I appreciate that, and I'm supportive of that. But when Border Patrol arrest somebody, they go in detention. Then they go into immigration hearing. Then if they get order removed, they get removed. That's all ICE's job. So our Border Patrol got plussed up over decades, ICE didn't. So now ICE finally is getting the resources they need. And, you know, it's going to put more boots on the ground, which we need right now. I just did an interview. There's over 600,000 illegal aliens in this nation with criminal histories walking the streets. We need to find them quickly. And for those that say 3,000 a day is too much, I want to remind them, do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 every single day for the remainder of this administration just to catch the ones Biden released in the nation, right? We talk about 12 million illegal aliens. We've been talking about 12 million for 2 decades. We know at least 8 million were released in this country with Joe Biden. So we're well over 20 million. I'm being conservative. So more boots on the ground means we arrest more bad people and make this country safe.
Mr. Homan, Zoran Mondani, the likely next mayor of New York City, has promised not to cooperate with you or with ICE or with deportations of any kind. Do you have a plan? Is there a plan to work around that? How are you going to handle it?
Feel like I'm at, we're going to be in New York City, and President Trump said it 2 weeks ago. We're going to double down and triple down on sanctuary cities. Why? Not because we're a blue city or blue state, because we know that's where the problem is. We know they're releasing public safety threats and national security threats to the streets every day because they don't honor our detainers. We know that. We don't have that problem like in Florida, where every sheriff in the state's working with us. So where we're going to send our assets, we're going to send them where the problem is. Sanctuary cities. So I've said it before, we'll flood the zone with sanctuary cities. If they don't let us arrest a bad guy and come to jail, they're going to arrest him in the community. We're going to arrest them at a work site. So we're going to increase community operation. We're going to increase work site enforcement operation. We're going to get the bad guys. So if they don't want to help, get out of the way. We're coming to do it.
Do you have a priority list? So what things you'd like to do first, or are you going to do it all at the same time?
Same as day one. National security threats, public safety threats are always the priority. But if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table. I mean, I see people, saying we're arresting non-criminals. Well, they're in the country legally. That's our job. And we told ICE agents in the process going out looking for the bad guy, And this is the problem with sanctuary cities. When we go to the community to go find the criminal, many times they're with others. Others that may not be a criminal target, but they're in the United States illegally, they're coming too. We're going to force immigration law. Unlike the last administration where Secretary Mayorkas instructed ICE, you can't arrest an illegal alien for simply being here illegally. They got to be arrested or be convicted of a serious criminal offense. He rewrote the law. That's not what the law says. We're going to force law. That's what the people put President Trump in office to do, and that's what we're doing.
Mr. Homan, it's a little out of your area, but Secretary Noem has rejected the idea that staff shortages had anything to do with the problems in Texas in forecasting and getting warnings out. Are you interested in a serious investigation to find out whether staff shortages had anything to do with it?
Upset. You're right. It's out of my lane. Secretary Noem, I'm sure she's all over this. Of course, the first thing the left wants to do is, when there's a tragedy like this, is blame somebody in the Trump administration. Bottom line is, I looked at response that occurred. It's a far better, quicker, appropriate response than you would have seen in the Biden administration.
News Nation has reported on concerns of Iranian nationals working with Mexican drug cartels to try and cross the concerns of Iranian nationals working with Mexican drug cartels to try and cross the border. Is that something you're tracking? How serious of a concern is that?
I can't comment on that. We're well aware of it, and we're all over it. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the big national stories is the flash flooding conditions in Texas. I know your focus is on border security, but can you just walk us through sort of the federal response and sort of what light ahead with that?
Look, I think Secretary Noem and President Trump responded quickly. I know even the Border Patrol Star unit was deployed, and they're helping the recover effort. I know Border Patrol air assets are involved. I think Secretary Noem reacted quickly. I mean, thank God President Biden's not president. We'd still be waiting for a response.
Mr. Homan, it's a little out of your area, but Secretary Noem has rejected the idea that staff shortages had anything to do with the problems in Texas in forecasting and getting warnings out. Are you interested in a serious investigation to find out whether staff shortages had anything to do with it?
Upset. You're right. It's out of my lane. Secretary Noem, I'm sure she's all over this. Of course, the first thing the left wants to do is, when there's a tragedy like this, is blame somebody in the Trump administration. Bottom line is, I looked at response that occurred. It's a far better, quicker, appropriate response than you would have seen in the Biden administration.
News Nation has reported on.
Tom, can you talk about the big beautiful bill and what sort of money you're going to see for the border? What you think you would use it for?
Well, it's going to reduce a lot of things. As far as the border, it's going to continue the border barriers, border walls. Border walls work. Every place to build a wall, illegal immigration decrease, illegal drug flows decrease. Not just border wall, it's going to buy more river buoys. River buoys are very effective. And it's also going to give the technology we need on the southern border. In the existing wall and the new wall. When President Biden came in office, not only did he stop building the wall, he stopped putting the technology in the existing wall that does a lot of good things. It gave Border Patrol agents the ability to talk to one another, because a lot of dead zones on the border, that doesn't alter a safety issue. I don't want to get into specifics, it's law enforcement sensitive, but the technology of that wall helps us to realize when someone's approaching the wall, someone climbs the wall. So we need that technology there. It's a border wall system. So we're going to continue the wall building. We're going to continue the technology within that wall, and the technology also for port of entrance. We want legal traffic, legal trade to come through the ports as quickly as possible, but we want to, of course, see as much contraband as we can. So more technology will make that happen. As far as ICE, it's a huge plus up. 10,000 more officers. ICE, look, I've been doing this since 1984. Border Patrol's been plussed up many times, and I appreciate that, and I'm supportive of that. But when Border Patrol arrest somebody, they go in detention. Then they go into immigration hearing. Then if they get order removed, they get removed. That's all ICE's job. So our Border Patrol got plussed up over decades, ICE didn't. So now ICE finally is getting the resources they need. And, it's going to put more boots on the ground, which we need right now. I just did an interview. There's over 600,000 illegal aliens in this nation with criminal histories walking the streets. We need to find them quickly. And for those that say 3,000 a day is too much, I want to remind them, do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 every single day for the remainder of this administration just to catch the ones Biden released in the nation, right? We talk about 12 million illegal aliens. We've been talking about 12 million for 2 decades. We know at least 8 million were released in this country with Joe Biden. So we're well over 20 million. I'm being conservative. So more boots on the ground means we arrest more bad people and make this country safe.
Mr. Homan.
On the farm workers, just one more. Do you understand what President Trump means when he says the
farm owners will have responsibility for the migrants who I guess get to stay even though they don't have status?
I can tell you that there's a lot of people talking in here, Department of Labor, Department of Agriculture, Department of Homeland Security, talking about options. Nothing's been settled, and I'm not going to get ahead of the president. Whatever the president decides, it's his decision, but we're nowhere near that. I can tell you one thing, though. One thing I'm reading in the media that's not true, there will be no amnesty. Administration.
Thank you.
Got it.
How would this administration actually implement birthright citizenship ban? How would that actually work?
I don't want to get ahead of the president on that. Talk about that later.
Is there any chance that the administration could sue the judge who issued the class action injunction today, as you've seen?
Look, it's another example of a radical judge not paying attention to the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court already answered this question. Now he says he has a class. These radical judges aren't going to stop. They want to stop the Trump agenda. What they need to understand, the American people voted for this agenda, right? So, you know, the men and women of ICE are arresting public safety threats and national security threats every day across this country. Every illegal alien public safety threat they arrest makes this country safer. That should be a nonpartisan issue. And we're going to keep doing it. Despite the hate, the rhetoric, the threats, we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. And with the new big, beautiful bill, we're going to do more. They'd be wrong.
Sir, thank you for all you're doing. Will you do the same thing that you're doing in Los Angeles and Springfield, Ohio?
We're going to do it all across the country. The big, beautiful bill is going to give us 10,000 more officers. What people need to understand, we only have 5,000 deportation officers. We got over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. So this bill is going to put more boots on the ground, put more teams on the street to look for the criminals and the public safety threats. It's going to allow us to do more worksite investigations. It's going to hire more judges to hear these cases quicker. And it's going to give us more beds and more transportation to deport people quicker and more efficient.
You said 20 million or more illegal aliens. How many should we deport?
Well, there's at least 20 million in this country. Look, we've been talking about 12 million for the last 2 decades. We know 10.5 million came to the border just under Joe Biden. And for those that say 3,000 a day is ridiculous, do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 every single day of this administration to the end just to remove those that Biden released in the country.
Mr. Homan, is that in effect, what would you say to people who say that's in effect a national police force with the 10,000 new agents and the 75 billion? Do you consider it that?
No, I said with over 20 million illegal aliens, we got less than 5,000 deportation officers. We're enforcing the law. And ICE has always been underfunded. Look, I love the Border Patrol. I started as a Border Patrol agent. They've been increased their resources many times. ICE has never seen a resource like this. Let's remember, a lot of people, Border Patrol arrests come to ICE. They have to transport them, detain them, remove them. It's about time ICE got the numbers they need, especially now because we're cleaning up the mess of the last 4 years of an open border. So we need more enforcement resources to clean up the mess Joe Biden made, plus the ones that were here before them. And that's why, you know, if you look at the numbers, and the media is saying, oh, the majority of people ICE arrested aren't criminals. Well, they're not counting misdemeanors, they're not counting people who are pending charges. If we arrest an illegal alien in the county jail, I'm thinking he's not a choir boy. So, you know, they broke the law entering this country and they committed another crime. They're going to be a priority of this administration. Get a hearing within 40 days, 90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it. USA! USA! All right. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser. And you're such a badass, meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I guarantee you, he sits down to pee. Guaranteed. So, sanctuary cities, let me talk about sanctuary cities real quick. Sanctuary cities are pushing back against the Trump agenda. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. So sanctuary cities from day one, Chicago says Tom Homan is not welcome in Chicago. I was in Chicago within 24 hours. I've been to New York City. I've been to Denver. And for those folks from Seattle and Portland, I'm on my way to Seattle and Portland. Assholes like this guy think they're going to vilify men and women of ICE, and they're going to intimidate or scare us. I'm not going anywhere, either as the men and women of ICE. We're going to do the job that President Trump gave us to do. And let's talk about the hate. I've never before seen in my career such hate against the men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol. That gentleman just standing here, he ain't got the balls to put a badge on and go stand there and take the criminals on. The men and women of ICE have a dangerous job already. I was one of them. I was the first director of ICE that actually came up through the ranks. The 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself because I was one of them. I wore the green uniform. I was a Border Patrol agent. I know what it's like to stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. A sensor goes off. What's coming north? They don't know. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are the bravest men and women this nation has. For you too. We're going to run this operation because President Trump was elected for this issue. Let's talk about President Trump for a moment. I say this all the time, media goes nuts. President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. Under his leadership, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation, and we did that in 7 weeks. President Trump did in 7 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. President Trump, I was at the RNC, I made a statement at the RNC, said I think President Trump's going to designate the criminal cartels in Mexico as terrorist organizations. And you know what? He damn well did it. They are now designated terrorist organizations. And President Trump will wipe these cartels off the face of the earth. On a personal note, the biggest hero of my life was my father, war hero from WW2. Well, I spent hundreds of hours I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours with President Trump, either in the Oval Office on Air Force One or outside events. I love this guy. I respect this man. He loves this country like I've never seen anybody love it before. He wants an American flag on every front porch. He wants the laws enforced. He wants law enforcement to be respected again. To me, that makes him one of the greatest presidents ever. He brought me on the second time. My wife's still pissed off. I came out of retirement the second time. Absolutely, she's still pissed off a little bit, but she got over it. Because she understood what Biden did to this border. 10.5 million illegal aliens to this border. A record number of terrorist watch lists, over 400. Over 400 people, terrorist watch lists were called the southern border under 4 years of Biden. Under Trump 45, we had 14. Biden had 400. How many we had since January 20th of this year? 0. How many releases that we had? 0. Let me give you the comparison here. So yesterday I was looking at the numbers, and under Joe Biden, on an average day, 1,800 gotaways that we knew about. 1,800 people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, or why they're here. 1,800 a day. You know how many there was yesterday? 11. 11 from 1,800. How many people crossed the southern border yesterday? It was 15,000 under Biden some days. Yesterday, 9 were arrested at the border and immediately returned. 9. Sex trafficking has plummeted because the border is secure. Fentanyl overdose deaths have plummeted in this country because we have a secure border. We have already arrested thousands of national security threats and deported them from this country. And the men and women of ICE have already arrested and deported 150,000 illegal aliens, most of them in conviction. And I'll say this: I get a lot of mail. Say, Homan, that's not enough. We want more arrests. I was one of them. I was the first director of ICE that actually came up through the ranks. The 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself because I was one of them. I wore the green uniform. I was a Border Patrol agent. I know what it's like to stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. A sensor goes off. What's coming north? They don't know. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are the bravest men and women this nation has. I'm actually kind of happy right now. When I pulled into the event tonight, there was no protesters. I love protesters. I love them. That means your message is getting out. And my detail will tell you, if protesters don't show up, I'm extremely disappointed. But the hate is incredible. It's just moved from protesting, which I support. You want to protest ICE? Shame on you, but have that. That's your First Amendment rights. You want to disagree with Trump policies? Okay, you have the right to disagree. But I said from day one, if you cross that line and put hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You impede an ICE officer or a Border Patrol agent, you're going to jail. You put hands on them, you're going to jail. You harbor and conceal an illegal alien, you're going to jail. I don't give a shit who you are. Well, the danger facing ICE and Border Patrol right now, I've never seen it before in my career, and I've been doing this since 1984. Throwing Molotov cocktails at officers. The other day, they tried to ambush officers in Alvarado. Almost a dozen people, many with automatic weapons. Trying to kill an ICE officer for what? For enforcing the laws of this country? You got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and racists. You got Tim Walz, another loser, who compares them to the Gestapo. And understand this, these members of Congress that are vilifying them, the ICE officers are simply enforcing the law that they wrote, that they enacted. If ICE officers are racist for enforcing the law, what's that make members of Congress? They wrote the damn law. So we're going to prosecute every person that crossed that line. Last night, we're going to run this operation because President Trump was elected for this issue. Let's talk about President Trump for a moment. I say this all the time, media goes nuts. President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. Under his leadership, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation, and we did that in 7 weeks. President Trump did in 7 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. President Trump, I was at the RNC, I made a statement at the RNC, said, I think President Trump's going to designate the criminal cartels in Mexico as terrorist organizations. And you know what? He damn well did it. They are now designated terrorist organizations. And President Trump will wipe these cartels off the face of the earth. On a personal note, the biggest hero of my life was my father, war hero from WW2. But I spent hundreds of hours I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours with President Trump, either in the Oval Office on Air Force One or at outside events. I love this guy. I respect this man. He loves this country like I've never seen anybody love it before. He wants an American flag on every front porch. He wants the laws enforced. He wants law enforcement to be respected again. To me, that makes him one of the greatest presidents ever. He brought me on the second time across that line. Last night, I was sitting on my couch, actually had a few hours off. I got a tough boss, he don't give me a day off. Last night I'm sitting on the couch, my phone rings, POTUS. He's watching TV and he saw the stones being thrown at ICE vehicles while they're departing an operation. He said, Tom, I'm sick and tired of this, we need to take action. I said, I'm with you. So he sent a tweet out last night, ICE officers will use whatever means necessary to arrest every one of those people that throw a rock. The games are over. I'm tired of this shit. And for those people that want to protest ICE, I feel bad. I just had someone preaching and I'm up here, whatever. Right? If these protesters, these people with purple hair with a nose ring, live in their parents' basement, who don't work and want to go protest ICE, who are getting paid by people, if they think they're going to stop ICE or stop Border Patrol from doing their job, they got another thing coming. Because every time they double down, we're going to triple down. I had 1,000 protesters at my house about a month ago. Good for them. I wasn't even there. My wife's in Italy, so what the hell are they doing? They said they weren't very smart. But they don't understand. We're on a mission to make this country safe again. Every public safety threat, every national security threat we take off the streets of this country makes this country safer. And for those people who say, well, this mass deportation operation, what a racist and un-American thing to say. No, 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 no. We just spent 4 years of massive illegal migration where 10.5 million illegal aliens came to this nation, to our borders. They're demanding due process. They're demanding the right to claim asylum. They demand the right to see a judge. Okay, but at the end of that process, he says you're going home, you're going home. Because that's due process. We don't have a choice. What's the choice? Let them stay? Is that the choice? Because if you don't show consequences, you're never going to fix the problem, and the next president comes in and undoes all the success we're doing. Bottom line is, we're going to enforce the law, unlike the last administration. We're going to hold people accountable. We will continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, because they're the most important, they're the most dangerous to the community. But I'll say it again, If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It's a crime. It's not okay to ignore a judge's order of deportation. We're looking for you. We got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this nation. We got 1.4 million illegal aliens who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed and never left. They became a fugitive, and we're looking for you too. We're going to run this out. All right. That's so I feel kind of bad because you just heard some great preaching. And look, I'm a badass. I say bad things. So look, let me just start out by saying that sometimes I use a bad word, sometimes I'm harsh. But if I offend anybody here tonight, I don't give a shit. Okay. So look, this is the second time I came out of retirement for President Trump, who happens to be the greatest president in my lifetime. So I was the first guy the president called, and I remember after the election, I'm out to dinner with my wife, and the phone's sitting on the table, and all of a sudden it rings and says, POTUS. My wife says, shit. She goes, he's going to ask you to come back. So I walked outside, and first thing out of his mouth was, Tom, you've been bitching about it for 4 years. You want to come back and fix it? He says, you're damn right. Let's go. So look, Joe Biden took the most secure border of my lifetime under Trump 45 and unsecured it on purpose. The first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose. Wasn't an accident, wasn't mismanagement. So where are we at today? Tonight, as I'm talking to you, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation. In the history. Illegal immigration down 96%. That means 96% less people are coming. With 96% less people coming, how many women aren't being raped by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting to the country to kill Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked, unlike the last administration? President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. And look, I wake up like a kid in a candy shop every day because I'm working for this guy. And you know what? Every day is an adventure because I knew he's going to let us do what we do to not only secure the border, but remove millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden let in this country. On top of the success we already had, the last administration, 500,000 children were trafficked into this country. The last administration lost track of 300,000. Trump's already found thousands of these children. Some of the children were with family members, but some of the children were in sex trafficking and forced labor. Matter of fact, one person we found, one male, had custody of over 20 migrant children, many females. And this administration allowed that to happen. President Trump and myself are not going to be satisfied till we find every single child and save them. The last administration simply didn't give a shit. They didn't. And it's just terrible. I don't care what side of politics you're on. When you got a child trafficked in this country for forced labor and sex trafficking, all hands should have been on deck. Under President Trump, all hands are on deck. And look, I always get asked the question, why did they open the border up? Why did they do that? Why did they release people? Let me tell you the secret. They played the long game. Let millions of people cross the border, and let's release them. Let's put them in a hotel room at $500 a night. Give them 3 meals a day. Give them free medical care and give them work authorization. That brought the whole world to the greatest nation on earth. We left thousands of empty ICE beds at $127 a night, empty. Thousands of them. They released them to NGOs at $500 a night. Why did they do that? Because they knew if they're in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 40 days, 90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing.
Mr. Homan, I wanted to quick ask you about alligator Alcatraz. There's been some reporting that it could cost as much as $2 billion. Can you just walk through the thought process on that? I know the president said he's thinking of maybe hosting some undocumented migrants there as well when it's up and running. Can you talk about that?
Look, we just passed a big, beautiful bill. We need more beds. Governor DeSantis came up with some beds pretty quickly. We're looking to get 100,000 beds, and the more beds we get, the more bad guys we can take off the street. Every criminal alien we arrest on the street, before we deport them, they need a bed because it takes several days, several weeks, several months to actually remove them. So we need more beds. We're bringing beds on quickly as possible. I think Governor DeSantis came up with a good model. And I'm not familiar with the cost yet. That's a question for ICE, but we're looking for beds, and I hope we get more beds on soon. We need the beds.
I'm sorry, I said alligator Alcatraz. I meant Alcatraz, the reopening of Alcatraz, the original off the coast.
Well, look, I think they're looking at it. I don't think any decision has been made yet. They've looked at the cost of it, but I'm not in the loop on that. But again, we're looking for any available bed space we can get that meet the detention standards that we're accustomed to. Beds are important. Last week, I woke up one morning, we had less than 200 beds. We'll fill them by half a day. So we're constantly having to change flight arrangements and move deportation as quick as we can to empty beds. We shouldn't be in that position. These operations take time. They're well thought out operations. We need to know that there's a number of beds available when we take the bad guys off the street. So we need to bring beds on as quick as possible, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Mr. Homan, can you explain the plans to continue major enforcement pushes within sanctuary cities and states?
Well, the president made it clear we're going to focus on sanctuary cities, make them priority. And why is that? Because we know they're a problem. We know they're releasing public safety threats every day because they're sanctuary cities. They're not honorary detainers. We don't have that problem in most of Texas and Florida, for instance. So we can take resources in those areas and put them in areas where we know there's a problem. So I've said for weeks, we're going to flood the zone in sanctuary cities. You're going to see a record number of agents in the neighborhoods and a record number of agents at work site. If they don't give us the criminal alien the safety and security of county jail, then we're going to go to the neighborhood and find them because we're going to do the job. If we can't find them in the neighborhood, we'll find them at the work site. So sanctuary cities get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community, which is going to equal more collateral arrest, because when we find a bad guy and he's with somebody that's not a criminal but he's here illegally, they're coming too. So that's the president made that commitment, and I made that commitment, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And we're already doing it.
Mr. Homan, if it did ultimately cost $2 billion to renovate Alcatraz, is that a figure that you're comfortable with?
I'd have to see how many beds come out of that number, and what's the length of stay that facility is going to do. We got short-term bed facilities, we got long-term bed facilities. So unless I have that information, I can't even give you a guess.
Would you rather see other states do things like alligator Alcatraz instead of this big?
I know the secretary is working with other states to do that, to bring on beds quickly that meet our detention standards. Look, I think states have a responsibility too. What the Biden administration did for 4 years, releasing all these people into the country not properly vetted, becomes a state problem. Look, all the traffic you saw in the last 4 years coming through Texas, 97% of it didn't stay in Texas and went all over the country. So states have responsibility. States have felt the effect in crime and exhaustion of their social services. So states have a big share of this too. I'm happy that states are stepping up.
As far as beds are concerned, what kind of number do you have right now as far as beds are concerned? How many, and what's the timeline to get to 100,000 beds?
Quick as possible. I don't have a timeline. We got a lot of contracts being reviewed, but the faster we get the beds, the more people we can take off the street.
How many beds do you have right now?
Right around 60,000.
Mr. Homan, people who
Go ahead. Pardon me?
What penalties should someone who assaulted an ICE officer face?
That's a felony. You should go to prison. President Trump made that clear the other day. This ridiculousness is over. You put a hand on an ICE officer, you're going to prison. You impede an ICE officer, you're going to be prosecuted.
When are you going to start?
If you're knowing and concealing an illegal alien, you're going to go to jail. If you throw a stone at an ICE vehicle or an officer, those days are over. They're going to get out of the car, they're going to arrest you. President Trump made that clear the other day. I talked to President Trump about that. Within 15 minutes, he put a tweet out. So the ICE officers know Zero tolerance. Border Patrol knows, zero tolerance.
Mr. Homan, two questions. One is there are a lot of Australians who, and I've spoken to many in that community. I'm not Australian, I'm a US citizen from New Zealand originally, but they're genuinely scared. Australians drink a lot. A few of them have DUIs. They're here illegally. They've paid off their fines. They've done the restitution thing, but they're still scared they're going to be deported because they had a DUI, say 10 or 15 years ago. Is that true? That's what they're thinking is true. And the second thing is, there was someone arrested today who overstayed his visa. Do you think that it's wrong to overstay a visa? I understand that, but do you think if they have committed no criminal offenses, they should be penalized the same in these harsh deportations?
If you're here in violation of the law, you're going to be held accountable. President Trump made it clear we're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, but you're in the country legally, you got a problem. That is why we're pushing the CB home map. Put your affairs in order and leave the country, make yourself available for some legal program. But if you commit a crime, you violate your status here, that's on you. You violate the law, you're going to be held accountable.
What about these Aussies with DUIs?
As far as enforcement against
Over 10,000 people die a year from DUI. That's a serious crime.
As far as enforcement against mayors who are harboring illegal aliens, when is this going to happen as far as mayors?
That's a question for Pam Bondi and DOJ. I've said it from day one, no one's above the law. If you knowingly and harbor, conceal an illegal alien from ICE, that is a felony. If you impede ICE officers doing their job, that is a felony. That's a question for DOJ. I've asked DOJ to look at a few cases, and they're looking at them, so I'll just leave it at that. It's a question from Pam Bondi.
When do you expect the president to actually announce the specifics of the exemptions for deportations for farm workers?
Look, there's discussions going on. I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. But I'll say this, because I've read a lot of news stories that are inaccurate. There will be no amnesty. There are people talking about, we talk about policies every day, strategies every day. That is one of the discussions. Not getting ahead of the president, we'll see what happens.
Are you concerned about the amnesty provisions in Congressman Salazar's bill?
There will be no, the president will not approve any amnesty.
Proposals similar to Alligator Alcatraz. Which states and how many are you getting?
We don't have an agreement yet, so I'm not giving anybody any credit until we got an agreement.
What's happening with golden cards? President announced a few months ago.
Out of my lane, I'm the border czar.
Okay.
Can you explain how?
Update on border wall construction, which regions are seeing that restart, and also how much border wall and how quickly is this moving? Any updates that you have on that?
No, I know CBP. I talked to CBP this morning. They have a plan. They got a prioritization where they're putting border barriers up based on where they see the biggest need. Wall is being constructed. More water buoys are being put in the water, but that plan is being put together now based on the big beautiful bill. Knowing they have the money available, they're reinstituting that plan. So I don't have the most recent facts on that.
Specifically, that funding is going to where you're tracking border
No,
wall.
no.
Which
We have a conversation with a lot of countries, but until we get an agreement, I'm not going to comment who they are.
send more to South Sudan and Eswatini?
Thank you, sir.
Who are harboring illegal aliens, when is this going to happen as far as mayors?
That's a question for Pam Bondi and DOJ. I've said it from day one, no one's above the law. If you knowingly and harbor, conceal an illegal alien from ICE, that is a felony. If you impede ICE officers doing their job, that is a felony. That's a question for DOJ. I've asked DOJ to look at a few cases, and they're looking at them, so I'll just leave it at that. It's a question from Pam Bondi.
When do you expect the president to actually announce the specifics of the exemptions for deportations for farm workers?
Look, there's discussions going on. I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. But I'll say this, because I've read a lot of news stories that are inaccurate. There will be no amnesty. There are people talking about, we talk about policies every day, strategies every day. That is one of the discussions. Not getting ahead of the president, we'll see what happens.
Are you concerned about the amnesty provision?
Can you explain the plans to continue major enforcement pushes within sanctuary cities and states?
Well, the president made it clear we're going to focus on sanctuary cities, make them priority. And why is that? Because we know they're a problem. We know they're releasing public safety threats every day because they're sanctuary cities. They're not honorary detainers. We don't have that problem in most of Texas and Florida, for instance. So we can take resources from those areas and put them in areas where we know there's a problem. So I've said for weeks, we're going to flood the zone in sanctuary cities. You're going to see a record number of agents in the neighborhoods and a record number of agents at work site. If they don't give us the criminal alien the safety and security of county jail, then we're going to go to the neighborhood and find them because we're going to do the job. If we can't find them in the neighborhood, we'll find them at the work site. So sanctuary cities get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community, which is going to equal more collateral arrest, because when we find a bad guy and he's with somebody that's not a criminal but he's here illegally, they're coming too. So that's the president made that commitment, and I made that commitment, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And we're already doing it.
Mr. Homan, I wanted to quick ask you about alligator Alcatraz. There's been some reporting that it could cost as much as $2 billion. Can you just walk through the thought process on that? I know the president said he's thinking of maybe hosting some undocumented migrants there as well when it's up and running. Can you talk about that?
Look, we just passed a big, beautiful bill. We need more beds. Governor DeSantis came up with some beds pretty quickly. We're looking to get 100,000 beds, and the more beds we get, the more bad guys we can take off the street. Every criminal alien we arrest on the street, before we deport them, they need a bed because it takes several days, several weeks, several months to actually remove them. So we need more beds. We're bringing beds on quickly as possible. I think Governor DeSantis came up with a good model. And I'm not familiar with the cost yet. That's a question for ICE, but we're looking for beds, and I hope we get more beds on soon. We need the beds.
I'm sorry, I said alligator Alcatraz. I meant Alcatraz, the reopening of Alcatraz, the original off the coast.
Well, look, I think they're looking at it. I don't think any decision has been made yet. They've looked at the cost of it, but I'm not in the loop on that. But again, we're looking for any available bed space we can get that meet the detention standards that we're accustomed to. Beds are important. Last week, I woke up one morning, we had less than 200 beds. We'll fill them by half the day. So we're constantly having to change flight arrangements and move deportation as quick as we can to empty beds. We shouldn't be in that position. These operations take time. They're well thought out operations. We need to know that there's a number of beds available when we take the bad guys off the street. So we need to bring beds on as quick as possible, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Homan, if it did ultimately cost $2 billion to renovate Alcatraz, is that a figure that you're comfortable with?
I'd have to see how many beds come out of that number, and what's the length of stay that facility is going to do. We got short-term bed facilities, we got long-term bed facilities. So unless I have that information, I can't even give you a guess.
Would you rather see other states do things like alligator Alcatraz instead of this big?
I know the secretaries are working with other states to do that, to bring on beds quickly that meet our detention standards. Look, I think states have a responsibility too. What the Biden administration did for 4 years, releasing all these people into the country not properly vetted, becomes a state problem. Look, all the traffic you saw in the last 4 years coming to Texas, 97% of it didn't stay in Texas and went all over the country. So states have responsibility. States have felt the effect in crime and exhaustion of their social services. So states have a big share of this too. I'm happy that states are stepping up.
As far as beds are concerned, what kind of number do you have right now as far as beds are concerned? How many, and what's the timeline to get to 100,000 beds?
Quick as possible. I don't have a timeline. We got a lot of contracts being reviewed, but the faster we get the beds, the more people we can take off the street.
How many beds do you have right now?
Right around 60,000.
Mr. Homan, people who
Go ahead. Pardon me?
What penalties should someone who assaults an ICE officer face?
That's a felony. You should go to prison. President Trump made that clear the other day. This ridiculousness is over. You put a hand on an ICE officer, you're going to prison. You impede an ICE officer, you're going to be prosecuted.
When are you going to start?
If you're knowing and concealing an illegal alien, you're going to go to jail. If you throw a stone at an ICE vehicle or an officer, those days are over. They're going to get out of the car, they're going to arrest you. President Trump made that clear the other day. I talked to President Trump about that. Within 15 minutes, he put a tweet out. So the ICE officers know. Zero tolerance. Border Patrol knows. Zero tolerance. I visited the officer last night. Of course, he was heavily sedated, so I didn't have words with him, but I did talk to his family. They're devastated. It's just a shock to the soul when you walk in and see that young man laying there. Secretary said it, Rodney said it, sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. Hard stop. I've been doing this since 1984. I've never seen a situation where I see it today. New York City, how many times do you want to see NYPD attacked by illegal alien criminals in the city? Now a federal officer. How many citizens in this city have been attacked by illegal aliens in this city? You see the polls. Everybody agrees we should be arresting public safety threat illegal aliens, but you got a city council here that locked this out of Rikers Island. Are you kidding me? So an illegal alien in Rikers Island we can't talk to, we don't have access to. That makes the city unsafe. Every sanctuary city is unsafe. I'll say it again, sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And I'm going to work very hard for Secretary Noem to keep President Trump's promise and his commitment several weeks ago that sanctuary cities are now our priority. We're going to flood the zone. You don't want to let us into jail to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. You want to release him into the street, which makes it unsafe for the community, makes it unsafe for the officer, makes it unsafe for the alien. Anything can happen on a street arrest. So what we're going to do, we'll have more agents in New York City to look for that bad guy. So sanctuary cities get exactly what they don't want, more agents in the community and more agents in the work site. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of the county jail, then we'll arrest him in the community, and we'll arrest him in the jail. And when we arrest him in the community, if he's with others that are in the country illegally, they're coming too. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. President Trump is not going to tolerate it. And I'll work every day with Secretary Noem to make sure we get as many bad guys, illegal aliens out of this country that we can. And I want to say one more thing. I'm sick and tired of reading in the media every day how ICE is not doing what the Trump administration has promised, that we're not arresting criminals, that most of the people we're arresting are not criminals. I look at the numbers every day. The numbers I looked at the other day, 130,000 arrests and 90,000 criminals. Do the math, that's 70%. And who are the others? Others are those who have final orders, who had due process at great taxpayer expense. A federal judge ordered them removed, so ICE's job is to remove them. Who are the rest of the people? National security threats. Under Secretary Noem's leadership, they've arrested several hundred Iranian nationals. National security threats. They may not have a criminal conviction, but they need to be detained. They need to be arrested and taken off the streets of this country. Then I read another story about how most people in ICE detention aren't criminals. Now the story is, how bad of a criminal they have to be. I saw a story the other day. Only 1% of the illegal aliens removed were murderers. Are you kidding me? Being in the country illegally is not illegal anymore? You got to commit a murder to be deported? If you look at ICE detention, I'll say it again. Look at detention. Who's in detention? I looked at the numbers this morning. A majority are criminals, a criminal history. Who are the rest? Final order cases, who a judge ordered removed. The others are expedited removal. By federal statute, demands they be detained. So for the media out there, let's try telling the truth about the men and women of ICE and the men and women of the Border Patrol. I wore that uniform. I was an ICE agent. These are the finest men and women in this country that put their lives on the line every day for this country. I buried Border Patrol agents. I buried ICE agents. Luckily, thank God, we're not burying one today. Enough. I love the men and women of ICE. I love the men and women of the Border Patrol. They're finally doing the job they took an oath to do, and they got a great leadership of Secretary Noem, who's going to enforce the law without apology. I appreciate your leadership. I think that's all. How's that? First of all, I'm glad to be back. This is the second time I unretired for President Trump, and I'm excited about it. So let's start this with Trump 45. When trafficking happened across the border, we realized trafficking was going on. What did we do about it? We established DNA testing. We made sure families were families. We did a pilot program. Some of the pilot programs show as high as 30% of families, claiming to be families, weren't families at all. Fast forward to the Biden administration. They stopped DNA testing. They stopped a majority of the trafficking investigations. For 4 years, I woke up every day pissed off because I knew children were being trafficked. I knew women and children being sex trafficked. I knew children were coming across the border being released to the very people that paid to have them smuggled, that conspired with alien smuggling organizations to have their child smuggled, put their child in the hands of criminal cartels to be snuck across the border. And I knew, based on my 4 years of experience, what some of these children most likely went through. So every day I woke up pissed off. Because when you open the border up, people are going to come. When you make a promise to the whole world, you can cross the border legally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. We'll release you within 24 hours, send you to the city of your choice with a taxpayer-funded plane ticket, put you in a free hotel room, give you 3 meals a day, and work authorization within 3 months. I knew the whole world was going to take advantage of that. The most vulnerable people in the world would take advantage of that giveaway program. And what did that do? It brought millions to the border, overwhelmed the Border Patrol. We're up to 70% of agents are off the line. Changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, making travel arrangements. 70% of agents off the line. There was several moments, actually many moments in that 4 years, where the entire sector of U.S. Border Patrol agents were pulled off the line to deal with overcrowding, processing, dealing with that humanitarian crisis. When you remove 70% of agents off the line, that's when bad things happen. That's when trafficking exploded to historic highs. That's when sex trafficking exploded to historic highs. That's when enough fentanyl came across to kill 250,000 Americans. That's when we went from 14 people on the terrorist watch list arrested during Trump 45 to over 400 under Joe Biden. So every day I woke up pissed off. So I couldn't wait to see President Trump win office back, because I knew we'd come back and we fix it, and we did. As of today, we got the most secure border in my lifetime, the most secure border in the history of this nation. And what does that mean? That means less trafficking. That means less, that's great. Less no-inspected terrorists crossing the border, less trafficking of children, less sex trafficking, less drugs, less fentanyl, and we're bankrupting the criminal cartels of Mexico with President Trump. I said this before the election, and I say it again, and I mean it. President Trump will be the first president in American history to wipe the criminal cartels of Mexico off the face of the earth. So what are we doing? I can tell you we're all over the trafficking issue. Again, because the border is secure, we have less of it happening. Gotaways under Joe, and let me just mention, because these data points mean something. An average day under Joe Biden, we had 1,800 known gotaways. People who crossed the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. An average of 1,800. Last 24 hours, that number was 21. Less gotaways. The reason there's less gotaways is because every single Border Patrol agent is on the line, vigilant, securing that border at the highest level ever. So there's not the opportunity, like was under Biden administration, for thousands of people to be trafficked across that border. Our main focus right now is not just make sure that border is the most secure we ever had, which it is now, is to find the thousands and thousands of children that were trafficked in this country, released to unvetted sponsors, and the last administration lost track of 300,000 of them, and they weren't looking for them. Another thing that pisses me off. What did President Trump do? President Trump committed to 3 things. When President Trump called me and asked me to come back, he wanted me to take control over 3 things. 1, secure the border. 2, run the biggest deportation operation this country ever seen. And 3, find these kids. So we've already located right around 10,000. I'm not happy. We got a hell of a lot more to find, and I'm going to do everything in my power. This administration will do everything in its power to find every single one of these kids. Here's the problem. I'll just be frank with you. Because the last administration didn't do things right, because they didn't really care, these sponsors weren't properly vetted. I'm finding out through whistleblowers that Many of these sponsors weren't fingerprinted. Identifications weren't verified. So I can find you all. You all have a digital footprint, right? You all own cars, you own homes, you got credit cards, you pay bills. We can find you. But children don't have that footprint. They don't have what we need to easily find them. So we got to count on the footprint, the digital footprint of the sponsors. And when they weren't properly vetted, their identifications weren't vetted, they weren't fingerprinted. Now we're working with data that's just terrible. I mean, many of the addresses HSI is showing up at are parking lots, grocery stores. I know there's one case where one man sponsored over 20 children. How the hell did that happen? The last administration didn't care. All they cared about opening the border up, bringing as many people as they can. Because they obviously thought they were future Democratic voters, but they also thought they'd be counted in the next census, so Democrats earn more seats in the House. They sold this country out for future political power, and they sold the children out. But President Trump has made a commitment that we're going to find every one of these children. We have HSI agents every day going across this country. Despite what the media says, HSI is seeking down kids to deport them. We're seeking kids to save them. Some of these kids we have found were in forced sex slavery, sex trafficking. Some of these kids were in forced labor. You've read about them. Not all of them. Many of these children will be with families, safe. God help us, hope they all are. But that's simply not the fact. We have rescued children. We'll continue rescuing children every day. That's the facts you won't read about. I've actually asked for updated data that we'll hopefully get out in front of the presser in the near future. But I want you to know, every day I wake up, I look at the data, and I'm pushing as hard as I can. The White House president's pushing as hard as he can to make sure we're putting every resource available into finding every one of these children. And to permanently shut down sex trafficking and prosecute the animals that are involved in this. And for those that you're here amongst some of the best congressmen and senators in this nation, if you see them, shake their hand and thank them for the big, beautiful bill, because now we have a whole bunch of money that we're going to get more resources, more boots on the ground, more agents to knock on those doors, more technology to help us find these kids, more attorneys to prosecute the animals that are involved with trafficking. So the big, beautiful bill, you think we're doing great things right now? Hold on tight and watch what happens in the future. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Do you have a daily quote of arrests when the assaults on ICE officers will continue to increase?
I hope not, and I hope the rhetoric, especially from members of Congress, stops. I've seen members of Congress compare ICE to the Nazis, racists, terrorists. Members of Congress need to understand one thing. ICE is enforcing the law that Congress wrote and enacted. So if ICE agents enforcing immigration law, they call them a racist, what's that make Congress? They wrote the law. Congress, ICE agents aren't making this up. They're out there enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the President. I'll say it again. We're focusing on national security threats and public safety threats. They're making this country safe every day. It's the right thing to do. And I'm sick and tired of reading in the media that most of the people we arrest aren't criminals. Tell the whole story. The majority of the arrests are criminals, public safety threats. Who are the others? Many are national security threats. They may not have a criminal conviction. We got over 300 Iranians that we've arrested in the last month or so. May not have a criminal conviction, but they're a national security threat. Who are the others we're arresting? Those with final orders. Those who had due process at great taxpayer expense. A federal judge says you must leave, and they became a fugitive. So we're going to arrest them too. If not, we send a message to the whole world, enter the country illegally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. Go to court or don't go to court, get an order removal, don't worry about it because no one's looking for you. No, we're going to send a message to the whole world. You got the right to due process, but at the end of that due process, if you're order removed, you're leaving. Because if we don't execute those orders, then what the hell are we doing? Shut down immigration court doesn't mean anything anymore. Take the border off the border. No, we're going to enforce the law.
Roman, are you going to keep saying there are reports that ICE is looking to expand ankle monitors for 180,000 plus migrants in the ATD, Alternative to Detention program. What can you tell us about that?
I'm not on weeds on that, but I support it. I looked at the numbers the other day on the removal orders over the last year. 51% of those who got a removal order were in absentia, which means they didn't show up in court. So ankle monitors help us with that. So I'm not in weeds on that, but if that's happening, I support it 100%.
Mr. Homan, are you going to keep sending Venezuelan members of the TDA to?
Following up on that, do you believe that every illegal immigrant should have an ankle monitor?
Well, that, you know, every case is different. Then deportation laws make that adjustment based on criminal history, immigration history. So it's a case-by-case basis. But I can tell you, back when I was ICE director, having that GPS capability increased those going to court a lot. So it does make a difference. And it's cheaper than detention, right, in some cases. But, you know, it depends on the cases. But GPS in the past has been very helpful, getting people to court. And that's a big, like I said, 51% of remove orders are in absentia. If GPS helps them get them to court, I'm all behind it.
What's your vision, Mr. Homan? How often do you meet with Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller on your vision, and are you all aligned on the border?
I meet with Stephen Miller every day. Stephen Miller is brilliant. I don't care if you like or love the guy. He's the smartest guy I've ever dealt with when it comes to immigration and borders policy. Smart guy, and I am honored to work with him. Kristi Noem, we talk very frequently. There's no daylight between us.
Tom, on the fentanyl situation on the Mexico border and with the Canadians, can you give us an update on whether you see progress on that? That's the basis for the tariff on both countries.
We're in the middle of discussions with Canadian officials. I've met with them several times. I'm not in a position to comment on that yet.
Right, thank you.
The president indicated he would try to help Afghan nationals who had aided the United States previously. Will that extend to those who aided the United States who are here under TPS?
Out of my lane. That'd be something for the State Department. I'm familiar with some discussions going on, but the State Department has a big role in that, so I'll leave that to them.
Hey, Tom.
What's the status on adding more beds to detention centers?
In the middle of it right now. DHS is reviewing pending contracts, looking for new contracts. We're going to work our way up to 100,000 beds. We got the funding to do it. Working on it.
And other states have teased maybe starting their own alligator Alcatraz. Can you confirm which states maybe have been working with you on more detention centers?
I won't confirm the states until we have an agreement. But I applaud the states who are stepping up, because this illegal immigration issue is a state problem too. And millions of people released by the Biden administration, the states. So I'm glad the states are stepping up and helping.
The Vice President said that he hopes that you'll reach net negative immigration this year. Do you think that's possible? And when do you think that will happen?
I hope so too, but how quick can we bring the resources on? We just got a big, beautiful bill, which is going to put more boots on the ground. It's going to fund more detention beds. It's how quick we can bring people on and get them on the street to make the arrest. So, you know, great goal, but I'd be foolish to give you a number, because I don't know. There's too many factors. How many people can get on the streets? How quick can we bring more agents on the street? How quick can we bring contractors in that can do a job that don't require a badge and gun, so that badge and gun get on the streets? So there's too many variables, but our goal is to arrest everybody we can, as long, prioritizing criminal safety threats and national security threats. But I'll say it again, in sanctuary cities, where our priority is now, you force us in the community to arrest a bad guy, find a bad guy. If he's with others who are in the country illegally, they're coming too.
You're a quota of migrants you want to arrest per day, a quota.
Pardon me?
You have a quota of migrants you want to arrest?
I don't have any quota. I want to arrest as many public safety threats and national security threats as possible. I'll arrest when every public safety threat, illegal aliens, are removed from this country. And for those who question the 3,000 a day, saying it's an unreasonable number, do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 a day, every day for the remainder of this administration, just to remove those who Biden administration released in the country illegally.
Tom, the Vice President is attacking Microsoft for firing Americans while still applying for H-1B visas. What's your message to companies that are doing just that?
Look, it's illegal to hire illegal aliens. It's illegal to hire illegal aliens. As far as that would be a question for Joe Edlow over CIS. They handle the visas. And again, I'm the borders guy. I'm an enforcement guy. I'm in the export program, not the import program.
Is there any concerns on the docket?
Jay?
Is Kilmar Abrego Garcia on public safety threat?
Yes.
Can you give us an update on the self-deportation numbers?
Last time I looked, over 6,000 going through the CBP home app. But according to numerous studies, there's over 1 million self-deportations since President Trump took office, which is a great thing.
Is there any
the
concern?
lowest murder rate in history. How much do you contribute to lock down the border to lower the overall murder rate?
A lot. We looked at numbers this morning, and ICE has over 150,000 arrests in the interior, most of them criminals. Every criminal ICE arrest makes the community much safer. That's what President Trump's committed to. President Trump wants a better, safer America, and that's exactly what the men and women at ICE are doing every day. And let me say this about the attacks on ICE. I want you all to remember, ICE agents are mothers and fathers too. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day to come to work. I'm sick and tired of the attacks on ICE. President Trump's sick and tired of it. You impede an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You throw a stone, you're going to jail. If you interfere with the enforcement, you're going to jail. We're done. We're done playing the game. We're going to enforce the law. We're going to make America safer, and we're going to do it with no apologies.
Tom, you mentioned the Iranians, sir. Tom, you mentioned the 300 Iranians.
Louisville, Kentucky recently walked back their status designation as a sanctuary city. Here in D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser is walking back her position as D.C. as a sanctuary jurisdiction. Is there a message in there for other cities like L.A., like Boston, like Chicago? And do you hope to see more jurisdictions change?
Absolutely. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. Hard stop. Bottom line, that's what it is. And the President Trump made a commitment a couple weeks ago that we're going to prioritize sanctuary cities. I made a statement the other day about New York. We're going to flood the zones. The sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the communities and more worksite enforcement. Why is that? Because they won't let one agent arrest one bad guy to jail. They're going to release a public safety threat back in the community. Now I got to send a whole team to go find that person. So, you know, we're going to find the bad guy, whether they help us or not. So if they release him in the community, we got to send more people to do that. Because we just can't send one officer in the community to find a bad guy because of officer safety consideration. He has access to who knows what weapons, right? The illegal alien criminal. So we got to send a whole team. Now in New York, he's releasing hundreds of criminals every week, right straight from the precincts. We got to go find them. So we know we have a problem in New York City, and that's why President Trump wants to prioritize sanctuary cities. We know they're releasing public safety threats every day. We don't have that problem in Florida. We don't have that problem in Texas. So those resources can certainly be redeployed. I've talked to Kristi Nolan about it. We're going to flood the zone in sanctuary cities. President Trump made it a priority. It's the right thing to do. With our limited resources right now, we need to concentrate on the worst first, like we've done since day one. We can continue that, especially in sanctuary cities, where we got no assistance. What people do.
Hey Tom, real quick, Illinois Congresswoman Delia Ramirez this week has said she, born in Chicago to Guatemalan parents, said she's more proud to be a Guatemalan. I'll give you the exact quote. I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American. Congressman Andy Ogles has said she should be deported over this. Should she face any consequences as a sitting Congress member?
I think what she said was disgusting, right? I mean, she's a sitting U.S. Congresswoman, citizen of this country. She's serving at the privilege of her state. Her voters put her in there. So I think her commitment should be to her state and the people that put her in that position. That should be her constituency. And I think what she said there was, in a veiled way, supporting illegal aliens from Guatemala over here. And it's a veiled shot at ICE. Let's be serious what she's doing, right? But what she needs to know is ICE is deporting thousands of nationals of Guatemala every week. And we can continue that until every illegal alien from Guatemala is removed from this country. That's what the people voted for, and that's what we're going to do. It's unfortunate she said that. I wish she, you know, it's ridiculous.
Mr. Tom, I have a question for the Lebanese.
Pardon?
For the Lebanese, that they are in the country, that they have temporary protected status in the country, and they are Lebanese and they are in the country. Should the community in the U.S. prepare for stricter ICE enforcement or for possible deportation if they are under temporary protected status?
I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary on that. TPS is her decision, not mine. Thanks, folks. This administration is doing it.
Is the administration at all concerned that ICE is recruiting techniques?
The what was?
The age cap limit for officers to join ICE. It's no longer 37. It could be people older than 40 now.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I'm 63 and I'd love to put a badge and gun on and go out there and do these things. I mean, bottom line is you got a lot of patriots, and I think, the age limits are decades old, and we need to look at that. But just because if someone comes in and they're, they're 55, maybe they can't carry a badge of gun, they can certainly do administrative duties and help ICE. They can do targeting, they can do intelligence. Then don't put them on the street with a badge of gun. So we'll welcome a lot of people to come, not just do law enforcement work, but do the other work that doesn't require a badge of gun. And when they do that work, that means the badge and gun that's doing that work can leave that work and go on the street and let the new guy sit there and do the job that doesn't require a badge of gun.
Immigration advocates argue this, that detainees at Alligator Alcatraz are in inhumane conditions, including flooded facilities, spoiled food, sweltering heat, and they have limited access to their
Bunch of crap. I was there. I walked through detainee facilities. I walked through the medical facilities. I walked through the cafeteria. I had them show me, what did you feed these people today? I saw the lunch what they fed them. They ate better yesterday than I am eating today. Bottom line, that's God's eye. And I looked at what they're giving them for dinner. I did it just so I can push back on the fake media stories here. I went down there. I saw the meals. I'd sit down and have one of those meals. And I went through I didn't see any flooding. I went through the facilities where they're being detained. The air conditioning, the level of comfort. I was wearing a suit and I wasn't sweating. So again, fake stories.
Are there any plans to protect people here under DACA from deportation?
President Trump is he's been clear on that, and you don't see, again, the prioritization speaks for itself. Public safety threats and national security threats. So that's what prioritization is. No one's prioritizing DACA. And like under the first Trump administration, he came up with a plan to fix DACA, and who shut it down? Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It wasn't President Trump. One more question.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate of how many people are using the CPB Home app to self-deport?
I haven't looked at that recently. Last time I looked, it was about 7,000. Last time, and that was weeks ago. It was 7,000. But I think there have been several studies done. Over 1 million illegal aliens have left this country on their own. I think they're seeing a couple things. Number one, they want the ability to come back on their legal program. And then we said it before, if you get formally deported and we have to go find you and go through that whole process, there's a statutory bar on you ever coming back. Anywhere from 5 years to 20 years, depending on a specific case, sometimes never coming back. So I think the message the Secretary's been sending is, if you're in the country legally, go on your own and leave opportunities for the future. And and you get your affairs in order, contact ICE, they'll get your plane home. Once you get there, they'll give you $1,000 to help, get you started. But that's the right way to do it, and I hope more people do it.
Hey Tom, real quick.
It'll be a false story.
Can you say a word about
Slammer after the IndyCar rejected it?
Can you say a word about reassigning FEMA?
Look, I don't name the facilities, but I'll say this: the work of ICE, the men and women of ICE are trying to do their job with integrity and honor. I don't want these names to detract from that. So, not naming the facilities, but I wasn't involved in that. But I want people to focus on the hard work and the dangerous work the men and women of ICE are doing, and they're doing the integrity and honor. And I want us to stick to that. And so I don't want the names taking over the great work they're doing. This is serious work and it's dangerous work, so I want to stick with that.
Can you give a reaction to the judge considering halting operations at Alligator Alcatraz over environmental concerns?
I don't understand what environmental concerns are, because I was down there. So all they take waste out of there every day. They're not having any impact. They haven't put 1 foot of concrete down that wasn't already there. I mean, the airport was already there. Runway was already there. They're moving waste in and out every day. They're moving, sewage water in and out every day. So I don't see any environmental impact. Again, if the judge will make that ruling, go down there and look at it yourself. I'm sick and tired of the radical judges trying to shut down everything we're doing. It's ridiculous. I thought the Supreme Court was pretty clear last month about these radical judges trying to, stop the Trump administration from implementing our agenda that American people voted for.
Immigration advocates though say that.
Mr. Homan, what are the cost estimates? Mr. Homan, what are the cost estimates for this detention center in Indiana? Who came up with the name, and also, how much is this going to look like Alligator Alcatraz?
I don't know who came up with the name, and I don't know the details. But I'll say this again: 1,000 beds come in very handy, and I'm glad the states are stepping up to help us do this. Every bed we bring on, we fill pretty quickly. I mean, we don't have less than several hundred beds this morning. We'll fill them by tomorrow morning. So the more beds we bring on, and look, I'll say it again, I am happy that governors are stepping up, wanting to help with this, because interior enforcement is their responsibility too. They saw what happened to the crime rates. They see what happened to all the U.S. citizens that were attacked by people not supposed to be here. They've read all the stories on the young women raped and murdered by members of criminal cartels that were released in this country by administration. They're angry too, and they're happy that President Trump's taking action to not only secure the border at the highest level ever, but to make this country safe again. I'm glad governors are stepping up, but I'll say it again. I would like to see bigger facilities that be more efficient, holding several thousand people. But 1,000-bed facility is a great help because we need those 1,000 beds. We need them today. So the quicker they bring it on, the better.
What about the administration's next move?
They bring it on, the better.
What about the administration's next move if the judge does order to halt operations at Alligator Alcatraz?
Well, we'll do what we always do. We'll litigate it, we'll appeal it, and we'll win. I mean, bottom line is, why would you stop operations at a facility that has no issues as far as I'm concerned? Matter of fact, if that facility reminded me yesterday, it's facilities I walked through, with our FEMA employees go and set up their base camps. The facility's just as good as what we send our FEMA employees to, if not better. There was no issues with Alligator Alcatraz, and I can say that comfortably because I was there. I was just there the day before yesterday. I saw it. I walked through it. I walked through every square foot of that facility. Again, the detention facility, where they prepare the food, the medical facility. I got a briefing on all the SOPs on if a hurricane comes, what's the plans for evacuation? I mean, where do you put the most significant criminals compared to the lesser criminals? They got it covered, and I think it's a good facility. I didn't see a single issue, and I was there all day.
Tom, can you update us on the hiring process? How many more ICE agents you need, and are you getting a tick in people applying?
We have no problem recruiting. We got record numbers. The Border Patrol has a record number of people wanting to become part of the Border Patrol. Overwhelming number. ICE the same way. I've shared this a couple weeks ago. I actually used to have a LinkedIn account, and I had to shut it down because I had thousands and thousands of people reaching out to me with whether they're just got out of the military, whether they're police officers in counties and cities, or retired ICE agents, retired border agents, your average Americans. I mean, I love them all for wanting to come part, but it shut me down. So there's no lack of men and women that want to come and join this administration because they've seen the great things this administration is doing.
Is the administration at all?
And are you still, Mr. Homan, are you still targeting this 3,000 arrests a day a target, or how should we think about your capacity to arrest with these
Look, I think the Department of 3,000 arrests, people say, what a ridiculous number. Do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 people every day for the remainder of this administration just to remove the people Joe Biden released in the country. 3,000, in my opinion, is not a target. It's not my target. But, everybody says 3,000 is a ridiculous, goal. I'll say, look at the numbers. We have to arrest more than twice many of that just to remove the people that Biden led, and that's not counting the 12, 15 million already here. So I don't think anybody's working on a goal of 3,000. I think I look at the numbers every day, and I think the men and women are doing a great job. I hope we get over 3,000 a day when we bring these additional resources on, additional beds, additional transportation contracts. Because again, and despite what some of you are all saying, most of the people arrested aren't criminals. Again, crap, wrong. I look at the number every morning. The first thing I do is look at the numbers. The numbers I looked at this morning, 70% of everybody ICE arrested is a criminal. For some of y'all say, well, they're not criminal enough. Just a DUI. 10,000 people a year die from DUI. Bottom line is 70% of everybody ICE arrested is a criminal. Who's the other 30% they're arresting? So when you write the stories, why don't we just be honest and tell the whole story? Many of them are national security threats that don't have criminal history, because most national security threats lay low. They don't want encounter law enforcement while they're here. For instance, over 300 Iranian nationals. Probably not criminals, don't have a criminal history, but they're national security. And they need to be arrested and taken off the streets. Who are the other ones? Many of them are final orders. These are people who had due process at great taxpayer expense, and a federal judge ordered them removed. And our job, under statute, is to remove them. So we find them, we remove them. May not be criminals, but they have the due process. And the reason we're doing that, because if we don't, we send a message to the whole world. It's okay to cross the border illegally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. show up in court or not show up in court and get a final order removal from a federal judge, but don't worry about it. As long as you don't commit another crime, no one looking for you. If that's the message we send to the whole world, you're never going to fix this issue. There are millions of people standing in line doing things the right way, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees. They're sitting in the back seat. Well, we had 10.5 million illegal aliens come to the border, who a vast majority of them were asylum cheaters. You can call them asylum seekers all you want. I guess that's an accurate term. But look at the immigration court data. 9 out of 10 people claim asylum at the border end up with an order removal. They cheated the system ahead of thousands of people in the world who really do need our protection. They really do need asylum, protect them from the home government. They're sitting in the back seat. What the Trump administration is doing, we're enforcing laws enacted by Congress. President Trump's keeping his promise. And look at the crime rates already. Every public safety threat ICE takes off the street makes this country safer. Every national security threat we take off the street makes this country safer. Every illegal alien with a final deportation order that we remove sends a strong message to the whole world. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It is a crime. It is not okay to be here illegally. And if you're here illegally, you got a problem. You should be looking over your shoulder. It's not okay to be here illegally. Like it wouldn't be okay for me to be in any other country illegally. We're enforcing the immigration law. That's what the American people put President Trump in the Oval Office for. President Trump's success on the border is unprecedented. We've got the most secure border in the history of the nation today. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. No one has come close to the success of the Trump administration on border security. And I looked at the numbers this morning, again, over 300,000 repatriations since January when President Trump came in office. Do the math. That's historic, especially when 70% of those are public safety threats and national security threats. No one does it better than the man sitting in the White House here, Donald Trump, and I'm proud every day when I wake up. I'm proud to work for this president because he's making this country safe again every day, and you all see the numbers.
Mr. Homan.
TPS for Ukrainian people, Mr. Homan. TPS for Ukrainian people. President Trump told that he gonna extend TPS status and you for Ukrainian people. Are you going to do that?
That's the Secretary of Homeland. That's Christy Noem's call now.
Two questions for you.
Sir, can I just ask about FEMA? So there's reports that you're going to be reassigning FEMA agents to work on ICE questions. Would that be a temporary thing, or are you talking about that?
I have not heard that. You're the first one to say that to me, so I'm not aware.
Mr. Homan, is the administration considering any federal action in Portland, where we see Antifa besieged one of the buildings there for over a month now and assaulting and attacking journalists on the ground?
We'll see about that. I'm going to Portland.
Mr. Homan, Scripps News has learned that there was a major medical incident at Alligator Alcatraz.
Major what?
Major medical incident at Alligator Alcatraz.
What was it?
What could you tell us about that?
I can tell you I went to Alligator Alcatraz 2 days ago, and I'm sick and tired of false stories about Alligator Alcatraz. Someone asked me the other day that the priest wasn't allowed in to get mass. Wrong. They got the records there. They showed me records. Clergy had been allowed on there. And I walked through the medical facility there. Not one person was in the trauma unit at all. I talked to the head medical person, shared with me, what they're getting is some people don't, a stomach ache or nothing serious has happened there. And if something serious is happening, they got a helicopter right there to take people to the nearest trauma center. So what I saw was a well-run facility, and the reason I went down there is because I get asked these questions all the time about the terrible, terrible Alligator Alcatraz. I went down there, and what I found out is there's a lot of fake stories out there about medical attention, about religious freedom and having clergy there. I went down there. I looked at it. I looked at the books. So it's simply a false story.
Why Indiana?
So nice. Pardon me?
Why Indiana for this latest detention center?
Why not? I mean, bottom line is the state should play a role in this administration's efforts to remove public safety threats from this nation as quick as possible, illegal alien public safety threats and national security threats. States are playing a role. I'm happy for their participation, coordination, and efforts.
How quickly could we see it up and running?
I don't have exact deadline on it. I know it's we're looking about 1,000-bed facility, and I just said in another interview, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see bigger facilities that hold 4,000 or 5,000 people. Just creates more efficiencies. Near an airstrip, move people in and out quicker, bigger population, but 1,000 beds help. Right? I've said from day one, we need 100,000 beds. That's what we asked for in the big beautiful bill, and we got it. 100,000 beds would create more efficiencies and allow ICE agents to arrest more bad people on the street. And with us hiring at a massive rate, more boots on the ground, meaning we're arresting more criminals, which means we need more beds. Everybody arrests needs a bed. They're going to be in custody for several days, several weeks, several months, depending on the specific case. But the more beds we have, the more success we're going to see.
Do you have a cost estimate yet?
To talk with us, just wanted to get an update on ICE being involved in the DC efforts here. Can you expand on their involvement in the crackdown here in Washington DC?
I think the president made the right call on cracking down on crime in DC. I mean, I've lived in DC for several years. I won't walk the streets without having a gun. I mean, it's just the violence and crime is terrible here. And yeah, ICE is going to play a role. ICE officers are trained in police tactics too. You go through the ICE Academy, there's a huge portion of that academy on police duties, police responsibilities now, whether it's constitutional rights, handcuffing, all sorts of things are outside the ICE realm that we train, cross-train in police duties, so they're well trained to help in any mission when it comes to law enforcement.
Mr. Homan, DHS says 100,000 Americans have signed up to be a part of ICE. How many of those folks do you think will ultimately get signed on in order for the agency to meet its deportation goals?
Well, we need 110,000, so we need to hire the best of that 100,000. We make sure we hire quality because it's a tough job. And we got to make sure we get the right people, and that's what we're working hard to make sure we do. Anything else?
And no update on any deportations here in Washington, D.C. Any updates on any raids or deportation efforts here in D.C. while your men are out on the street here?
You're going to see more deportations come out of Washington, D.C. than you've seen in the past, I guarantee that.
Can you confirm how many states are working with right now to create migrant detention facilities similar to the one we see in Florida?
Several being worked on, but I won't name them until we actually have an agreement on it, but there's several states that have stepped up wanting to assist. And that's really a question for the secretary who's handling that. But we'll see what states come through. But I applaud the states stepping forward. This has been a state issue too. What the Biden administration did the last 4 years was terrible, and releasing a lot of millions of people in this country not properly vetted. So the states are taking interest. They care about public safety too. And I'm not saying every illegal alien is a public safety threat, but many are, and the states are taking it seriously. So I'm glad they're stepping in.
Mr. Homan, at the beginning of the year, we read how Colombia didn't want to accept some deportation flights. And they were like the first example of how they changed their mind very quickly about the deportations. Are they cooperating right now, Colombia or other countries in the Western Hemisphere?
Well, just about everybody's cooperating. Because they know if they don't want to take their nationals back, we'll send them to a third country. One thing's for sure, an illegal alien criminal threat, a public safety threat, or national security threat isn't staying here. So either the company takes it back, or we'll send it to a safe third country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom, you got a few minutes for questions? We got a microphone ready for you.
Of course.
Yes, what are the odds? Yeah.
What's up?
Tell us about the crime crackdown so far, how you've seen it go in the first 48 hours, if you will, and also what are we looking at in terms of next steps?
Look, I know they've taken some bad people off the street, but in addition to that, I think it sends a strong message of consequences. I mean, deterrence. I think a lot of the criminals are staying off the street because they know there's an increased presence of law enforcement that's going to take zero tolerance on criminal activity in D.C., as the president said. So I think it works both ways. Number one, taking bad guys off the street, actually arresting some folks. Second of all, the deterrence message is keeping people off the street from doing violent things because they know there's an uptick in law enforcement.
You hear, though, that if the time frame is set that after 30 days, hey, our authority's over, that then these criminals that put themselves off the streets might come right back?
The president's authority is never over. The president's going to do what he has to do to make this country safe again in every city in this nation. Anything else? That was easy. Thanks, folks.
Dan, is that your dead mouse over there? Oh man, that's the bar. Oh yeah. Is that the one you need down? No, that's just the one it's still alive. It's alive.
There's discussions about that, yes.
How soon could we see ICE agents using that as a hub?
We'll see. It's under discussions. The planning is still being discussed, so maybe by the end of today, but yeah, it's being discussed.
And how many ICE agents are you anticipating on the ground there with National Guard troops, I assume, who will also use that naval base as a hub?
I know, but I'm not going to say. We're not going to tell you how many resources we're going to send to the city. We don't want the bad guy to know what we're sending. It'll be a large contingent.
Sir, do you have a response to Mayor Bowser yesterday saying that masked ICE agents are ineffective?
They're what?
She said yesterday during a press conference that masked ICE agents are ineffective.
Masked ICE agents are ineffective?
Yeah.
No, they're extremely effective. I mean, look at the crime rate in D.C. President Trump's going to make D.C. the model city of the world. I mean, this is the capital, the greatest capital in the world it has to be an example of the whole world, and the crime rate's already dropped significantly. It's not based on data. It must be based on her skewed opinion, because I see the numbers every day. They're doing a great job. D.C. is much safer today. She ought to be, if she had an ounce of integrity, she'd be thanking President Trump for making D.C. safer again.
Sir, there are reports from different parts of the country that you have criminals now putting on masks, dressing in ersatz, police gear, ballistic vests, and whatnot, and robbing people. How should Americans be sure that if they're approached by someone wearing a mask, wearing a vest, pointing a gun at them, that's a police officer, an ICE agent, a federal agent, and not a criminal?
Well, the criminal's been wearing masks for a long time. I mean, I saw groups like Antifa commit thousands of crimes over the past few years wearing masks, and no one complained about it. But look, every ICE officer has insignia on their HSI or ERO. And I can't prevent someone from making pretend they're, I've seen in my career, I've seen people paint a car as a Border Patrol color. Unfortunately, that happens. We'll hold them accountable when they're caught. But the bottom line is, I don't particularly like masks, but the ICE officers need the mask because their families are being doxxed. And believe me, I know, because I'm a victim of it. Their families are being doxxed, their children are being doxxed, their families are being put in harm's way. But no one asks the question, why didn't you got all these legislators out there want to pass laws that prevent ICE from wearing masks? Meanwhile, I don't see any legislation in Antifa on masking, or these people do these violent counter protests. It's not just protests that turn violent and attacks ICE officers. No one's asking for legislation to take their mask off. So ICE agents are doing what they got to do to make this country safe again. So they're doing a fabulous job. It's a dangerous, important job. But their families are being attacked, and I know for a fact because my family's been attacked. I support them wearing masks, and a lot of it's based on that question should be given to the lawmakers on Capitol Hill, Democrat lawmakers who want to compare ICE to racists, the Nazis. It's just disgusting because ICE is enforcing the laws they enacted. If Congress don't like what ICE is doing, they can certainly change the law. And the protesters, the ones that turn violent against ICE, why don't they go to Capitol Hill and protest Capitol Hill? They wrote the law that ICE is enforcing. So any member of Congress to call ICE a racist or a terrorist for enforcing the law they wrote is disgusting on every level. They shouldn't be a member of Congress.
Mr. Homan, the other day in the cabinet meeting, the president talked about trying to find the right balance between the president's tough immigration policies and also helping out American farmers who rely on undocumented migrants to pick their crops. What does that compromise look like from your perspective?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. I'm discussing that with people, but until the president makes a final decision, I'm not going to get ahead of them. I'll support what the president comes up with. Again, this is a job of Congress, right? If there's a need for these workers to be into the country, we have a lack of those workers, and Congress has certainly improved the visa program. But I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I'll wait till the president makes his final decision, and we'll go from there.
Sir, how many people are still detained at Alligator Alcatraz, and do you still see a role for that facility?
It's about 50% full right now. First of all, I disagree with the judge who made that decision. I went down there. I walked through the detention areas where these people sleep and live. I saw a clean facility, a well-maintained facility. I went to the medical center and talked to the nurses there on staff, looked at the medical facility. It was great. I even asked, what if there's a serious situation here? Can you handle it? And they can. And if it got too serious, there's a helicopter right there on premises to take them to the nearest trauma center. That's better than a lot of U.S. citizens have. And I even went to the cafeteria, and I actually looked at what they were serving for lunch that day. And opened it up and looked at it, and it was good food. And the whole environmental concern, I was briefed by the person running the facility that all the waste is removed from that facility every day, taken off-site and removed from the facility. And as far as the complex itself is built on existing infrastructure, the runways and the airport was already there. These are just off-site facilities. Now I'll say this, I thought it was a great transition facility, but I do think ICE needs more brick and mortar facilities. We've got the money now to build infrastructure, like we're building the wall and other things down there. We need permanent facilities. But I think, I'm thanking Governor DeSantis and the other governors who are stepping up saying, we want to help you build detention facilities because they're affected by the last 4 years of an open border and all the criminals that release in this country. So I welcome the governor stepping up and helping us with these transitional facilities. No, I think you're sending to National Guard would be in cities that have crime problems. But I'll tell you this, I was in LA when that whole thing started there, and I was there the first couple of nights, and I'm glad the president sent the National Guard to Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a safer city today because of what President Trump did. The men and women at ICE were physically attacked, the facility was physically attacked, that housed aliens that were arrested, that put them in danger. After 2 days, the governor of California and Mayor Bass not taking action, President Trump did. He made the right decision. So National Guard, they're not out there, being the head of enforcing immigration law. They're assisting ICE and ICE operations to help with the infrastructure, intelligence, transportation. ICE officers are making arrests, but as far as the National Guard going to cities and making it safe again, I see great success in Washington, D.C., and I agree with the president sending them to cities that have a high crime rate. If these mayors choose to not address the crime rate, President Trump is going to. He made a promise to American people, and that's why he's sitting in the Oval Office. American people put him in there because he promised to make America safe again. That's what he's doing.
Mr. Homan, why hasn't that happened in New York yet, considering you called for ICE agents to be more present?
We've ever increased in ICE presence in New York.
What about National Guard? Do you think they should be sent in the next few
I won't get ahead of the president and where we go next.
Mr. Homan, is there hard data on crime reduction numbers due to deportations, self-deportations, and the removal of criminals from the United States?
Yeah, there's been several studies by several groups here in D.C. The crime rate has dropped down in areas where we've done surge operations. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but look, not every illegal alien in this country is a public safety threat, but many are. For that percentage that are, when we deport them, that makes the city safe again. And despite what I read in the media, that we're arresting all these non-criminals, I look at the number every morning on the way here. I look at the numbers every morning. It's about 22 pages of data. 70% of everybody ICE arrested is a criminal. But the left says, well, not criminal enough, it's just a DUI. DUI kills over 10,000 people a year. That's a public safety threat. I don't care what anybody thinks. 70% of the people ICE arrests are criminals. Who's the other 30%? National security threats. We arrested thousands of national security threats. Many of them don't have a criminal history because their whole goal is lay low until they do their dirty deed. Gang members, a lot of gang members don't have criminal history. And finally, final deportation orders. People who had due process at great taxpayer expense, they were ordered removed by a federal judge and they didn't leave. And we're looking for them too. Because we're sending a message to the whole world. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It's a crime. It's certainly not okay to ignore a judge's order after you've been given due process. The message we're going to send, we have consequences. And one of the reasons we have such a secure border right now is not only because of great work the men and women of the Border Patrol have done. The President signed executive orders like remain in Mexico and ending catch and release. A part of the success of the most secure border in this nation's history, because we're showing the world there's consequences. You enter this country legally, it's not okay. If you get order removed by a federal judge, you're going to leave. We're going to make sure of that. And I think the world's seeing ICE operations throughout this nation, 1,000 teams out there every day. We're sending a message, and that's helped greatly reduce the amount of people who are trying to come to the border.
Mr. Homan, can I ask a question about legal immigration?
There are reports about a multi-agency immigration enforcement operation in Chicago after Labor Day. Can you confirm those reports and why Chicago?
Look at the crime rate in Chicago. I mean, when this administration first came to power, Brandon Johnson, mayor there, he says I wasn't welcome in Chicago. Where was I the first day? Chicago. And I was up there in operation. I remember that first day, if I remember the numbers right, the first day we took like 9 predators off the street. Sexual child predators off the street. We arrested members of TDA. We arrested Trendo Iowa. We arrested members of MS-13. We arrested 2 people that were convicted of murder that were walking the streets. Illegal aliens. So in one day, look what we did. Chicago still has a crime problem. So President Trump, again, made a promise to American people, we'll make this country safe again. So Chicago has a crime problem. That's why President Trump's thinking about it.
So is that a yes to the operations ramping up after Labor Day?
Operations are ramping up across the country, but you can see a ramp up of operations in Chicago, absolutely. You're going to see a ramp up of operations in New York. You're going to see a ramp up of operations continue in LA. And, you know, Portland, Seattle. I mean, all these sanctuary cities that refuse to work with ICE, where we know public safety threats are being released every day into this country, especially those cities, we're going to address that. We don't have that problem in Texas and Florida where all the sheriffs are working with us and they're actually holding people for us and letting us know when someone's being released. So we're going to take the assets we have and move them to problem areas like sanctuary cities where we know for a fact they're releasing public safety threat, illegal aliens to the streets every day. That's where we need to send the majority of the resource, and that's where they're going.
Mr. Homan, on legal immigration, the Trump administration is considering reduce the duration of visa for students and journalists. For journalists, for instance, the I visa would be now that lasts for a year would be 240 days. Can you confirm this? And why is this important? Why do you consider this important to limit the duration for visa for journalists?
I can't confirm that. No.
Tom, on a personal or professional level, can you just offer your reaction to the Catholic school shooting yesterday?
It's heartbreaking. I mean, I made no qualms about it. I'm a lifelong Catholic, and I actually went to Catholic school, and it's terrible. What happened was terrible, and I hope y'all hit your knees last night and said a prayer for those children and their families. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible thing. Just terrible. Gavin Newsom is an embarrassment to the position he holds. Heart stop. If he had an ounce of integrity, he would be calling President Trump and thanking President Trump for making LA safer. He'd be calling the head of ICE and thanking them for the thousands of criminals, public safety threats they've taken off the streets of California. He'd be calling Secretary Noem and thanking her. If the data proves it, anybody can look at the data who we've arrested in California, he ought to be thanking us. So Governor Newsom he's an embarrassment to the position he holds, and you know, he's trying to be relevant apparently, whatever. But we're going to be in LA today, we're going to be in LA tomorrow, we're going to be in every California city. We'll be in San Diego. I was in San Diego, Seattle, Portland last week, meeting with men and women at ICE to understand the hate being pushed against them, letting them know that the president has their 6. I have their 6. They're going to keep doing the job without apology. So Governor Newsom can stand by and watch President Trump make California safe.
You think that alligator Alcatraz was a waste of money now that it's being shut down?
No. I think the judge made a bad decision. I was there. And it's a transitional facility. It's not a long-term facility. It's a transitional facility. I thank the governors who are stepping up and saying, let us help you, because they felt the wrath of the last 4 years of open borders. 4 years, 10.5 million people come in this country. Most of them released in the nation, right? And again, I'll say it again, not every illegal alien is a public safety threat, but many are. But we have the most secure border in the history of the nation today. because of President Trump and the men and women of the Border Patrol and the men and women of ICE. This country is safer. And with illegal immigration down 94 to 96%, you all know this, there's been studies done to say 31% of women that make that journey get sexually assaulted by the cartels. Under Joe Biden, we had a record number of aliens die making that journey, over 4,000. That's a historic number of people dying making that journey. Historic number of people, 250,000, died from fentanyl poisoning because of that open border and fentanyl flowing across. Sex trafficking, women and children were at historic highs. Number of known suspected terrorists, over 400 just on the southern border, an historic high. So when President Trump has illegal immigration down 94 to 96%, how many women aren't being raped making that journey? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many aliens aren't dying making that journey? How many Americans aren't dying right now from fentanyl overdoses because that border is secure? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked in this country because of what President Trump did? President Trump's success on the border is unprecedented. He's saving lives by the thousand. Even the wall. People want to attack the wall as his vanity wall. It's America's wall. Because every place they build a wall, illegal immigration is decreased, illegal drug flows decrease. But one of the most important things no one talks about, the wall saves lives. Women and children can't get over that wall, which means they go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who's going to take care of those medical needs because a lot of them are in bad shape when they get there. President Trump's on the border. His success on board is unprecedented. I wake up every day proud I'm working with this guy because he's the greatest president of my lifetime and he proves it every day. Thank you.
Across the border every day. How many women and children are sex trafficked in this country? How many pounds of fentanyl is not making across this secure border? President Trump's policy saves thousands of lives, and no one's talking about it, especially the fake media. Thousands of lives he saved. Even the border wall saves lives. Because women and children can't get over that wall, which means they're going to a place where there's not a wall, what's waiting on them? Men and women of the Border Patrol is going to deal with those humanitarian medical issues right then, saving lives. President Trump is saving thousands of lives every week. We always say the Trump administration is inhumane. I'm a racist, supposedly. I'm a white nationalist. I read it all. I'm a terrorist. Whatever you want to call me. I don't give a shit what people think about me. Never have. The facts of the matter is, you want to compare the Trump administration and Biden administration, let's do that. Under the Biden administration, what they call humane administration, a record number of aliens died making that journey, over 4,000. Historic record of migrants dying. 250,000 Americans died from fentanyl coming across the open border. Sex trafficking was an all-time high. Cartels made more money than ever made. They made record amount of money smuggling aliens. They made a record amount of money trafficking the women and children. They made a record amount of money in drug smuggling. Biden administration broke all kinds of records. Americans died at record numbers. Aliens died at record numbers. There's nothing humane about that administration. When you make a promise to the whole world, you can cross the border illegally, don't worry about it. We're releasing you in 24 hours. We'll fly you to the city of your choice. We'll give you a free airline ticket. We'll give you a free hotel room. We'll give you 3 meals a day. We'll give you free medical care. And after about 90 to 120 days, we'll give you work authorization, which is the real reason you came here. You're not really escaping fear and persecution from your own government. When you make those types of promises, the whole world is going to come, including the most vulnerable. And that's why so many died. And that's why the border is wide open to fentanyl. On any given day, up to 70% of agents were off the line. 70%. And they wonder why that a mass immigration crisis on the southern border. Now, again, the most secure border in the history of this nation. Lives are being saved every day. We got a little bit more work to do. We got to build some more wall. We got some more border buoys put in. We got a little bit more work to do. I looked at the numbers this morning coming in. In the last several months, we went from 10,000, 12,000, sometimes 15,000 illegal aliens coming on board every day. Yesterday, 162. All arrested, nobody released, all returned. Yeah, 15,000 to 162. And now just yesterday, I've seen numbers as low as 88. Across 2,000 miles of border. That is one hell of a secure border. 0 released. No one was released. That's a secure border.
I looked at the amount of gotaways under Joe Biden, averaged 1,800 gotaways, known gotaways. They were captured on video, drone traffic, or sensor traffic. They got in because 70% of the agents were busy processing the humanitarian crisis, so 1,800 a day average gotaways. How many yesterday? 16. 16 from 1,800. The most secure border in the history of this nation, and the data proves it, whether they like it or not. That's just a stone cold fact. And that's because we got the greatest president in my lifetime sitting at the White House. ICE, where we're at. So that's one thing, border. And the second thing is internal enforcement operations. I looked at the numbers yesterday. Total removals between ICE and CBP are right around 380,000. We'll give them around 400,000 in a year. That's not bad considering that's just since January 21st. The first 4 months of the fiscal year, Joe Biden controlled, he wasn't doing squat. So the numbers you look for 7 months, that's a pretty good number. ICE is arresting a couple thousand people in the street. That's a good number. But now, with 10,000 more agents coming on board, just wait and see what happens this coming year. I see, the media likes to attack ICE, saying, most of the people they arrested aren't criminals. Bullshit. I look at the numbers every day. 70% of everybody ICE arrested are criminal. But some of the media think they're not criminal enough. It's just DUI. 10,000 people a year die from DUI. I think it's a significant public safety issue. But 70% we classify as criminals. Who are the other 30%? Gang members that don't have a criminal history? National security threats. Most of them don't have a criminal history. They're laying low and do their dirty deed. We arrested thousands of unknown suspected terrorists. Who's arrested them? Final orders. People who had due process at great taxpayer expense and were ordered removed by a federal judge but didn't leave. We have to find them and arrest them. Because the message we're not going to send to the whole world is that it's okay to cross the border illegally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. Show up in court or don't show up in court and get a final order removal. Don't worry about it. We're not looking for it. That's what Secretary Mayorkas told ICE the last 4 years. You can't arrest somebody for simply being here illegally. You got to be convicted of a serious crime before you can target an illegal alien for arrest. We're not doing that. We're telling agents to enforce the law that Congress enacted, uphold the oath you took, and enforce immigration law. So when you have a final order, you've got taxpayers spent billions of dollars in this due process, you're going home. And when we find you, we're going to arrest you, you're going home. Right now, we have about 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories walking the streets of this nation. That continues to be our priority. We got 1.4 million illegal aliens with a final order removal. We're looking for you too. But let me make it clear. We are prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats, and the data proves it. But if you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table. If we find you, you're leaving. Sanctuary cities wants to push back on the Trump administration. They've lost their minds. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And I'm sick of the garbage I hear from these politicians saying, well, we're a welcoming community. We're a sanctuary city because we want victims and witnesses of crime that are in the country illegally to feel welcome to come to the police and make those reports as victims and witnesses without fear that we're working with ICE. That is just a bunch of crap. Because victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy back in the neighborhood either. I mean, for some enforcement. Because I said 2 months ago, we're going to flood the zone, and that's exactly what we're doing. In Chicago, it's coming. Right after the election, Brandon Johnson, the mayor, said I wasn't welcome to Chicago. Guess where I was 2 days later? One day, I want for one day to start an operation, and one day,
if I remember correctly, we arrested 7 child sexual predators, 9 Trinidad members. We took weapons off the street that had a switch that made that handgun fully automatic. We arrested 2 illegal aliens with a murder conviction. One day. So watch what happens in the very near future. President Trump is going to make Chicago safe again. So sanctuary cities don't want to give ICE access to the bad guy and the safety and security of a jail. That's all we want. We want access to talk to the illegal alien criminal like you locked in a jail cell. Let us have access to him when you're done with him. So what you need to understand, when you get arrested tonight, if you got arrested, you get fingerprinted, prints go to NCIC for a records check. Every jail does it. But at the same time it goes to NCIC, it goes to DHS, so we'll get a printout. You got Tom Homan, illegal alien who deported twice before, sitting in Cook County Jail right now. So we drop the detainers, say, well, no, we want to talk to that guy. No, and they just ignore him. And they release him back to the street and they're done with him. And that's why DOJ, Pam Bondi, is suing sanctuary cities. Because when I was an agent, a long time ago, I've arrested U.S. citizens for harboring and concealing an illegal alien in place of employment or in a home. When we know for a fact, based on biometric and biographical data, that illegal alien with a prior immigration history is sitting in a jail right now, and we're not allowed access to that, is that not harboring and concealing? How are they different when a U.S. citizen does that? So DOJ is suing, and I hope we win. I think we're going to win. The sanctuary cities be a thing of the past. So ICE is going to keep doing their job, 10,000 more agents, more airplanes, more detention facilities, more agents. Every day, here's what you need to understand, based on the numbers I just told you, every day, the men and women of ICE are making this country safer. Because every illegal alien criminal, every illegal alien terrorist, every illegal alien public safety threat that they take off the street every day makes that community safer. That's just a stone cold fact. So the men and women of ICE, I was one of them. I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. I never asked the 20,000 men and women that worked for me to do anything I didn't do myself. ICE, despite all the hate and the rhetoric they're taking, they're out there right now. We've got 1,000 teams working the streets right now, putting themselves in harm's way to make their communities safer. And to the members of Congress and to the media who wants to attack the men and women of ICE, shame on you. If you don't like what ICE is doing, you can go yell at Congress. Because they're not making this up. They're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. And you just talked to Russ Bowler just up here. Congress appropriates them funding to do this job. So they're enforcing laws enacted by Congress, laws that are appropriated by funding to do the job, but members of Congress want to compare ICE to Nazis and racists and terrorists. It's disgusting. Any congressperson who wants to compare ICE to a terrorist or a racist are an embarrassment to the position they hold. They shouldn't be up on Capitol Hill representing anybody. They're disgusting. But they want to call them rape, they want to call them terrorists and Nazis. If they're terrorists and Nazis for enforcing the law, what's that make you, Congress? You wrote the law. ICE is going to continue doing what they're doing. They're doing the right thing. The data proves it. But the media likes to turn that data and turn it around. I mean, last year I did this. Week after, they got all these hit pieces by media in the room. Well, write whatever you want, I don't care. Tom Homan isn't going anywhere. Tom Homan ain't shutting up. Tom Homan's going to do what he's got to do to make this country safer. Children. Third rail. 300,000 missing children. Of course, members of Congress, that's not true. Yeah, it is.
President Trump wants to find every one of them, or run down every lead until we exhaust all the leads. But that's the toughest job out of the three things. The toughest job is to find children, because you all know, you all own cars, you own a home, you got credit cards, you pay utility bills. We know how to find you. Children don't have that digital footprint, which means we got to count on the digital footprint of the so-called sponsors that they release these children to. And when they didn't fingerprint them, when they didn't double check their identity or their address they provided, it makes it hard. Who are these sponsors? Because many of the addresses we're going to now are a parking lot, a parking ride, a grocery store, church. But we're working out there every day. HSI. Of course, the media says HSI is looking for children to deport them. HSI is looking for children to make sure they're safe, to make sure they're not victims of sex trafficking and labor trafficking. That's what we're doing. And of course, there's going to be immigration consequences, absolutely. But we're trying to save children that we know are living a life of hell every day. And many of the children we found are perfectly safe. They're with family members. They're just hiding because they know they'll have to leave here because they don't really qualify for asylum. They know that. If you look at the data in immigration court, right around 90% of people who claim asylum at the border end up with an order of removal because they're not escaping fear and persecution from their home country because of race, religion, political affiliation. They're coming for a better life, and I get that. That's not asylum. I want people to remember, and the media to remember, they call them asylum seekers. Asylum seekers, they have a right to claim asylum. Okay. But when they lose the case, they got to go home. Or due process doesn't mean squat. I asked members of Congress during the last administration, when Secretary Mayorkas is testifying saying that people have a right to claim due process, ask them a follow-up question. If they lose their case, should they be deported? The answer is yes. They have to. That's what the law requires. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the history of this nation right now is because of ICE. Because we're showing the whole world there are consequences to violating our laws. You can get due process, but in that due process, when they say you're going home, you're going home. And we're out looking for you.
The president today previewed sort of a law enforcement action in New Orleans. Is that immigration related?
Pardon me?
The president today previewed law enforcement actions in New Orleans, similar to what might happen in Chicago. Is that going to be immigration related?
Yes, it's going to be immigration enforcement. I mean, that's what I'm involved in, right? So, you know, the president said weeks ago, I said weeks ago, that with sanctuary cities, how we're going to address it, we're going to flood the zone. We got 10,000 more agents coming on, we're going to flood the zone. We don't have a problem, a biggest problem in like Florida, where every sheriff and chief's working with us, or Texas. So where we're going to send our additional resources to sanctuary cities. Why? Because we know there's a problem there. We know for a fact they're releasing illegal alien public safety threats to the streets every day. So we're going to send the boots on the ground to the places that we know there's a problem. Address the biggest problems first, and that's your biggest cities, or sanctuary cities. Whether it's New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I mean, they're sanctuary cities, and we're going to flood the zone. Sanctuary cities, I've said it 1,000 times, they're going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the communities and more worksite enforcement. If they won't let us arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, where it's safer for the agent, safer for the alien, certainly safer for the community. If they're going to release them back in the community, then we got to send a whole team to look for that person, which they release a lot of people, we'll send a lot of teams. If we can't find them in the community, then we'll find them at the worksite. And when we go in the community, I want to make this clear, because sanctuary cities, again, will get something they don't want. When we find a bad person, and we will, if they're with others that aren't a criminal threat, but they're in the country illegally, they're coming too. So more collateral arrests are going to occur in sanctuary cities because you forced us into the community.
When can the jurisdictions expect you guys to flood the zone?
It's coming. I mean, I don't want to get too specific because we don't want to give them too much heads up, but it's coming. It's we've already started adding resources to some sanctuary cities, but operations are being planned, and it's coming. And look, it's the right thing to do. Remember after the election, Brandon Johnson said I wasn't welcome in Chicago. Guess what? The first place I went was Chicago. And I kicked off an operation there, and the first day, we arrested like 9 TDA members. We arrested like 7 or 9 child sexual predators. We arrested 2 illegal aliens that had homicide convictions walking the street. We arrested TDA members that were selling pistols with the switch, which means the pistol's all fully automatic now. We made Chicago safer in one day, and that's what we're going to continue doing. We're not going to let up. President Trump said he's going to prioritize sanctuary cities. That's exactly what we're doing, and I applaud Pam Bondi for suing sanctuary cities. It needs to happen. Sanctuaries are sanctuaries for criminals. They're not sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans. It doesn't help to have a sanctuary city, because that's where the highest crime rates usually are.
Reaction, one of the most conservative federal appeals courts in the country has just said the president cannot use the Alien Enemies Act to quickly deport Venezuelan migrants. What's the administration's reaction to that?
He got it wrong, and there'll be one on appeal. You don't need to be a time of war to do the Alien Enemies Act. It needs to be an incursion, a predatory incursion, which I think occurred. There's numerous intelligence reports, you can look them up, FBI intelligence reports, intelligence community, that TDA is directly involved with the Maduro regime. They came here, they committed murders, they pushed drugs that killed thousands of Americans. They committed violent acts in cities and unsettled the cities. So I think they got it wrong, we'll win on appeal.
Even with that Bush appointee on the court saying that basically this doesn't constitute a country encouraging its residents to enter the country illegally.
He's wrong, he got it wrong. We'll win on appeal.
Tells me several things. Every day I woke up the last 4 years pissed off because I knew the Biden administration unsecured the most secure border on purpose. It wasn't mismanagement, it wasn't incompetence, it was by design. And I say that because Secretary Mayorkas was a deputy secretary under President Obama. President Biden was the vice president. We had a family surge during the long years. How we could stop it? We built detention centers. We built family residential centers. We held them long enough to see a judge, which took about 40 days. 90% lost their case. They simply don't qualify for asylum. We put them on airplanes, sent them home, and the border numbers tanked. Now that the president and secretary, what did they do? The complete opposite of what they knew worked. They weren't detaining them. They weren't seeing the judge, and ICE wasn't allowed to arrest an illegal alien unless you're convicted of a serious crime. They did the complete opposite of what they know worked for them 4 years prior. So this wasn't an accident, it was by design. So for 4 years I woke up knowing how many women got raped last night, how many children died making that journey, how many women and children were sex trafficked across the border, how many unsuspected terrorists came across the border. Every day I woke up knowing all this was happening because the border was open. So now with the border down 96%, there's been numerous studies done by nonpartisan groups that says 31% of women that make that journey through cartels get sexually assaulted. When President Trump has it down to 96%, when 96% of less people are coming, how many women are being raped? How many aliens are dying making the journey? How many unsuspected terrorists aren't coming across the border every day? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked into this country? How many pounds of fentanyl is not making it across this secure border? President Trump's policy saves thousands of lives, and no one's talking about it. Secured the most secure border on purpose. It wasn't mismanagement, it wasn't incompetence, it was by design. And I say that because Secretary Mayorkas was a deputy secretary under President Obama. President Biden was the vice president. We had a family surge during the long years. How we could stop it? We built detention centers. We built family residential centers. We held them long enough to see a judge, which took about 40 days. 90% lost their case. They simply don't qualify for asylum. We put them on airplanes, sent them home, and the border numbers tanked. Now that the president and secretary, what did they do? The complete opposite of what they knew worked. They weren't detaining them. They weren't seeing the judge. And ICE wasn't allowed to arrest an illegal alien unless you're convicted of a serious crime. They did the complete opposite of what they know worked for them 4 years prior.
So this wasn't an accident, it was by design. So for 4 years I woke up knowing how many women got raped last night, how many children died making that journey, how many women and children were sex trafficked across the border, how many unsuspected terrorists came across the border. Every day I woke up knowing all this was happening because the border was open. So now with the border down 96%, there's been numerous studies done by nonpartisan groups that says 31% of women that make that journey through cartels get sexually assaulted. When President Trump has it down 96%, when 96% less people are coming, how many women are being raped? How many aliens are dying making the journey? How many unsuspected terrorists aren't coming across the border every day? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked into this country? How many pounds of fentanyl is not making it across this secure border? President Trump's policies save thousands of lives, and no one's talking.
Tom, your reaction to the Supreme Court's decision today.
Great decision.
What's that?
Great decision.
Great decision. So how will that affect your operations in LA?
We'll continue doing the operations the way we've been doing them. I mean, I said from day one, I think the ICE officers, Border Patrol is doing the right thing. Do you know ICE officers every 6 months get Fourth Amendment refresher training? Every 6 months, so they know the law around Fourth Amendment. Who can they arrest? Where they need to arrest? Where they need to seize? Where they need to detain for questioning? They get training all the time. And I said from day one, the judge who made that first ruling and stopped it, I don't know how she gets in the officers' heads. How does she know if the officers gathered reasonable suspicion? She don't know that. The officer does that. And despite what the media said, mischaracterized me or said, well, reasonable suspicion can be based on looks alone. I never said that. I said looks are one of many factors you have to consider. It's a multitude of factors to establish reasonable suspicion. But if an illegal alien has an MS-13 tattoo on his head, that's certainly going to be one of the factors that we consider when we add a bunch of factors together. It's a culmination of factors, not one factor, different factors. I'm not in the loop on that.
Can you highlight what other cities you guys are looking to conduct
like Los Angeles, San Francisco.
Sanctuary cities.
What about Los Angeles?
I'm not going to forecast of where we're doing operations. But I've been honest. Sanctuary cities are prioritized, so figure it out. Sanctuary cities, we all know who they are. They can see an increase in police enforcement in those cities.
What about in Republican states?
Are they sanctuary cities? Is there a crime issue there? Yes. The president's concerned about crime. If there's crime, I don't think he cares where it is. If there's a crime issue that he can help fix, he's going to fix them. As far as my concerns, the borders are, if it's a sanctuary city, I say it again, we know there's a problem there, and we're going to focus attention on those places. Anything else?
You say you've been on the ground in Chicago, so how are you exactly ramping up, or what can we expect to see in places like Chicago? You said you've been there.
More agents on the ground. Look, in Chicago, right after President took office, the first place I went to was Chicago. And one day, I was there just one day, and one day we arrested, it was either 7 or 9 child predators. We arrested 9 members of TDA. We arrested gang members that were selling handguns with a switch installed, which makes those handguns fully automatic, selling them to other gang members. We arrested 2 illegal aliens that had a murder conviction walking the streets. So one day when I was there, we made Chicago that much safer. So that's why we're back there. You know, we're going to continue to go to these sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And anybody that argues that aren't looking at the facts. ICE, look at the number of, ICE can supply you with every illegal alien, public safety threat they've arrested in these sanctuary cities. And we're going to continue to do that until the sanctuary cities, I'm not asking, the mayors or the governors to be ICE officers. I'm not asking the local police department to be ICE officers. We're asking their cops to work with our cops to help us take public safety threats off the street and make their streets safer. Don't you think the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago, don't you think their number one responsibility is protection of those communities and taking public safety threats out of there? I'm not saying every illegal alien is a public safety threat, but many are. So whatever that percentage is, help us get them out of the country and make that community safer. They're here in violation of law to begin with.
As far as taking on the cartels, do you feel as though U.S. forces should be used against them with what we're seeing in Latin America, moving F-35s down to Puerto Rico?
I support it. There's a reason the president designated them terrorist organizations. These cartels have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined.
They've killed more Americans than any war. So yeah, we're at war with the cartels. So I support President 100% what he's done.
Do you have concern about the impact of fear in heavily Latino communities by your actions?
If you're in the United States illegally, you got nothing to fear. If you're in the country illegally, that is not okay. It's not okay to be in this country illegally. It's not okay to enter the country illegally. It's a crime.
Do you fear the economic impact that it has?
I'm concerned about the millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, and paying their fees. They're sitting in the back seat while people cheated the system. People in the country illegally cheated. The millions of people the Biden administration released in the country that claim asylum, look at the immigration court data. Nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum at the border end up with an order removal because they don't qualify for asylum. They cheated the system. They're not escaping fear and persecution because of race, religion, political affiliation. They're coming in for a better life, and I get that. But while they're cheating the system, there are literally thousands of people in the world who really are escaping fear and persecution from their home government, and they're sitting in the back seat. There's it's a reason why we have a system of laws here. If you want to be part of the greatest nation on earth, the first thing you shouldn't do is violate our laws.
On the Georgia raid, sir, on the Georgia raid, can you detail some of the allegations involved there? Were the workers there overstaying essentially B-1 visas? Can you tell us anything more about what?
I'm not in the weeds on it. All I can tell you, I promise you from day one, we're going to increase worksite enforcement operations. That's exactly what we're doing.
Just to be crystal clear, Tom, when is the National Guard going into Chicago and Boston?
I didn't say they were. There'll be a decision that's made amongst those in that building, and we certainly probably won't give you a heads up it's happening. It's just, look, it's all these people need to understand this is dangerous stuff we're doing, and we're not going to give in broadcast what we're doing. But National Guard's always on the table. They helped us, immensely in D.C. They helped us immensely in Los Angeles. So they're always on the table. And as far as National Guard, they've helped every administration that I've been around since around Reagan. They've helped every administration, whether it's mostly on the border. But a lot of 287G, a lot of National Guard's been given 287G training, have 287G ability. But National Guard are always on the table. That's the president's call.
Is the president going to wait for a call for Chicago?
I can't comment on what the president's going to do.
Aren't you concerned that this is sending a wrong message to multinationals that are willing to invest in the United States?
You want to invest in the United States, you got to follow the laws like we do. Bottom line, we got laws on the books, obey the laws. Is it going to affect? I don't know. But I think the president made it clear on his tweet that, his message that, you're going to come to this country, do business, you need to be legally doing it.
Should we have more raid like the one we saw in Georgia?
Yes.
And where?
I said from day one we're going to increase worksite enforcement operations. I haven't hidden that. Where? I'm not going to tell you where.
Involved in that investigation said that some of those detained were in fact U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents. So what does that say to foreign companies that are operating?
First of all, I don't know that's even factual.
This is according to Stephen Shrink, a special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigation.
Look, when you do an operation that big, there are a lot of people, like a resident alien is supposed to carry his resident alien card with. So people are detained briefly while we figure out, okay, exactly who are you, and what right you had to be here. So yeah, people are detained briefly, but once we get the documentation and proof of who they are, they're released. So I guarantee they weren't detained very long. Once they found out who they were and had proper documentation, they're released. That happens every law enforcement operation.
Can you talk about what these two operations in Boston and Chicago mean in practice? Does it mean a surge in ICE agents on the ground? Does it mean that National Guard troops are moving in? How does this change the operation on
National Guard, they're always on the table, right? But right now it's a surge of law enforcement officers. And look, the president was clear on that 2 months ago. He said he's going to prioritize enforcement in sanctuary cities, and we talked about that before. Why? Because we know we have a problem in sanctuary cities. We know for a fact they're releasing illegal aliens, public safety threats every day. So, like I said before, we don't have that problem in Florida, right? Where every sheriff and chief works with us. So where are we going to send additional assets? Sanctuary cities where we know there's a problem. So and despite what Mayor Wu says, I got the data to back it up. We know how many criminal aliens are being released there. Look at the number of child predators we arrested, not just Boston, but outlying communities in Massachusetts. I mean, I spoke at the CPAC conference and I said, I just got done reading a total of 9 child predators released to the streets. So, we have the data. They are a sanctuary city. That state's a sanctuary state. I know Governor Healy made a statement, why am I so infatuated with
Massachusetts, I'm infatuated with every sanctuary city. We're going to send resources there. We're going to, if they don't want to help us, to get out of the way, and we'll make your city safer
But
for you.
today,
Tom,
President
your
Trump said he's
reaction?
waiting for a call from Chicago. Does that mean he's waiting for local leaders to call him before sending in National Guard troops?
They've had plenty of chances to call. We're going to go ahead and do Operation Sanctuary City. I think the president's referring to it. I'm not familiar with that, but I think he wants to talk about what more can we do to make this more efficient and more meaningful. But if they don't want to come to the table and work with us, we're going to do it anyway. If they want to sit there and watch us make their city safer, then go ahead and watch.
The operation you're talking right now is about immigration. What about
The operation, the operation we're talking about right now is immigration, but we're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. But I made this clear from the beginning. In Sanctuary City, if we can't get the bad guy into jail because they release him to the street, we're going to go to the street. We're going to find him. If he's with others, may not be a criminal threat, but they're illegally in the United States, they're coming too. I've made that clear for months.
Good morning, Mark Stone from Sky News. We've spent the past couple of weeks in and around Washington, D.C., neighborhoods like Mount Pleasant, where we've been talking to the Latino community. And one thing that we've discovered is that there are a lot of very frightened people there. Mums, dads, kids, grandparents who are too frightened to leave their home. A lot of them are illegally here. I want to know from you what your plan is, because these are people who have been enabled by America to be here.
Enabled by America, what does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means, sir. It means that they have healthcare, they have ID cards if they can drive, they have driving licenses, they pay tax, they have jobs. And so over a period of a long time, America has kind of welcomed them and enabled them to be here. And because of a change of policy, which we all understand, are you now saying that all of them must leave and that you will round them up and detain them?
But they cheated the system, right? Because there's millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. You're talking about people that cheated the system. No, it's not okay to be in this country legally. Now let me be clear, President Trump's been clear, we're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, and data shows us exactly what we're doing. But if you want me to sit here and bless someone being here illegal, I'm not going to do that, because they cheated the system. What they should do is take advantage of the CBP Home app, make arrangements, put their affairs together, and leave. Because that'll leave them an opportunity to come back under a legal program. For instance, if they have a U.S. citizen child, the U.S. citizen child can petition for them someday if they turn 18. Do the right thing and take the CBP Home app and do the right thing. Come back to this country legally.
So what would you say to the 30-year-old mother that we've spoken to from Mexico, been here 16 years, here illegally, but pays her taxes, lives her life here, and as I say, has been enabled by America to be here? What would you say to her? She hasn't left her home for over 2 weeks now. She can't take her own children to school in the neighborhood because she is so frightened of being rounded up by ICE agents.
The bottom line is, I just said we're prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. We're not out sweeping neighborhoods. We're not out looking for non-criminals. Now, if we run into a non-criminal during these operations, they're absolutely going to be taken in custody. Because we're not going to do what the last Biden administration did and tell ICE you can't enforce immigration law. Let me explain to you why we have the most secure border in the nation's history today. It's because of President Trump's executive orders. First of all, it's because the men and women of Border Patrol are finally doing their job. And one of the reasons we have the most secure border in the nation's history, which gives us the highest national security we've ever had, because now we know who's coming and what's coming and so forth, it's because of what ICE is doing. We're sending a message to the whole world. There are consequences for violating our laws. You're asking me to tell ICE, don't enforce the law. Should DEA enforce their laws? Should FBI enforce their laws? Should ATF enforce their laws? ICE is going to enforce the laws of what President Trump got elected for, and that's what we're doing. They know who arrested him. That person identify himself.
The Georgia raid.
Pardon me?
Sorry?
I missed you.
On Hyundai?
Hyundai.
The raid in Georgia?
Yeah.
I mean, is the administration in touch with the Korean government right now? What's sort of the update there? And then also, I mean, how much is the administration doing to work with South Korea on those permits? And then for other companies.
I appreciate the question, but I'm not in the loop on that case. I can
You're
just
not
tell
in the
you,
loop?
I'm not in the loop on that one. No, I'm border czar. I'm doing a lot. I'm not familiar with that case, but I will say this. I said from day one, we're going to increase worksite enforcement operations. It's a crime to enter this country illegally, and it's also a crime to knowingly hire an illegal alien. They drive down wages, and they put companies that hire U.S. citizens out of business. And I can give you many examples of that. Every day, illegal aliens are employed by companies, undercut their competition that hires illegal aliens. They drive wages down. No one hires an illegal alien out of goodness of their heart. They hire them because they work them harder, pay them less. Just like the farmers. There's a way a farmer can bring someone on, but they got to pay decent wages, got to provide housing. There's a right way and wrong way to do this, and President Trump demanded we do things the right way. That's what we're doing.
And lastly, can I just say
one? Reported that ICE ERO doesn't have to fill out worksheets ahead of ops anymore. Can you confirm that? And how does
I'm not aware of that. I'll have to run that down. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, and can you give an update on Chicago? How many arrests were made since
I haven't looked at the numbers this morning. I went straight to the tent here, so I look at the numbers every morning. I have not looked at the numbers yet this morning. I looked at them, so I don't know. I know that I just read off on a show I just did of 4 serious people that were arrested in Chicago. I don't know let me tell you what's happened in Boston, where Governor Healy got on TV this morning talking about ICE doing operations at churches, which was a bold-faced lie. 4 people out of many we've arrested in Boston the last few days. Victor Gomez Perez, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, with charges for aggravated rape, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, indecent assault and battery on a victim 14 years or older, assault and battery on a police officer, and a conviction for assault. They arrested Kelly Espinosa Viana, a 34-year-old criminal alien from Colombia, with charges of aggravated assault on a pregnant victim. They arrested Joshua Gonzalez Baez, a 23-year-old criminal alien from Dominican Republic, with pending charges for trafficking heroin, morphine, opium, resisting arrest by an officer, disorderly conduct, and drug distribution. They arrested Samuel Barrera, a 20-year-old criminal illegal alien from Guatemala, with pending charges for assault and battery on a child. This is what ICE is doing across the country. They're targeting the worst of the worst, and they're making this country safe again. President Trump promised the American people he'd make this country safe again. Every public safety threat, every national security threat ICE is taking on the street makes that community safer. Shame on Governor Healy and Mayor Wu. Shame on both of them. They should be calling the White House thanking President Trump, thanking ICE for making their community safer. But instead, they get on national TV and lie about ICE and make these accusations that it is a big part of the reason why there's a 1,000% increase on assaults on ICE agents. Facts matter. And that's why I stop here every day and talk to you all to get the facts out there. The men and women at ICE, they're mothers and fathers too. They don't hang their heart on a hook when they come to work every day. They put themselves in harm's way to go look for the worst of the worst. And we got hateful rhetoric not only coming from governors and mayors who are pushing a false narrative, but members of Congress who are comparing them to terrorists and Nazis. And bottom line is, if ICE is Nazis for enforcing immigration law, what's that make them? They wrote the law. ICE isn't making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress that they're funded to do. It's the same thing we've done for decades. I started in 1984. The difference is the last 4 years, there was no immigration enforcement. ICE agents were told not to enforce law. Border Patrol agents were processing people and releasing them in the country, not securing the border. Now that we're back to doing business, back to securing this nation and make this country safe again, people on the left are going nuts. The data speaks for itself. God bless the men and women at ICE and the Border Patrol. I love each and every one of them because they're stepping. How many of you all want to put a gun on your hip and stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning? When a sensor goes off, is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are brave men and women who love America, and I love each and every one of them. So I'll take that for action.
How does Operation Midway Blitz differ from the raids that you've been conducting in and around Chicago since February?
We got more resources in Chicago. Again, the president wants to make Chicago safe again. Nothing's changing. We're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. It's just we send more resources to sanctuary cities. President Trump said from day one, we're going to prioritize sanctuary cities. because that's where the problem is. We know they're releasing public safety threats back in the community every day. We're going to go where the biggest problems are. The biggest problems are sanctuary cities.
What kinds of new resources?
More boots on the ground.
To community members and leaders who are worried about profiling, what do you say? Are due process rights being violated?
No, look, ICE agents aren't racially profiling. The law says you got to establish reasonable suspicion to detain and question somebody, and I think the men and women, ICE and Border Patrol, are doing exactly that. And I think the Supreme Court disagreed with us in California case. There's the myriad of factors that take into consideration. They learn that in the academy. Every 6 months, ICE agents have a refresher training on Fourth Amendment that gives them the rules around detention, seizure, arrest, questioning, and so forth. They're very well trained. They bring a group of factors together until they establish reasonable suspicion to make an arrest. Like the big story was they're jumping on back of Van Home Depot, how they established reasonable suspicion. Were they there when they did surveillance? Were they there when license plate numbers were copied and taken down and tried to build a case on who's hiring these people and where these people came from? Were they there when they run NCIC and III and intelligence data? Were they there when they screened social media data? The men and women at ICE do a good job, and they do it professionally, and they do it with integrity. So I think the Supreme Court agreed with us yesterday. Things are being done the right way.
The president has talked about a program